The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 201. Expo date. Once Lex returned to his apartment, he investigated the ring given to him by John, but when he saw the size of the massive book that appeared in his mind, he quietly and respectfully put it away. That was not to say that he had given up on the book, but that currently he had his hands full with learning his techniques and didn't have the mental energy to read what looked like a physical representation of Wikipedia. He spent the day practicing, as usual, but at night he did not immediately fall asleep despite his exhaustion. His mind wandered to the situation with Helen. Alexander had spent all his time at the inn since he last talked to Lex, hoping for Helen's return, but to no avail. He had finally left today, and at a glance he did not seem too bothered, but with the power of the host attire, Lex could tell just how stressed he was. Lex even overheard a conversation he had with his family about her. Since Alexander was so busy with his own things, he had not realized how neglected Helen was, though no one could be blamed for this. His family were caught up in their own tasks, and though they shared a courtyard with her, they would usually only see her once every few days. Alexander felt guilty for neglecting her, but there was nothing for it. Lex, however, had his mind on another matter. He was considering whether there was a flaw with the keys, but he didn't have enough information. The only thing he could conclude was that if Helen didn't use the key, it meant that she didn't want to, she had lost it, or, as much as he didn't want to consider it, that she was dead. Lex sighed and pushed the thoughts away and allowed himself to fall asleep. The next few days Lex followed the same routine, and slowly built up his familiarity with using his spiritual techniques. He also used his Leo persona more often, for two main reasons. First, he wanted to build up more relationships as Leo, not to mention he couldn't leave Z to run the gamer's den all the time. Secondly, he used the Leo persona to learn as much as he could about the universe. One of Leo's most frequent guests at the gamer's den was called Crawford-981. He was a very friendly guy, but had been suspended from duty for the next month over something he only called the incident. Leo didn't care much about the details of the incident, but spent a lot of time chatting and gaming with 981. The man was like a walking encyclopedia for the universe, and Leo learned a lot about the kind of worlds one can expect to encounter when traveling the universe. Despite the massive size of the Empire, and the prospering cultivation, not to mention technology, it seemed that the Empire actually did not interact with about 90% of the inhabited planets in its territory, for various reasons. The quickest summary of it was, they simply didn't have the manpower for it, and often enough, it wasn't worth it. They would let the worlds continue to exist on their own, unless they encountered a demon invasion, birthed a sufficiently strong enough cultivator, or possessed rare resources. These planets that had been left ignored were almost always ground of sky-level civilizations. Ground level meant that they had not yet even left their home planet, and sky level meant they had colonized multiple planets in their star system. Over the period of a few days, Leo learned a lot of common practices and trends among these kinds of worlds, as well as some of what one can expect. Of course, this was Lex building up his knowledge base for when he starts connecting new worlds again. He learned common forms of currency, frequently repeated etiquettes across the universe, and many more details that might be useful to him should he end up at such a planet. One more thing Lex learned from him, the most important thing, was the name of the star system that hosted the Jotun Empire's main planets in the galaxy that hosted the Vegas system. It was known as the Pendle system, and hosted 11 planets that had all been inhabited, and hosted the various bodies of the Jotun Empire's governance system. Leo didn't care much for the details of that, but memorized the name in case it ever came up. As leisurely as the days were passing, Lex was now only waiting for the vine to enter the Golden Core stage. Once that was done, Lex would leave the security of the inn in Mary's hands and start traveling once again. This was not only to increase the inn's connectivity, as during this extended lull it was experiencing, Lex had only earned a total of 21,000 megapixels since the Midnight Games ended, but also for an event he knew would be coming. One day, Miranda reappeared at the inn. She looked just as exhausted as ever, with the number of dark circles under her eyes ever increasing. This was a rare sight amongst cultivators, but she made it evident that it was still possible. She did not waste any time, however, on any services, and directly asked to meet with the innkeeper. Lex, who was in the middle of practicing his techniques, had her wait a while as he finished up and showered. "Miranda, it's good to see you again. I hope you've been well," the innkeeper said, as he appeared in the private room she had rented while waiting for him. "Not as well as I would have liked," she replied with a mocking smile on her face, though it appeared she was mocking herself. For some reason, in front of the innkeeper, she did not maintain her usual facade. It was as if she expected that the innkeeper would be able to see through her attempts at keeping things together, and so did not even try. Obviously, the council's rule over the earth was not progressing as they had hoped. They had broken away from the chains of the family heads seeking freedom, only to be brought down by an even stronger, more mysterious force. Waking up from her daydreams, Miranda composed herself and focused on the business at hand. "Innkeeper, I would like to talk to you again about the expo I brought up previously. Earth's political situation has stabilized, and we are ready to begin planning colonization of the rest of the solar system, but before we begin that we want to know what kind of support we can garner via business relations out in the universe. We've also obtained some rare and unusual resources from the new minor realm that has opened up, the uses of which we cannot yet identify. Perhaps they will have a high demand, or perhaps they can shed a light on their uses to us. Regardless, we have much to gain and offer from this, but at the same time, we are not yet ready to host it. We want to have the expo at the inn in 6 months' time, and by then we will be completely ready with a very thorough list of all that we can offer, as well as what we are looking for. This should also be sufficient time for any interested parties to get ready, as well as word for such an event to spread. Well, if you are sure, I will book the date for you. For an event like this, the deposit will be 1 million megapixels and the rest will depend on how exactly you want the expo to proceed and what kind of services you require. You can come to me 1 month prior to the event, and then we can discuss in greater detail the options available to you." They spent some more time hashing out the details before Miranda quickly left, as there was no shortage of work for her to do. Lex, on the other hand, returned to his room and looked at his calendar. 6 months of time before the expo was more time than he was expecting, but that was a good thing for him. This event was also one of the reasons Lex was in a hurry to extend his reach to more planets. If he only advertised this upcoming event to the same 3 planets, the image the inn had built up of reaching the whole universe would be greatly affected. It was currently October, so the event would happen in the middle of March. It was up to him now to expand the inn's reach as much as he could without overwhelming himself. He was not worried, though, as the equipment he had ordered had already arrived, and his practice was going along well. Whatever the next world could throw at him, Lex was ready for. 3 days later, the vine finally entered the Golden Core realm, and its speedy growth slowed down considerably. The only way to speed it up once again would either be to increase the level of the greenhouse, or provide it with very high-leveled resources as fertilizer, neither of which Lex could do at the moment. It seemed as if everything was telling him, it was time to move forward. Chapter 202, X-142. Secretly, Lex spent a good amount of time testing the delinquent Viper Vine's ability. Naturally, he spread the vines around the entire inn, underground of course. What Lex was testing was how quickly the vines could come out of the ground and restrain someone. He tested it out in areas devoid of guests, of course, and on practice dummies. The speed naturally could not match that of his previous guards as well as bodyguards, but a portion of that fault lay with Lex himself. His mind could not work at the same speeds as them, and so his response would take longer. The remainder of the issue was, of course, that the vine itself had only just entered the Golden Core realm. Mary was no better at controlling it than Lex, but she was no worse either, which was nice. Still, the vine was fast enough and would have to do for now. Lex spent the remainder of the day going over the miscellaneous details of the inn with each and every worker, in case there was something he needed to fix, or a system he needed to refine. A prominent problem he was facing was that, while he had various vegetables to serve in the form of spirit food, there was a distinct lack of meat. At the moment, Lex had no solution for this, as there was no ranch option in the system. Other than that, however, fortunately the inn was running smoothly. In fact, there was a surprise for him at the greenhouse, in the form of a lotus. The turtle brought it to Lex's attention, and for good reason. If it remained in the inn much longer, the lotus was going to die. The turtle told Lex various things about the lotus, but claimed to only know as much as its instincts would tell it. To be sure, the turtle was correct. Lex scanned the lotus. Name: World Seed Lotus. Age: 0 species, primordial origin lotus series condition, decaying report, the world seed lotus is deprived of primordial spirit energy in the inn. Expose it to the universe outside the inn, or raise the inn star level to 8 to let the lotus survive. Remarks: it's dying anyway. Make lotus cake. The system scan didn't give Lex the information he wanted, but the name was very telling. Still, he found it difficult to comprehend. Are you sure this thing can create a world? Lex asked, eyeing the simple black-colored lotus. Look at it, how can you not tell that it will give birth to a new world? But it's suffocating, you need to take it out. How do I do that? The lotus is, naturally, sentient. Reach your hand out to it, and it will accompany you. Sentient. Lex eyes the lotus, but could not tell anything. Still, he reached his hand towards the lotus, only for it to promptly jump up from the ground and land in Lex's hand. Yet when it fell in Lex's hand, it fell into his skin like a tattoo, and crawled all the way to Lex's back, where it found a comfortable position to sit. Then, as if it were a real tattoo, it stopped moving. Thanks, Lex heard a squeaky voice say in his mind, startling him. He tried to talk back to the lotus, but it had stopped replying. The idea of a sentient lotus living on Lex's back may have freaked him out, if he couldn't feel a continuous stream of warm energy entering his body from his back. He had no idea what the lotus was doing, but instinctively he knew it was good for him. The lotus can give birth to a planet, the turtle repeated. That doesn't mean a massive rock will suddenly appear in space. It will be a new planet, with an established and awake world spirit. Since the lotus can create something so wonderful, naturally it will also provide some help to you for aiding in its growth. How long will it take for it to birth a planet? Lex asked curiously. A world spirit was a great thing. If he had enough time before the planet was born, he could. Not long, I think. Anywhere between 500,000 to 800,000 years. Lex immediately put the lotus in the world it would create behind him. I'll think about it again in 499,999 years, Lex thought to himself and chuckled. With everything in the inn taken care of, Lex returned to his apartment to gear up. This time around, he had refined his kit even more after his last trip visiting a world. It was sufficient to say that everything he wore, from his boots to his pants and shirt to even his undergarments, were actually armor in disguise. Unlike last time, when his clothes looked like tactical gear worn by an earthen soldier, his clothes this time looked like normal clothes. Other than that, he had a knife strapped to his leg, a sword along with the heavy Harley at his waist, a deployable talisman shield, tactical tracking drones, a generic Jotun communication wristwatch and a couple of other gadgets. These were just the things he wore on his body, and did not include the items in his armored backpack. Since he had to be selective with the items in his backpack, he had 10 spirit coins, 10 gold coins, an emergency first aid kit, some dry rations, various tiny grenades, stimulants, sedatives, and a cultivator's version of a Swiss Army knife, gifted to him by Will. A lot of thought had gone into his gear, and though he was still missing out on many things, he had to be selective. Each item served a specific purpose, and could mean the difference between life or death. That was not exaggerated at all. For example, spirit coins, which were a commonly seen currency in the universe, even used on Earth. Lex could have brought more, or even spirit stones if he wanted to, but too much wealth might attract the wrong kind of attention. Though only 10 coins would not last him a long time, it would be enough to get him started if he were in a situation that required commerce. The gold coins served the same purpose. A familiar feeling of excitement and nervousness filled Lex as he spent 100,000 megapixels on purchasing the wooden ticket. As embarrassing as the name was, Lex did not dwell on it as he crushed it, and a familiar screen opened in front of his eyes. Planets available. Planet. ALF planet rating. 1-star planet distance. 2 sectors planet environment. Extremely diverse biomes. Resource-rich planet. X142 planet rating. 1-star planet distance. 3 sectors planet environment. Strictly regulated. Conducive to normal life planet. Y44 planet rating. 1-star planet distance. 1 sector planet environment. Planet. Has been converted into an ore farm. Lex was pleasantly surprised to see a few options presented to him, which was more than he was expecting. He wished it was a tough choice after reading his options, but ALF immediately seemed dangerous with its extremely diverse biomes. Nothing about that actually indicated that the biomes had to be dangerous, but it did not assure him either. Y44 was an ore farm, whatever that meant, but Lex could only associate that term with mining. Not only did that make it seem like the planet was hospitable, it probably did not have the kind of habitation Lex was targeting either. X-142 was also risky, as, strictly regulated, indicated the planet was under someone's control, but it could also be a good thing. Such a planet might have a civilized society with established security systems to protect societies and such. Of course, no matter which planet he picked, it would involve a great deal of risk. So Lex simply stopped hesitating, put on his bathroom slippers and monocle, and selected X-142. One drawback to it was that it was 3 sectors away, so it would take longer for the system to build a connection to the planet, but nothing was perfect. Lex was enveloped by a bright, warm light, and then disappeared. When Lex reappeared, both his hands were near his weapons, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Both times he had visited a planet, something had happened to him quickly after he arrived on the planet, so he wasn't expecting anything different. Yet what he did not expect was to be immediately assaulted by the smells of street food and the sounds of downtown New York. Lex was standing in the middle of a busy bazaar, with beings walking past him in both directions. No one seemed bothered by him suddenly appearing from a ball of light, and in fact, he received a few annoyed looks from the nearby stall vendors. His monocle was going crazy as it identified everything in his vision, but he didn't need its help right now. Other than the ordinary humans passing him, how could he not identify the flying fairies, the floating balls of slime and, most importantly, the cat men and women shopping around him? Had he teleported into an anime? That's when he heard the familiar ting of a new quest in his mind. Chapter 203. Infinity Emporium. Lex, after moving to a corner so that he wasn't literally standing in the middle of all that foot traffic, checked the system for the quest. New special quest. Sell a rare item to Infinity Emporium. Quest reward. Subject change based on value of item sold. Remarks. Gotta get that cash money. Baby Lex was intrigued, to say the least, not only by the quest but by the remark the system gave. Had the system been watching late-night TV? Still, this was the first special quest he had received, and he was interested in learning about it. But first, he had to investigate the situation on this planet, and learn if there was anything he should avoid. He turned on his generic Jotun communication wristwatch to see if it worked. A hologram appeared before him as the watch tried to connect to any available networks and, after a few minutes, successfully connected to the local planetary network. As much as he wished he could Google things, the watch provided him with similar functions, and Lex looked up anything he could about X-142. Soon, the watch opened up a historical and cultural website that detailed the occupation of this planet. About 3,000 years ago, this star system had come under the control of the Dmitri family, a legally recognized noble family in the Jotun Empire. They were a business-oriented family, and used this entire star system as the foundation of their agricultural business. Not only had they colonized all the planets in this system, the X-14 system, and regulated each planet. To be suitable to grow certain kinds of crops, they provided safe and accommodating planets for the citizens of the empire to settle and work in. The rest of the page was filled with endless praise for the Dmitri family, which Lex directly dismissed as propaganda. He breathed a sigh of relief, as he had landed on a planet under the control of the empire. He knew from the conversation with Crawford 981 that the galaxy that Vegas Minima was from wasn't fully under the empire's control, so it was really up to his luck whether he would land on such a planet. Fortunately, he had, and even had a plan of action he had devised in such a situation. The first and most important thing to remember was that while it was all right for Lex to create an account on the Henley portal, something akin to a universal internet, he must absolutely not get himself registered in any Jotun Empire facility. This was because the Jotun database was apparently shared, if not galaxy-wide, then at least over several stay systems. Furthermore, every few decades, the databases would be compiled together. Lex doubted that amongst the probably hundreds of trillions of citizens in their database, they would notice him even if he did regularly get registered or scanned at various planets, but Lex did not want to leave a record. As for why it was relatively safer to log into the Henley portal, it was because no one he ever talked to had ever heard of any kind of disciplinary force, or in fact any force altogether, associated with Henley. Whatever it was clearly targeted towards much higher-leveled cultivators, and people with less power or authority than a certain level weren't even qualified to know about it. As a result, the Henley was very openly used to conduct shady business, and even the Empire couldn't do anything about it, as they could not even get the real identities of the users. Still, All of that was for later. Right now, Lex had to do a few things. He had to find cheap accommodation, find Infinity Emporium, and think of a way to earn enough money to help him survive however long he would be here. How convenient would it be if I had a branch of the inn here, Lex thought with a chuckle, then froze. That wasn't a bad idea. He quickly put down having branches of the inn on various planets as an idea to look into. Lex looked towards the nearest vendor, a man, beast. The nearest vendor was humanoid, but with thick, purple skin and a face that looked like that of a tiger, but with two protruding horns on his forehead, with long, flowing white hair. Lex had no idea what race he was, but walked up to the man and asked, "Hey, any idea where I can find the Infinity Emporium?" Unaware of the particular customs on this planet, Lex was concerned about somehow offending the man, but apparently he did not need to be. "Maybe you buy something, it'll jog my memory," the vendor said with a smile. It was completely not the vendor's fault that his toothy smile exposed some vicious-looking teeth and looked more intimidating than friendly. Lex looked at the vendor's wares, and his monocle scanned the items. He wanted to find the cheapest-looking thing, but he had no idea what anything on the stall was. There were blades, that much was certain. But these blades were unusually shaped, with odd curves and blunt ends that clearly indicated they had a very specific purpose. "My friend, I need to sell something to the shop, as I don't currently have any money at all." Cheap, the vendor muttered under his breath, but then explained the directions to Lex anyway. It seemed that despite his grumpiness, the vendor was a good man beast person thing. As Lex started following the directions, and only then realizing he was still wearing his bathroom slippers, Lex thought about what to do once he reached the Emporium. The easiest thing would be to sell an item from the inn, but he didn't want to do that. He could sell one of the items or pieces of gear he brought with him, but that would depend on what kind of shop the Emporium was. When he reached, he saw a modest-sized building, but one with a spectacular finish. That was not to say the other buildings weren't well designed, but something about the Emporium was just eye-catching. Lex considered inquiring about its architect for a moment. One other thing that stood out about the Emporium was the large number of people going in and out. The shop was clearly a popular one. Since there was no particular line, Lex simply stepped in the shop, following one of its customers, but was taken aback once he stepped in. The shop, though simple, was absolutely gorgeous. A red carpet ran from the front door to the counter, spread over a milky white marble floor. The walls were carved with various designs, with a few pillars half protruding from the walls. The ceiling was painted as well, not to mention lined with elaborate woodwork. But despite its spectacular splendor, what surprised Lex was that he was the only other customer in the shop. All the people Lex had seen entering had disappeared, and only a single man stood behind the counter, grinning at Lex. It seemed as if he was able to tell what had surprised Lex, and was thoroughly enjoying the reaction. "Welcome to the Infinity Emporium. Please, do not be alarmed. This is just a bit of clever use of formations to give each customer their privacy while shopping. We value our clients' privacy highly." "Not bad," Lex commented as he stepped into the shop. He took a look around, and though the shop looked amazing, he could not actually see any wares. Should shops display what they're selling? "What kind of business do you do here?" Lex asked curiously. "We can provide anything you wish for. Anything legal, that is. Of course, we have a membership program, and if your membership level is high enough, even some things that aren't legal can become an option." Are you sure you should be saying something like that so openly?" "Why, of course," the shopkeeper replied while laughing. "The Dmitri family, and everyone else relevant, know about our business. They are not very concerned, and even they themselves sometimes shop with us." Lex raised an eyebrow as he wondered about the man's words. "And do you buy things from customers?" Lex asked. "So long as an item has any kind of monetary value, we can take it off your hands." Lex wondered about the man's answer and considered his actions. The rarer the item he sold, the better his reward from the system would be. Since there was no time limit, it wasn't as if he had to sell something right away. He decided to wait a while before selling something, hoping he could find something on the planet. And, if he wasn't able to find anything, he'd just sell a golden key. "Since you sell everything, I'm pretty broke right now, and need information on a cheap but safe place to stay, and a possible way I can earn some money." "Excellent. Since you are on a budget, I'll compile the cheapest folder I can." "That'll be 1 spirit coin, sir." Lex handed over the coin, which, by the way, wasn't exactly a cheap price for some basic information. But since Lex didn't want to waste time figuring out things on his own, this would have to do. After accepting the coin, the shopkeeper handed over a simple folder, summoning it out of thin air, and grinned at Lex, as if he had just spent millions in the store instead of a single coin. Chapter 204. New Races. Lex opened the folder that had only a few pages inside. On the first page was a list of cheap places he could stay, listed in terms of geographical distance from Lex's current location, which was the Emporium. The rest of the pages had lists of jobs he could do that didn't require a long vetting process, as well as the basic requirements of each job. It need not be said that each job was targeted towards Chi training realm cultivators. It was not a surprise that the shopkeeper was able to determine his cultivation realm, as there was no way for Lex to hide it unless he used some kind of treasure. But what did surprise Lex was how quickly the man was able to provide such a detailed and well-organized list. Lex had only asked, and the man immediately provided it. "Hey, I come from a human-only planet. Would you happen to have a list of all the different races on this planet and a little bit of information about them?" "Such a list is not a problem at all," the shopkeeper said, summoning another file. "Since this information is all common knowledge, it is much cheaper than your first request, only 2 gold coins. I can also provide a more detailed list, should you need it, but that will raise the price." "No, this will do for now," Lex said as he paid the man and put both folders in his bag and turned to leave, but the shopkeeper stopped him. "Excuse me, sir, before you leave, there are a couple of things which are my responsibility to tell you if you have a few minutes to spare." Lex was in general very impressed by the shop, and so decided to hear him out. "Firstly, sir, the Emporium places a great deal of emphasis on maintaining the client's privacy, and so I would like to assure you that details of a client's purchase history will never be leaked under any circumstances. This is an Infinity Emporium guarantee. Secondly, upon a total expenditure at the value of 10 common grade spirit stones, you become eligible for a basic membership card. The membership has various levels, and at each level, more and more items become available to you to purchase. And thirdly, the Emporium currently has an ongoing sale on skin, wing and horn care products that will end in 7 hours. "Got it, thanks," Lex said, and chuckled as he left. The only skincare he ever indulged in was moving away from body wash, shampoo and shaving foam all in one bottle and getting 3 separate products instead. That was quite enough for him. As soon as Lex left the Emporium, the shopkeeper couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he muttered, "A fancy monocle, Haven't seen one of those in a while. How retro." The first thing Lex did once leaving the fancy shop was head in the direction of the nearest tavern where he could stay, sightseeing along the way. This city he was in was an unusual mix of extremely advanced and extremely basic technology. A good example of that was the hundreds of vehicles flying about in the skies, while an alien equivalent of a donkey cart pulled someone along the street. Or the simple wooden stalls, but with virtual or holographic vendors. He also saw many different races of beings walking around, though humans still maintained the majority. When Lex finally arrived at the tavern, he read the name Bent Benches spelled out in a neon sign, hung across a balcony in the wooden building. It was a curious name, but Lex didn't put much thought into it. When he walked in, though, the building was completely empty. Lex would have expected such a cheap place to be packed with guests, yet not a soul could be seen, not even a worker. On his left was a long, wooden bar, and on his right a long, rectangular room full of empty tables. There was a corridor leading deeper into the building right in front of him, but Lex felt strange about randomly strolling into the building. Maybe there was something he didn't know about how taverns worked in this world. Yet just as he was pondering, he picked up the sound of slow, deliberate breathing. He leaned over the bar and saw a man rocking back and forth in the fetal position, taking deep breaths with his eyes closed. Are you all right?" Lex asked awkwardly. The man was surprised when he heard Lex's voice, and turned to look at him. When he noticed a guest, he flashed him a bright smile and said, "Could you wait just a few minutes? I'm right in the middle of dealing with an anxiety attack." Sure, I guess," Lex replied, as the man flashed him another smile before once again closing his eyes and returning to what he was doing. Lex took a step back to give the man his privacy, as he awkwardly waited for the man. About 15 minutes later, the man stood up as he dusted himself off and approached Lex, with a smile. "Sorry about that, was just dealing with some stuff. You know how it is." The bartender looked fairly young, with ruffled hair and a wrinkled uniform, but at the same time, looked quite presentable. Yeah, sure, totally, no problem. Are you sure you're okay? Do you need more time? No, I'm good. I've gotten pretty good at dealing with those. How can I help you today? I'd like to rent a room for a week. Not a problem at all, that'll be 4 gold coins. Lex handed the man the coins, but the barkeep didn't immediately accept it. He eyed the coins curiously, and then scanned them with a device. Well, it's real gold, but I don't recognize where it's from. Let me guess, you're fresh on the planet. You came at a good time, my friend. It's almost time to harvest the gugu fruit, but you need to be at least in the initial foundation realm to be a harvester. Tough luck, my friend. That's the kind of stuff those scammers leave out when they just want you to fill in the seats in their transport ships. Each year we get a lot of people who come looking for jobs, only to find out later that their level is too low. Lex flashed the man a weak smile, but said nothing. The bartender jumped over the counter and led Lex down the corridor towards his room. There's no room service, so try to keep the place as clean as you can or you'll end up living in a mess. The kitchen's currently out of order as well, so if you want to eat you'll have to go out. I can give you a list of nice places nearby where I usually eat from, if you're interested. The man continued to list everything that was wrong with the place, making Lex wonder if it was even worth the few gold pieces he paid, but when he saw the room that thought went away. Unlike the old and disheveled state of the building, the room was immaculate. There was a massive window with a balcony, a neat king-sized bed, a study table with what Lex assumed was a computer, and a private bathroom. Everything was clean and tidy, and looked relatively new as well. Here's the key, and have a good stay, the bartender said before leaving. The man had a smile on his face the entire time he was with Lex, and had a cheery attitude, so it was hard for Lex to imagine what caused him so many anxiety attacks. Lex put the thought behind him and entered the room, scanning everything with his monocle. After ensuring there weren't any cameras or mics or such in the room, Lex finally relaxed, and took out the folders he received from the Emporium. He scanned both the documents again with his monocle, then began reading the list of potential jobs. Considering the cheap price of accommodation, Lex was no longer in a rush to find a job, but it wasn't a bad idea to be in the know. As could be expected, none of the jobs looked too alluring to Lex, but there were a couple of alternative options listed that Lex wouldn't mind trying. As one can guess, one of those options was betting. Apparently there was some kind of tournament being held nearby by one of the agricultural academies ahead of harvest season. Lex made a mental note of it, not because he was interested in gambling but because he wanted to learn more about the culture of this world. Once he was done with that, it was time for the other list, the one with all the races on this planet. Of course, this did not literally list all species and races, as that would include various wild animals and cattle, but only the species recognized by the Empire as legal citizens. The one that Lex immediately noticed was dragons. Chapter 205. The return of the crazy Cultivation novel. Lex could scarcely believe what he was seeing. Dragons. Actual, living dragons. For a few moments, Lex's imagination went wild as he thought of every fantasy movie he had ever seen, and envisioned the massive, powerful behemoths they depicted. When he finally woke from his fantasies, Lex quickly read the description. Dragons. Massive, reptilian beings with immense power. No actual dragons have been reported in the X-14 star system, but various species of drakes, dragons with impure lineage, were original inhabitants of the system, leading to the belief that dragons may have once lived here. Drakes still reside on multiple planets in the X-14 star system, and are renowned jewelers. Alongside the description was an image of a lizard-like being the size of a rhino. It was covered in brown scales and had large claws. Lex had no idea how a being with claws made jewelry, but he didn't want to sound racist, so he just accepted the description. While going over the list, he discovered that the beings Lex assumed were cat men and women were just a subspecies of humans called Nako, and were just one of the many human subspecies that existed. The list was surprisingly long, and also included Attilomorpher, the race that Remy belonged to. Attilomorpher. New species formed from a mutation of the human subspecies, Attilas. They are able to shapeshift to assume the appearance of any humanoid species, and are born with the ability to traverse space. Attilomorphers are known to be highly aggressive in nature, and own many businesses in the X-14 star system. That was a curious description and caused Lex to wonder why they were listed as a separate race from humans, while so many others were listed as subspecies. Lex noticed a common trend of new species being born from pre-existing ones from the list. He would probably need an in-depth study or report to learn the difference between a subspecies and new species, and how they were identified. For now, he just manually went over the list so that he had some notion of the various races, and made sure that the fancy monocle recorded them all. After that, Lex tried to use the computer so that he could comfortably look up more information, but when he could not figure it out after 20 minutes, decided to simply learn the old-fashioned way, walking around and investigating himself. With no specific idea of where to go, he asked the bartender for directions to the tournament, and then started to stroll in its direction. He took his time and often stopped to listen in on the conversations people were having around him. He didn't want to seem shady, but it was the best way to learn whatever was most relevant at the moment. Most conversations seemed to be focused on the upcoming harvest season. Apparently, the gugu fruit was one of the major cash crops of this planet, with an incredibly high demand for it. Not only was it an incredible spirit fruit, it had many applications in medicine, pill making, alchemy, and many more fields which Lex had no idea about. Most importantly, it was a favorite snack of a type of mount that was very popular among high-level cultivators. As he listened in on conversations, he could not help but imagine what life must be like for a family that used entire planets as farms. Of course, devils were the same, but the Dimitri family consisted of humans, so Lex could relate to them somewhat. It also let him know that his inn wasn't unique or interesting enough for these kinds of guests. Maybe they would come due to the prestige he had built as the innkeeper, but the inn itself was lacking. Eventually, Lex climbed aboard what looked like a tram because reaching his destination was taking too long. Originally, he thought he might get lost, but it seemed a majority of people were heading to the same place. The venue was a massive, square building with endless crowds streaming in. It really bewildered Lex from the popularity this harvesting tournament had, but since most people's livelihoods on the planet were connected to it in some way, it made sense. The entry ticket was a steep, 8 spirit coins. Lex almost immediately decided to skip it, but just as he was turning around, he noticed something. He stood perfectly still as he blatantly listened to a conversation some people were having. No, Lex thought to himself. This can't be, it's impossible. To make sure, Lex walked around outside the venue for a good 30 minutes, and slowly his expression turned from disbelief, to shock, to excitement, then back to disbelief. It was impossible. Things like this didn't happen in real life. It just couldn't be. But it was. Lex hesitated for a moment, then decided to take a risk. Anyway, he had already paid for his stay for a week, so if he fell short on money, he would have time to make it back. As Lex paid for the cheapest possible entry ticket, his mind wandered back to when he last read a very popular cultivation novel, Ultimate King Emperor, All the Gods Call Me Daddy. It was the novel Lex read where the MC's adopted sister was a saintess who was kidnapped by celestial beings and who then killed the MC by destroying his entire planet, but the MC actually reincarnated. Lex had already read the next 1,000 chapters after that, which firmly concluded the first arc, and allowed the MC to finally leave the planet he reincarnated on with a harem of 9 women who were all strong, independent women who were originally stronger than the MC, but somehow lost their will, goals, and personalities once they fell in love and spent their days planting flowers in a garden, waiting for him endlessly, because that's how harems work. Of course, most of those women felt bitter and slight resentment towards the MC, not because he had too many women, but because of his noble and pure heart, which caused him to reject many women. They were upset because he rejected them. Anyway, Lex usually skipped those parts, so that wasn't what he was focused on. During one of the mini-arcs, the MC enters a tournament. Lex remembered that he had to read 17 chapters straight that just consisted of all the viewers simply insulting the MC for no particular reason. Honestly, Lex would have skipped those 17 chapters, but the insults were just so creative that he couldn't stop himself from reading. In the 18th chapter, it was finally revealed that everyone was just sucking up to some big shot who, by happenstance, had only slightly indicated that they had a minor conflict with the MC. Naturally, that minor conflict resulted in a fight that destroyed not only the antagonist's entire family, but several other organizations. He recalled vaguely the original fight being that the MC wore the same color clothes as the antagonist, or something mundane like that. Lex was getting sidetracked in his thoughts again. The main point was, while the MC participated in that tournament, he was the underdog in the tournament, for reasons unknown, started gambling with 10,000 times the return if the MC won. Such a stake in itself was stupid, but the point was the MC finally won and earned a lot of money by betting on himself. The reason Lex was bewildered currently was, word for word, Lex could hear the surrounding people insulting someone called Tetsuya Sagan with the same insults. Furthermore, Lex learned that Tetsuya had only entered the Foundation realm, the minimum requirement to participate, mere minutes before the deadline to enter the tournament. As if that wasn't enough, the rumor was that Tetsuya had a rivalry against the son of the owner of the academy he studied at, who stole Tetsuya's girlfriend. To top it all off, the gambling stakes for Tetsuya were a 10 times return, something Lex actually thought was crazy high. As a sane person, cognizant of the fact that this was reality and not a Cultivation novel, Lex did not believe for a second that the cliché scenario from Cultivation novels was going to play out in front of him. But that could not stop him from betting his last spirit coin on Tetsuya, and finding his way to his seat in a daze. The surrounding people made fun of him too for betting on Tetsuya. How they knew who he bet on was another mystery. But it was too surreal. Everything was happening like in the novel. What Lex didn't realize was that since everything was following such an established cliché trend, in a private room a second-generation brat who was staring at Tetsuya's picture with eyes filled with hate and ridicule was just informed that someone had just placed a bet on Tetsuya. He frowned. How dare someone not follow his exact wishes and actually take advantage of the great odds he himself had personally put up against the brat? Remember him, the spoiled brat said. I'll personally take care of him after the tournament. Chapter 206. Consequence of arrogance. When Lex arrived at his seat, there were already some preliminary matches going on. But Lex had no idea what was happening on stage, so he could not help but ask the people sitting next to him. Sitting beside him was a Roslo, the same species as the purple-skinned, doubled-horned vendor Lex met the first time. According to the description Lex had of their species, they were extremely easy to aggravate, but also very easy to befriend. They were known for their extreme physical prowess, along with the ability to display that prowess with skill and precision. Still, Lex had no trouble having a friendly chat with the Roslo, and asked about how the tournament worked and what he was supposed to be looking for. This particular Roslo was apparently a very skilled harvester and loved talking about it, so it ended up helping Lex. The explanation started with the origin of the tournament. Harvesting gugu fruit, as some may have noticed, was a major trend on the planet. But the harvesting process was not as simple as picking an apple from a tree. The first and most basic requirement was to be in the Foundation realm. This was because, when the fruit was removed from its tree, regardless of whether it was a successful harvest or a failed one, a great deal of spirit energy would be released. Some people may think that being exposed to a great deal of spirit energy was a good thing, but such was not actually the case. Chi training cultivators could not handle a great deal of spirit energy in their body, which is why they cultivated only a few strands of chi. In fact, at each level in the chi training realm, a cultivator would only absorb 11 strands of chi, so that by the 9th level the cultivator would have 99 strands of chi. Absorbing that 100th strand was a part of breaking into the Foundation realm. Therefore, if a large surge of non-neutral spirit energy entered their body, they would immediately suffer from spirit energy poisoning, the effects of which ranged from being bedridden to straight-up death. The next requirement of harvesting gugu fruit was technique, precision, and skill. The fruit that looked like a red mango, but with a harsh exterior like that of pineapple, had to be removed in a certain way to preserve its potency from dropping, and allowing it to be transported for use at a later date. This was a very brief description of the process, like saying a person used fire to heat ingredients as a description for cooking. It wasn't inaccurate, but there was a lot more to it. Such techniques were obviously not practiced on the actual fruit itself, as they had a long maturing period and were extremely valuable, so certain fruits were artificially designed to have the same extraction requirements as the gugu fruit, but had no other value. Naturally, when an environment that had high stakes as well as many highly skilled people was created, it nurtured competition. That is how these tournaments originated. Having a greater understanding of events, Lex paid great attention to the stage. He wanted to get a good understanding of what to expect when Tetsuya finally came on stage. Lex wasn't anticipating his arrival because he was comparing it to the MC from that ridiculous novel that he could not stop binge reading. As free-spirited as he was, he would not waste 80% of his money on a hunch. He had actually received a quest from the system when he first heard people discussing him. New quest. The inn caters to all the universe, but not all guests are the same. The inn is not only a place where guests stay, it is a place to where they may seek refuge on their tumultuous journey in the cultivation world. Help Tetsuya Seigen avoid calamity by having him retreat to the inn. Quest time limit. 10 hours quest reward, support token. Remarks. The system is literally finding good guests for you. Go do something on your own once in a while. Since the inn gave such a high review of Tetsuya, Lex didn't mind betting his money on him. Besides, it wasn't like he was taking any personal risk by doing so. At worst, he would just lose some money, not a big deal. Thinking that, Lex stretched his body as he got comfortable in his seat. He could feel the crowd's anticipation slowly building, and soon the preliminary matches ended and the main event finally started. Lex noticed quite the hype as the contestants came up on stage one by one. One person, in particular, attracted a lot of attention. That's Brent, the Roslo sitting beside told Lex. He's the son of the head of the academy hosting this tournament. Last year, he was in the top 10 for most gugu fruits harvested during the harvest period. There are rumors that this year he's been recruited by the Dmitri family to harvest in their premium fields. Wow, that must pay well, Lex said casually as he stared at Brent. So this was the guy Tetsuya had a rivalry with. Just as Lex was playing out an elaborate backstory in his mind for how their rivalry would play out, another contestant stepped out on stage. It wasn't as far as the crowd starting to boo him, but the negative opinion of the crowd was evident. On the stage a tall, thin man had stepped out with bright red hair and a proud smirk. Lex did not need to be told that this was Tetsuya, but his next actions immediately confused Lex. He went up and greeted Brent, and the two seemed to be having a pleasant conversation. Isn't that Tetsuya? I thought he had a rivalry with Brent. No, not with Brent, the Roslo said with excitement. It seemed like he thoroughly enjoyed gossiping. Brent is the Bast Road son of the owner, and grew up on the streets with Tetsuya. The two of them are like brothers, and it's even said that the whole reason why Brent raised his cultivation so high was because Tetsuya gave him some kind of treasure he found. But the academy owner's rightful son and heir, Darius, who was raised in the lap of luxury, apparently hates Brent, and hates Tetsuya, too. There are even rumors that there have been assassination attempts on Tetsuya. At this point the Roslo was whispering. If people know that he's the victim, why does everyone seem to hate him so much? Lex asked in confusion. In the novel, everyone hated the MC because the villain hated him, but that did not seem to be the case here. The kid is very skilled in combat, and his harvesting technique is not bad, the Roslo said with the air of an expert, but he's too arrogant. He's had a tough life, sure, but who hasn't? He uses overcoming difficulty as an excuse to look down on everyone else. He's always picking fights and insulting everyone, so why would anyone like him? Even when he's in the right, he's too proud to explain, as if everyone should be omniscient and just know not to blame him. Instead of considering that there could be a misunderstanding, he directly picks a fight. And of course, since he's so talented, he wins the fights more often than he loses, which makes people hate him even more. People don't hate him because of anything someone else did, he can manage to attract all that hate on his own. Lex frowned, as he continued to watch the stage. The matches had already begun, and massive trees were raised from holes on the stage, each with various sized fruits hanging from them. The contestants were already harvesting them, with many large screens focused on each of the contestants. Tetsuya's description was quite different from what he expected, but there were all kinds of people, so he couldn't really comment on how Tetsuya should be. Not to mention, this seemed to just be an outsider's opinion on the matter. Maybe things were actually quite different. Regardless, Lex wasn't really interested in making friends, anyway. He just had to slip Tetsuya a key, and let him use it to avoid whatever catastrophe he was about to face. Once that was done, his quest would be complete and Lex could continue exploring this planet and learning about their culture, so he could plan on how to host them better. As much as the crowd was riled up, Lex quickly got bored. That was not to say the tournament was easy, as Lex learnt. Harvesting each fruit was a long and arduous process. But in the end, Lex was just not interested in watching fruit be harvested. Nearly 5 hours later, the tournament finally ended, with Brent coming in first and Tetsuya coming in second. There were moments in the tournament where it seemed Tetsuya was either extremely unlucky or that he was being targeted, as 3 of the fruits he tried to harvest exploded just as he was about to complete the harvest, revealing pests hidden inside the fruit. Despite such a setback, he had somehow managed to come in second, and win some prizes, as well as the right to participate during the actual harvest. Lex quickly went to gather his winnings, 10 spirit coins, and then began to think about how he was going to meet Tetsuya. As he was not experienced in these matters, and since he was not expecting it, Lex was completely unaware that he was being followed from the moment he collected his winnings. Some people in the crowd noticed when the number of followers slowly increased, but they said nothing. It was best to stay uninvolved in other people's trouble, not to mention they could soon be getting a free show. Chapter 207. Volcanic Rage. Once the tournament was over and he collected all his winnings, Tetsuya did not forget to go collect his winnings from the bet. Although he did not get first, which, even without his bad luck, he probably would not have gotten, the bets were on his being in the top 3. Unlike Brent, who had multiple sources of income to support him, Tetsuya did not, so every spirit coin mattered. Naturally, since he was stepping into the public, he was wearing a face mask to hide his identity. He wasn't oblivious to the fact that he wasn't well liked, but couldn't find it in himself to care. The only reason he even wore a mask was because his time was valuable and better spent elsewhere than arguing with an idiotic mob. When he went up to the counter to collect his winnings, he did not bother with any small talk and just handed the man his slip. The man, on the other hand, could not prevent himself from chatting a little. Must be to catch a break like this, huh? You know, you're the second person to collect winnings from betting on that Tetsuya kid. Though, your winnings are a lot more than his, I can tell you that. Someone else bet on Tetsuya. He couldn't help but ask, surprised. Isn't he afraid of Darius? Aren't you? The man asked, finally handing over Tetsuya's winnings. He looked like a foreigner, and didn't bet much. It doesn't look like he knew what he was doing, maybe he just saw the stakes and couldn't help himself. Stuff like this happens. Tetsuya nodded to the man, and left with his winnings. He could not help but find himself musing. On the off chance that this wasn't a foreigner being ignorant, he better go check things out. It was not like he wanted to go and help Darius out, but in the event that this was a trap and something happened to him, Tetsuya would shoulder the blame. As for the possibility that Darius wouldn't pursue this matter, it was impossible. That brat was too small-minded and egotistical to leave things like this alone. On the bright side, because of that, tracking Darius would be extremely easy. He just hoped he made it in time. Lex was casually looking for a restaurant to eat nearby. He wanted to treat himself a little before he went looking for Tetsuya. At first he was concerned that he wouldn't have a way to reach him, but it turned out that he was extremely notorious and many people knew the location of his apartment, as the place always attracted a lot of trouble. In a situation like this, finding him wouldn't be the issue. It was convincing him to use the key when he was in trouble that was difficult. During this time, he was woefully ignorant of the few people following him from a distance. They were waiting for the moment Darius would catch up with them. If not for that, they would have taken care of the target already. They followed him to a restaurant, and then decided to clear the street outside while they waited. Soon, the crowds dispersed, and the unusually quiet street stood out drastically in such a busy city. They didn't care though, as that had nothing to do with them. When Darius finally arrived, it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. Not only had that insufferable Tetsuya come in second, more importantly, Brent had come first. The more they displayed their talents, the worse off Darius would look. After all, while they were busy harvesting the fruit, Darius had not even broken into the Foundation realm yet. He was at the peak of chi training, but because he had relied heavily on medication to reach this realm, he couldn't break through so easily. It would require sufficient preparation. Where is he? Darius roared as soon as he entered the street. He's in the restaurant, boss, one of his faithful goons answered. Should we go drag him out? No, I have a better idea, he said with an ugly, evil grin. A short while later, Lex exited the restaurant feeling extremely satisfied. He had no idea what he had eaten, and as far as he could tell the dish consisted mostly of some kind of vegetables he'd never seen. But not only was it spirit food, the flavor was beyond anything he had ever tried. Lex had already decided to gather as many seeds from this planet as he could. While he was lost in his thoughts, something distracted him the moment he stepped out of the shop. Why was the street empty? But, before he could think more on the matter, something smacked him straight on the forehead. Lex's body was hurled off to the side and smashed into a nearby pole. The attack was so sudden and so heavy, even after he had fallen to the ground, he did not completely understand what was happening. His head was spinning and his ears were ringing. He tried to gather his thoughts, but it seemed he was concussed. He saw dirt and blood. He tried moving his arms, but suddenly felt like he couldn't find them. After a couple of moments, he started to recover, and could hear the sound of laughter. He picked up his head to look around, as he brought his hand to his head, and felt the blood dripping down his face. "Boss, I think he's still alive," one of the goons said, noticing Lex move. "Well, I'll be damned, he survived a hit of my full strength. I guess he needs a little bit more of my love," Darius said with a malevolent grin as he walked towards Lex, holding something similar to a baseball bat in his hand. The end of the bat was covered in sharp spikes, one of which was covered in blood. The next moment, Lex finally recovered, his thoughts started to flow once again. At first he was confused. He was being attacked, why? Then came the anger. In his entire life, Lex had never been assaulted by another human. The training with Marlowe hardly counted, as that was training. Neither the zombies nor the wolves that once nearly killed him either affected him in the same way as he was being affected now. In Lex's mind, they were beings of a different species, and so it made sense that they would fight. But while he had been in difficult situations with humans, he had never been successfully attacked like this. Not to mention, since he was homeschooled, Lex had no experience with bullies either. So now that he was attacked by humans, for seemingly no reason, he was filled with a rage the likes of which he had never known. The chi in his body flowed like burning lava, and he used auxiliary burst flawlessly, one of the two offensive spirit techniques he knew, and fired the heavy Harley directly at his attacker's face. Auxiliary burst increased the damage of any attack it supplemented, which, combined with the close range and power of the gun, all smashed into his attack like a cannon. Lex was attacking to kill, and currently he had no thoughts of morality or right and wrong in his mind, he only wanted them to die. His rage affected him in a way Lex had never experienced before, and he had already entered the state of flow he was so familiar with, but this time it was stronger than ever before. Lex's accuracy was on target to the millimeter, and even as the man with the bat fell backwards, each bullet continued to hit him directly in the center of his forehead, though they couldn't seem to pierce his skin. The goons who had been laughing and enjoying themselves so far were shocked by the sudden change, and by the time any of them reacted, Lex had already fired 10 shots. Shouts of anger and panic filled the street as some sprinted towards Lex while others towards Darius. But even outnumbered, they held no advantage over the enraged Lex, who had by now gotten on his feet. After 10 shots, he was fairly certain that the man with the bat was wearing some kind of treasure that Lex could not break, so he turned his target to the others. Drawing his short sword and holding it in his left hand and the gun in his right, Lex released a vicious battle cry as he met his foes in battle. Lex did not even realize that he was using Falcon Relief, Chi Repulsor and Chi Blade and Auxiliary Burst all at once, as his focus was on his foes. Balancing on the heel of his foot, he twisted as he dodged an attack and swung his blade towards the nearest goon, and shot his gun at one farther away without looking. It was not a fight but a slaughter, as even once none of the goons were able to exchange a single attack with Lex. In the distance, Tetsuya munched on a snack as he watched the fight. The kid was young, but he wasn't bad. Yet despite his amazing display, his inexperience was evident in Tetsuya's eyes. Still, for now, he only watched. Chapter 208. Exhausted after a couple of minutes, 4 bodies lay on the ground near Lex, either groaning in pain or passed out. While there was blood on the floor, it wasn't nearly as much when considering the kinds of wounds inflicted by Lex. These goons must have had some kind of protective or healing treasures on them, yet that mattered little right now to Lex. While 4 goons were down, 4 more stood by Darius, who had gotten up from the ground, holding a hand over his forehead where Lex had shot him. His face was entirely red, though you could not tell if it was from pain or anger. "I'll kill you," he roared as he gave Lex his ugliest and most despicable glare. Yet Lex did not give him the reaction he wanted. Lex did not cower in fear or beg for forgiveness, but just gave him a sneer. Though blinded by rage himself, Lex was cognizant of the fact that this person had not come here to simply rough him up. Let alone that he was smacked directly on his head by a metal bat using the full physical strength of what Lex assumed was a peak chi training realm cultivator, but the end of the bat was covered in sharp pikes. He could distinctly see blood only on one of the spikes, and was aware of the fact that he had just gotten extremely lucky that the spike hadn't been able to puncture his skull. Otherwise, Lex would be dead. When that thought went through his mind, Lex was enraged even more. He holstered his gun and reached his hand into his bag. Since Lex was able to sense spirit energy now, he was better able to gauge the realms of those near him. Just based on the sheer magnitude of the pressure that two of them gave off, Lex knew they were Foundation realm experts. But so what? Since he had started traveling across planets again, he had taken precautions for even if he faced Golden Core experts, let alone two Foundation realm ones. Of course, neither Darius nor the others intended to give him the time to retrieve whatever he wanted from the bad and attacked him. While Lex was still able to keep up with the speed of the other goons and dodge them, there was nothing he could do to keep up with the Foundation realm ones, so he immediately deployed the talisman shield. The shield was 1.5 foot wide and 4 feet long, and hovered around Lex freely. Once activated, it would block attacks on its own, and would last as long as the energy in the talisman didn't fade or until Lex dismissed it. Activating and dismissing it were easy, but they both required Lex to consciously choose to do so. Fortunately, this talisman shield Lex bought from Chen was actually a Jotun product, and was quite strong. This was because the two Foundation experts' attacks landed as soon as he deployed the shield, hurling Lex back. But even as Lex fell back, he was not distracted, and pulled out a few tiny cylindrical items from the bag and flung one of them at the goons. The strongest two goons immediately realized the threat and retreated, but the rest were not so fast and were struck by a spiritual blast. The two Chi training realm goons were directly knocked out as their bodies flung into the air. Darius was protected by some kind of treasure once again, but even that could not stop him from falling backwards. Just as Lex was about to rush forward to continue attacking them, he ran out of Chi. All the techniques he was using immediately stopped, and exhaustion hit Lex like a sledgehammer. This was the first time he had been completely drained of Chi since he entered the realm, and he nearly blacked out from the shock of running out of Chi and his techniques being forcefully stopped. But while he managed to keep himself awake, his state of rage-fueled flow was broken. But while Lex was suddenly out of breath, and it took a great deal of effort to use his brain, and he was almost entirely physically drained, he could still continue to fight. As if making a decision, his face hardened as he reached into his backpack one more time to search for something. But before the goons could attack him again, and before Lex could continue to fight, another person appeared in Lex's sight. He wasted no time and smashed a brick against the goons' heads, knocking them out, before kicking Darius in the face to reach the same result. Lex recognized this new person immediately. It was Tetsuya. Up close, he looked even more ordinary than he had on the screen, and Lex couldn't help noticing that his cheeks had a slight dip, as if he was starved and malnourished. "Not a bad performance," Tetsuya said casually, and he reached down and started patting Darius and his goons. Lex was momentarily confused before realizing he was robbing them. "You were a little heavy-handed on the Chi usage, which was a mistake. Always try to leave at least 30% of your Chi reserves to run away. If you dip that low and the fight hasn't ended, it's time for you to run away." "I could still fight them," Lex said hoarsely. "Yeah, I noticed," he said, as he eyed Lex's backpack warily. "But I suspect anything you did now would kill these guys. Don't misunderstand me, I have no love for these guys. But, as much as I want to, I can't let this guy die," Tetsuya said as he stripped Darius of all his valuables. "Why?" Lex asked, ignoring the increasingly frustrating headache he was developing. The ringing in his ears had only gotten worse after he ran out of Chi, and while he was slowly catching his breath again, it was very irritating. "You see, this little brat has a great enmity against me. It's no secret that he's moved against me both openly and under the table. The problem with such a situation is that, should anything happen to this runt, I will be the first person blamed. That will make it impossible for me to ever leave this planet. So, as long as I am on this planet, I have to take care of this idiot. Why don't you just leave?" Lex asked, confused, but Tetsuya didn't reply, and only smiled at Lex. "I take it you're a foreigner here, since you were stupid enough to bet on me. In that case, I'll help you a little. While this kid and his family can be considered local big shots, it's only in this city. If you stay here, they'll come back for revenge unless you find a backer. But if you leave the city discreetly, then they'll be hard-pressed to find you. Also, while I don't really care about the rest, my suggestion is that you don't kill them. That way, the local police will be forced to start an investigation." Lex looked at the various goons laying on the floor. Now that his anger had disappeared, his inclination to kill them had also gone as well. In fact, he was feeling a little conflicted about how easy it was for him to decide to kill them. Tetsuya saw the hesitation in Lex's eyes, but did not comment on it. "Since I only came at the end, I won't take much. "This is your share of the loot," he said, as he neatly put an assortment of seemingly random items in a bag and handed them to Lex. He did, however, easily recognize the few dozen spirit stones and a pouch full of spirit coins that also went in the bag. With that, Tetsuya grabbed Darius by the leg, and began pulling him away with a casual smile. It was as if he didn't take the situation seriously at all. "Wait, take this," Lex called out, as he threw a golden key at the man. "Take it as a thank you gift for helping me out. Crush it, if you're ever in trouble you can't handle." Tetsuya caught the golden key, and observed it carefully. He had noticed Lex using various weapons, so he assumed this was just one more and put it in his pocket. Lex had used some powerful weapons that weren't so easy to get on X-142, so he took his words seriously. "If I were you, I would get on the first ride out of this city. There's a train station nearby, so if you have nothing holding you back, that's the destination I would suggest for you." With that, Tetsuya left. He had already spoken more to Lex than he did to most people, and his social battery was running dry. Lex, who stood there for a couple more moments, let out an exhausted sigh as he turned and started jogging away with 2 bags on his back. He regretted paying rent at his hotel already, but this wasn't so bad either. Why should he spend his time on this planet cooped up in a tavern? No, Lex would take on the role of a tourist, and explore. Once he had left, some people finally stuck their heads out of the shops nearby, and quickly started sharing the videos they took of the fight. It wasn't every day you got entertainment like this on X-142. Chapter 209. Get that cash money, baby. After jogging for a couple of minutes and finally entering a busy street, Lex entered a random shop and asked to use the restroom, dropping a spirit coin in the shopkeeper's hands. The obvious bribe, along with his blood-covered face and clothes, prompted the shopkeeper to quickly guide him to the restroom. Cleaning the clothes was fairly easy, as the blood washed right off whatever synthetic material they were made from. He cleaned his sword as well and quickly checked to see if any of his other pieces of equipment had blood on them. Once that was done, Lex pulled out a first aid kit from his bag and looked at himself in the mirror. He'd never done anything like this before, and though Lex was not squeamish, he still needed to mentally prepare himself before he began. Something like the needle failing to pierce his skin due to his increased defense did not happen because Lex had ensured to get equipment suitable for his body. While it did not pierce his skin easily, it got the job done. Having zero prior experience and only a YouTube tutorial seen long ago as a guide, Lex's stitches were not neat, but he managed to close the wound on his left temple. He put a band-aid over it to hide his shoddy work and downed a bottle of Bodlum Dew. It was convenient having a quick fix potion, and Lex planned on enjoying it while he could, as once he entered the Foundation realm it would no longer be effective on him. As it was, due to his body, soul and spirit being combined, his healing capability was already slowed down. Yet Lex did not mind that at all, as had he been even slightly weaker. That thought kept shaking him every time he thought about it, and his guilt at wanting to kill those guys had long disappeared. Maybe if he actually ended up killing someone, Lex might have reacted differently, but as it was, Lex actually found it difficult to make himself feel anything other than anger. A lifetime of watching TV and reading novels told Lex that maybe he should have been feeling some kind of negative reaction to the thought, but he honestly wasn't, and he couldn't be bothered to care more about it. Once he was done, Lex quickly put his clothes back on and left, asking the shopkeeper if there was something akin to a taxi. There was, and soon Lex found himself sitting in a flying pod that was dashing through the air towards his destination. The air pod, as it was called, was just big enough to fit a sofa on which Lex sat, and accommodate a holographic screen in front of him. The experience was amazing, but unfortunately, Lex had only just begun to explore intergalactic TV when the pod stopped, and opened up to reveal the Infinity Emporium. Since Lex was planning on leaving, there was no way he would leave the quest unfinished. Lex had spent some time thinking of what exactly to sell to the Emporium. Naturally, all the items supplied by the inn were considered by him, including even the lotus he carried on his back, but a random idea struck him. Since the Emporium sold everything, they also likely bought everything, including information. As far as information was concerned, there were a lot of things that could be sold, including the information about the devil Loretta's father being an insanely powerful cultivator. But Lex did not want to get involved in selling any of his guests' personal information, as that might lead to problems down the road. He did, however, recall something that he once longed for. He wrote down the exact information he got from the system regarding this specific matter, and wanted to see if the Emporium would buy it. He entered the shop, once again marveling at how effortlessly the shop separated him from the other guests, and walked towards the familiar shopkeeper. "Hey man, I have a few things I wanted to buy, as well as a few things I wanted to sell. I was hoping you could help me out." "I would be most happy to help with that," the shopkeeper said with an air of familiarity. "I never caught your name last time. I'm Lex, by the way." "How rude of me. My name is Powell Grant. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lex." "Likewise, Powell, likewise. Now, Powell, I'm facing a bit of a conundrum and I was hoping you could help me out. Most of the things I intend to sell should be pretty easy for you to appraise," he said, as he slung the bag Tetsuya had given him off his shoulder. "But I do have something that I'm concerned you might not be able to identify the proper worth of." "Oh, please, do elaborate, and I'll help you however I can. I assure you, so long as the business is authentic, we never turn it away." "See, that's just the thing. I have a piece of information I'm looking to sell, some very valuable information at that. Now, I know the information I'm selling is accurate, but how do I convince you that it is true? Because if I hand it over, and you don't believe it, that'll be quite a loss for me." "I see your point," Powell said, nodding his head. "Normally information comes from reputable sources, but what does someone who does not yet have a reputation do? Of course, we have a few ways of authenticating information. Please, follow me." Powell opened up a latch on the side and lifted the counter, providing Lex a way to follow him to the back of the store. Lex followed the shopkeeper into a room, but paused the moment he stepped in. This room was like something out of a movie. Everything in the room was white, from the walls to the furniture and even the paintings that were made from different shades of white. In the center of the room were two sofas facing each other, with a table between them. On the table was a white orb. "Please, have a seat," Powell said, his voice coming out in a whisper. That's when Lex noticed that the man's clothes had also changed color and become white. He looked down, and even his own clothes, while still being exactly the same, had changed their colors to white. "Strange room," Lex said, and was shocked to find that even his voice became a whisper without him meaning to do so. Intrigued, he sat opposite Powell, who had summoned a white paper cuff. "There are two ways we use to authenticate information, both of which are employed in this room. You can wear this cuff, and put your hand over the orb and provide me with the information you wish to sell. The cuff will detect if you are lying, and will change color if you are. But that is not normally enough, as informants can sometimes be misinformed. The second judge is the orb, as it detects your karma regarding the information you provide. If anyone has tampered with you, or the information, the orb will detect it. If you pass both of these tests, we consider the information you provide to be true and accurate." Lex put on the cuff, but before he placed his hand on the orb, asked, "And what will you do if the information is extremely valuable? Are you sure you can pay me appropriately? It's an Infinity Emporium guarantee. So long as the business is authentic, we can handle it." Lex raised an eyebrow and decided to test it. It wasn't like he was losing anything by trying this out, as he was just giving away some information that was useless to him. On the off chance that the Emporium wasn't able to buy the information he was selling, he wondered what would happen to the quest. After all, the information directly referenced Dao Lords. "Some time ago, I managed to secretly obtain information about a unique item called the Bangle of Narn. The bangle is actually a single galaxy condensed into a bangle form, that can be worn without any harmful consequences. Everything that exists within that galaxy can be used and controlled by the wearer. The aura of the bangle cannot be suppressed and can be easily identified by all Dollard realm cultivators within 99 million light-years." Lex eyed the cuff as well as the orb, but neither of them had any reaction. When he looked at Powell though, his reaction was very satisfying. His jaw hung open in shock as he stared at the orb for any signs of a liar interference, but there were none. But, as shocked as he was, he quickly recovered, and gave Lex a smile with the warmth and passion of a lover. "Lex, no, Mr. Lex, do you happen to know anything about the bangle's location? Or the owner?" "Unfortunately not," Lex replied with a chuckle. He himself almost became the owner of it once, but as tempting as it was to own an entire galaxy's wealth, he did not regret giving it up. He tried not to dwell on the fact that even the Jotun Empire was not able to flawlessly wield the wealth of an entire galaxy, despite owning many. "How unfortunate," Powell replied with actual regret on his face. But he composed himself quickly and returned to the matter at hand. Mr. Lex, the information you have provided is truly valuable, despite not having any information on its location. First, I would like to thank you for trusting the Emporium with this boon. Second, I would like to ask, how would you like to get paid? Chapter 210. When the arrogant fall, I would like to ask, how would you like to get paid? Powell asked, smiling as if he was the one getting paid instead. Well, why don't you tell me what options I have and then I'll consider it. Yes, of course. I'll start by explaining how the Emporium membership works. The most basic customers we cater to are non-members, but depending on how much money they spend, they can get membership for our establishment. But the membership is not so simple, as it has levels. To grow from one level to the next, the first requirement is to spend a certain amount of money. However, clients of a certain stature automatically membership based on their cultivation. Body tempering is equivalent to level 1, though they don't get automatic membership. Chi training is level 2, foundation is level 3, and so forth. To make it easier to understand, each level member has access to a greater number of our items. The information you sold to us touches upon the boundary of level 9 membership, but doesn't quite cross it, and so it is categorized at level 8. Suffice to say, for selling such information to us, you automatically get level 8 membership and have access to all our treasures or information up to that level. You can accept payment in the form of spirit stones, treasures, information, or store credit as you desire. I must let you know that this is only a small store, so we don't have all the items you might see on the list, but as long as it is within a branch on this planet we can have them teleported over from our other branches immediately, so it should not be a concern. That's great, show me the list. But at the same time, there are a few things I need, so how about I ask you about them, and you can guide me? Certainly, said Powell, as he handed Lex a tablet with a long list displayed on it. Well, first of all, if I'm going to trade for a lot of items, it'll be a hassle to carry all of them around, as I will be traveling for a short while. We do have a few items with spatial properties that are categorized as level 7, but unfortunately, none of them are on this planet. An alternative I can offer you is a locker. You can place any items you get in the locker where the Emporium will take responsibility for their safety. The locker also comes with a key, which you can use to teleport the contents of the locker inside to yourself. The key will be linked to you, so that in case you lose it, someone else cannot use it to retrieve your items. I guess that'll do, Lex said, disappointed he couldn't get the spatial items. He really wanted to be able to summon and put away his belongings the way he did with related items from his inventory. Unfortunately, as incooperative as the system was, Lex could only place items he got from the system in his inventory, not other things. Alright, the first thing I need, and I think this is the perfect planet for that, is some fertilizer for a plant I have at the Golden Core realm. I want to help it grow as fast as I can. Indeed, we have an excellent selection for that, Powell said, and pulled up some items on the tablet to show Lex. Lex did not hesitate to buy double the recommended amount of fertilizer for the delinquent vine back at the inn. It was unfortunate that this planet only grew plants up to a certain level, as the options of fertilizers would have been even better options. Lex also bought various seeds and saplings for fruit trees and vegetables. He would need to grow the area for the greenhouse once he got back, but he didn't mind. This was a good problem to have. Next, he bought an excellent binding technique for pets. It wasn't that he doubted Fenrir would not be loyal, but a binding technique would not only make it easier for Lex to communicate and help grow Fenrir, it would aid in the growth of both Fenrir and Lex. As long as one of them was stronger than the other, the technique would have a nurturing effect on the weaker one, as a result of the technique. Of course, regardless of who was stronger, Lex would remain the controller of the technique. He also bought some ointments that would help him increase the speed of his cultivation. It had become abundantly obvious to him that because he was cultivating the Trinity, his body, soul and spirit, his speed was devastatingly slow. It was literally impossible to cultivate without external help. He bought himself a self-activating defense treasure, in case he suffered a surprise attack like last time. He also did not forget to buy more detailed information about the X-14 system as well as the Dimitri family. That took care of the things he already had in mind. After that, he began perusing the list for what they had. The list was expansive, to say the least. He ended up buying a lot of things, as well as information, that he thought would serve him well in the future, including a seemingly indestructible locket. There was nothing else special about it, as far as anyone could tell, but Lex had a workaround for that, and anything indestructible had to be precious. Unfortunately, Lex was severely limited in what he could buy, as there was almost nothing above level 4 on this planet, in keeping with the buying power of this planet. With quite a bit of credit left, and no idea of what else to buy, Lex spent it all on spirit stones, seeds, ores and a few pieces of technology. He had no interest in maintaining any credit at the Emporium, as he had no idea when he would encounter it again. Then, stuffing everything he bought into one of the Emporium's lockers, Lex finally left. He'd ended up spending over an hour here, much longer than he was expecting, and now he just wanted to leave as quickly as possible to avoid any possible trouble. Putting on a mask he bought before leaving the shop, Lex stepped out confidently and hailed an air pod to the train station. He was expecting that the trains here would actually be vastly different from what he was used to on Earth, but that wasn't actually the case. The trains looked remarkably similar to bullet trains back on Earth, but Lex wasn't in the mood to speculate on the reason at the moment. Since he had obtained information on this entire star system, he naturally also knew a lot about this planet. He already had a destination in mind, and after buying a ticket for a private room, boarded the train. To Lex's great relief, no problems occurred while he waited, and eventually, the train departed safely. Tetsuya did not avoid the public crowd as he dragged Darius' body back to his house, and left him lying in front of the gate once he arrived. If something still happened to him after Tetsuya brought him back home, then no one could blame him. He wasn't really afraid of any retaliation, as the only ones on this planet he feared was the Dmitri family. This was because on this planet, anyone who surpassed the Foundation realm and entered the Golden Core was asked to leave the planet. The only Golden Core experts on this planet were direct Dmitri family members of employees. The reasoning for this was complex and served many purposes, but the result was that Tetsuya felt extremely safe. He had even fought off Foundation enemies while he was still in the Chi training realm, let alone now that he was in the Foundation himself. It was this well-earned arrogance that resulted in what happened next. Darius had hired sufficiently skilled people long before today to take care of Tetsuya. It was just that they happened to act shortly after LX thoroughly humiliated Darius in a public way as they were making preparations. The moment Tetsuya entered his home, it exploded. This was not a small explosion that could be covered up by local forces, this would directly attract the attention of the Dmitri family. But the assassination was far from over. Wounded, Tetsuya was trying to understand what happened from behind the protective cover of a defensive treasure, when something rammed through the cover of the treasure and directly blew his right arm off. It was only after he suffered the injury that the sound of a sniper shot rang through the street. Tetsuya, despite still being in shock, tried to move away, but the trap this time was too well devised. Before he could move, however, another shot blasted a hole directly through his chest. Tetsuya could not even fall as he was already on the ground, his eyes wide open in shock, his brain slowly shutting down, when a piece of debris fell on top of him, supposedly crushing him. But before he was crushed, it happened to break the golden key, teleporting the critically wounded man away. But no one saw him disappear. All the cameras which had been recording the whole incident caught a massive piece of debris crushing his body, before it too was covered in the fire that the explosion had started. Far away, the sniper sent the video to Darius before packing up and starting to run away. He had to get off this planet, or he would be the next one to suffer. Chapter 211. Peacock Warriors Bonus Chapter. A little girl was walking by herself as she explored the inn. Even though she was currently walking in the plain garden behind the Midnight Manor, this was the most beautiful place she had ever seen. But she was not lost in wonder as she explored this new terrain. No, she was scouting this new and probably dangerous place, no matter what Grandma No said. As a 7-year-old, she was already a big girl now, so she had to do her part in keeping her family safe. Speaking of family, hers was the equivalent of royalty back on Vegas Minima. Grandma No told her that her parents were the strongest natives of the planet, and before the arrival of the Jotun forces, they used their own power to protect the largest remaining human sanctuary on the planet. Although it was a city, it housed nearly 10 million people, all of whom were under her parents' protection for almost 200 years. The little girl, Layla, had grown up hardly ever meeting her parents, since they were always fighting zombies, and spent most of her time under Grandma No's care. That care, on a planet such as Vegas Minima, took the form of extreme discipline and training. Not a day in her life had gone by, as far as she could remember, that Grandma No didn't strap down and bound a zombie, and then made her kill it. She had grown up under the constant threat of annihilation, so the sudden change on the planet caught her unaware and she could not cope. Many people told her that she was safe now, and didn't need to worry, but she could not adapt. So she continued her training and maintained her vigilance. This morning, Grandma No told her that her father had been appointed governor of Vegas Minima on behalf of the Jotun Empire, and once things were finally settled, she would be able to live with them soon. Then her grandma brought her here, in wait for her parents, who were apparently somewhere far away. But while her grandma said this place was safe, Layla would not risk anyone's life, and so took it upon herself to scout the area. She saw a lot of strangely dressed people and strange animals. Though they looked to be non-hostile, she kept her distance, and a dagger neatly tucked into her sleeve. That is when she encountered her first threat, and it was extremely menacing. It had an oval head, with a beak sharp enough to pierce through a man. Its eyes were hidden in a streak of black feathers, with white streaks surrounding the black like war paint. It had a long, blue neck to give it extreme reach, and the feathers behind its neck had opened up into a massive fan. Dozens of eyes were imprinted on the feathers, all staring at Layla, as if ready to hunt. Just as she was about to grip her dagger, one of the ladies wearing the inn uniform approached her. "This bird is called a peacock. It's extremely gentle and loving, you do not need to be afraid." "I am not afraid," Layla quickly said, though her eyes were still focused on this obvious predator. "My name is Valma. What's your name?" the lady asked with a smile. Layla, however, did not reply, and eyed Velma suspiciously. Was this lady getting close to her to reach her parents? It was not the first time that had happened, and she would not let her succeed. Noticing the little girl's wariness, Velma decided to change the topic. "Are you here with someone? Did you get lost? I can help you find them if you're looking for them." "No, Grandma No knows where I am. She's very strong, so she always knows where I am," Layla said, her voice carrying an underlying threat. Velma, however, only chuckled when she heard her. "In that case, do you want me to show you around? If you want, I can ask Little Blue to let you ride on its back." Before Layla could ask who Little Blue was, Velma pointed towards a baby whale that was flying close to the ground. Behind it, Fenrir chased as quickly as it could. Though Fenrir had a higher cultivation than Little Blue, since the latter was flying, it was much quicker. At first, the two animals looked extremely scary to Layla, but then she noticed the many flowers sticking out of Fenrir's fur. Little Blue had showered Fenrir in flowers from near the greenhouse, and many of them had gotten stuck. Since then, they had started a game of tag that never ended, mostly because Little Blue would fly out of reach whenever Fenrir got too close. After watching them for a bit, she admitted that the two animals looked cute. But the thing was, she did not understand what cute was. Instead of thinking about it, it was more of a feeling she had never felt before. She was too confused to respond to Velma. "I'll just go back to Grandma," she said, deciding this place was too strange. "Sure," Velma said, and accompanied her back to the manor. Inside the manor, a middle-aged woman sat leaning back in a chair in the restaurant, smoking a cigar. In front of her sat Hera, who was elaborating on the details of a trade agreement that Will had proposed between the two planets, or more specifically, the two parties from these two planets. Normally Hera would not have brought her son Jimmy with her in such an environment, but fortunately the air in the inn was very clean, and none of the smoke from the cigar ever made it to her child, who was standing meekly behind her chair. Just as they were in the middle of their discussion, a little girl ran into the middle-aged woman's arms and whispered, "Grandma No, this place is very dangerous. I saw a lot of monsters. If it's dangerous, then form a hunting party. We do not shy away from it," No said, smiling at her granddaughter. "Look, even that little kid is here, and he's even younger than you." Layla turned to look at Jimmy, who was peeking at her from behind his mother, and competition flashed in her eyes. "HMPH, I'm not afraid. I'm just submitting my scouting report," she said stubbornly, before pulling out of her grandmother's arms and eyed the little boy. "Come, you're in my hunting party now," she boldly declared, before pulling Jimmy away to hunt some peacocks. Hera was hesitant, but eventually she said nothing. It was good that Jimmy finally had a chance to make some friends. On that day, in that backyard, the gallant peacock warriors gathered its first two members. Chapter 212. Support token. Lex sat comfortably in his private room, with his legs stretched out on an ottoman in front of him. A plate of small, Wrapped sweets had been waiting for him when he entered the room, some of which he had picked through and they were phenomenal. More and more, Lex was beginning to like this planet for its food, but that may simply be a result of excellent ingredients. After all, this was an agricultural planet, so their ingredients must be extremely fresh. Lex munched on another sweet as he read through the description of his reward for completing the quest to sell something to the Emporium. His quest ranking had ended up being an A, which influenced his reward naturally. But that's where the peculiarity of the special quest came in, as the system asked him if he had a reward in mind. Lex went through his quests that remained incomplete, and was reminded of one to find someone to help him run a new service. With that in mind, he asked to find the perfect employee that fit this role. The system could not reward an employee directly, but the reward was still influenced by the request. It directly scanned all the planets connected to the inn, and provided him with a list of beings most suitable for the job. The list was very lengthy, with over 100 candidates, and Lex intended to go through the list thoroughly before he made a decision. It was while he was doing this that he got another quest complete notification. Quest complete. Help Tetsuya avoid calamity by having him retreat to the inn. Quest reward. Support token. Remarks. Completed the quest on a technicality, now you're thinking like an entrepreneur. Lex was confused by the remark, as he could not tell if the system was insulting him or complimenting him. Hey Mary, have we received a new guest? His name should be Tetsuya, he might be hurt. Yeah, we did, she replied hesitantly. But he's not just wounded, he's on the verge of death. His cultivation has been scrapped, and he has a massive hole in his chest and a missing arm. Since he had a lot of treasures on his body, and his cultivation level fell below yours, I used those as payments and sent him directly to the organic reconstruction room. However, since you never set a price for the ore, it was charged at cost, which is 1000 megapixels per hour. Lex bolted upright when he heard the news. Tetsuya was pretty strong, as Lex had witnessed himself, as he managed to incapacitate Foundation realm experts with ease. Lex could not imagine how he ended up in such a wounded state. Despite all he had been through, this was the first time someone had used his ore, which could reconstruct missing or crippled body parts. The only limitation to the ORR was that it was limited by his own cultivation, and could only work on those at his level or below it. Alright, keep me updated on his condition. With that taken care of, Lex leaned back in his chair and wondered if Tetsuya had been implicated because of him. It seemed unlikely, as he had received a quest long before he even decided to enter the arena. As for being concerned whether he would get dragged into this mess, Lex wasn't worried at all. One of the items Lex had purchased from the Emporium was called the Insincere Medallion. Its effect was not perfect, but it was good enough to hide his tracks in a situation where he wasn't being directly followed. The medallion basically hid everything about him as long as he was wearing it. If he left a fingerprint on an item, it would not be his. If he dropped hair, it would not match his DNA. If he was photographed by a surveillance camera, the image that would show up would not be his. Dogs would not be able to track his scent and his footprints would be wrong. Basically, any tracks he left behind would be wrong in some way. Of course, if someone had their eyes on him, and followed him directly, the medallion could do nothing about that. But he felt safe, for now at least. He looked at his latest quest reward, the support token, and smiled. It was very useful. Support token. Select an inn employee. Once selected, you can summon that employee from the inn to your location, regardless of where you are in the universe. You can also unsummon the employee. This token was actually perfect. It was not like he was getting attached or anything, but he had been concerned about leaving Fenrir alone for long periods. Although he left the pup in the care of the turtle, and he had little Blue to accompany him, Fenrir was still extremely attached to Lex. As he was a member of the inn in an official capacity as protector, this token worked perfectly on him. Lex used the token to bind it to Fenrir, and directly summoned him into the private room. That was a mistake, as Lex had momentarily forgotten how big the wolf was, not to mention it had been slowly growing bigger as time went by. The private room was immediately filled by the giant dog that looked confused for a moment, then immediately recognized Lex, and sat down as it tried to rub its massive head against Lex's body. Lex had spent time in front of Fenrir without the host attire on when they were staying in the apartment, which is why the pup suffered from no confusion in recognizing him. Lex scratched the massive pup, unaware of the warm smile that had appeared on his face. Finally, After spending some time consoling the pet, he started preparing to use the binding technique on Fenrir. Technically, Lex himself was too weak to use the technique, so what he got was a primed talisman that would automatically implement the technique when he activated it. Not wasting any time, Lex activated the talisman, and felt a warmth starting to fill him, and a bright light covered both him and Fenrir. Chapter 213. Never-ending job. When Darius woke up in his room, surrounded by medical equipment and nurses, the first and only thing he felt was rage. Absolute freaking rage. He wanted to scream and yell, but he had to contain himself. Although he was spoiled, he was not an idiot. The one thing he could not do was embarrass his father, so he needed to find out exactly what had happened. He signaled someone to retrieve his personal computer and sent everyone out of the room. In his mailbox, the first thing he saw was the video of Tetsuya's execution. Immense gratification filled his heart as he watched this old nemesis die. It was a shame he couldn't send this assassin after his stepbrother as well, but he was already employed by the Dmitri family, so he was off limits. He watched the video a few times, then deleted it. This matter was definitely going to be investigated, and he could leave no evidence connecting himself to it. Everyone would suspect him, but as long as there was no evidence, no one would convict him. That's when he saw the various videos of himself being dragged through the streets by Tetsuya, as well as videos of himself being beaten by that kid he had attacked on the street. He wanted to explode in anger once again, but he contained himself. He took out a phone and dialed a certain number, which was picked up immediately. "Are you satisfied with the results?" the person on the other end asked. "Very, but I have another job for you. Unfortunately, we can no longer work together. Our associate who did the previous job has already left the planet, and we have no more resources to spare." "I did you a favor," Darius said, through gritted teeth. "And in return, we did you one as well. We are now even. If, in the future, the possibility of working together arises again, we will contact you. Until then, farewell." The other person shut the phone, further ruining Darius' mood. But at the same time, he understood that they had completed their original deal. There was no reason for them to go above and beyond. He grit his teeth and decided to take matters into his own hands. He dialed a second number, this time, to a private detective. He needed to know where that brat was staying. What to do about him would come later. In an office, a uniformed man was filling out some paperwork. His expression was grim, though this wasn't because of any recent incident. He was just always in a grim mood. His door opened and someone entered, and just as the uniformed man was about to scold the person for interrupting him, he noticed who it was and his grim expression changed to that of surprise. Compared to the uniformed man, the person entering was much younger in appearance. But the matter only went as far as appearance, because unlike everyone else in his family, this person's first name was Dmitri. He was the founder of their family, and though it had been many years since he took part in family matters, his position of authority would never change. "Ancestor, forgive me for not greeting you. I did not know of your arrival," the uniformed man said as he quickly got up. "Be at ease, child, I don't care for formalities. I just awoke from my cultivation for an important matter. I am truly saddened to hear about your father's passing, and would normally spend time with you to mourn, but I have urgent matters that need to be taken care of. I am told that you are in charge of security now." This was a common occurrence in cultivation families. Higher-leveled cultivators would often outlive many of their younger generations who did not have the same level of cultivation talent, and so could not extend their lifespan. To an outsider, this may seem tragic, but the cultivation families were already used to it. "It is an honor for my father to be remembered by you, ancestor, that is enough. Indeed, after retiring from the Jotun army, I took charge of our family's forces." "Good. I have received a personal missive from the Jotun Empire. Increase security on all planets by 100 times and decrease sales by 40% and use whatever is not sold to increase our reserves." "Did something happen?" the uniformed man asked, his signature grim look on his face. "I'm not sure. I reached out to a few acquaintances, and everyone was being told to slowly start mobilizing. The few who haven't been informed yet will probably get the call soon." This was highly unusual. Although the Dmitri family had leased this X-14 system from the Jotun Empire for 10,000 years, after the original lease was signed, they had not been contacted again even once by the Empire, and were left to their own devices. Such a missive out of the blue was not a good sign. "Do not worry too much. While this is unusual, the situation is not grave yet. I've even reached out to all battle fronts, and there is no unusual activity. All we need to worry about is ensuring everything stays normal at our end. Has anything unusual happened on any of the planets recently? There was a terrorist attack in X-142, but I was going to let local authorities investigate it. No, go investigate yourself. The timing might just be a coincidence, but since we're mobilizing, we'll leave nothing to chance. Understood, the man answered, his voice as grave as possible. When his ancestor departed, the man left his office with the determination to face a fight to the death. His subordinates did not react to his expression, however, as for them this was not but an ordinary Monday. A day passed calmly, and Lex finally departed the train at his destination. He had arrived at the Fergan Forest, one of the original and untampered sites of the planet. The trees in this forest were massive, with even the smallest being 200 meters in height and over 50 meters in circumference. This was the largest natural forest on the planet, and at least the first few miles of it were considered a tourist attraction. Beyond that there was a gray zone where people were encouraged not to enter, and after that began the territories of the wildlife. While the Dimitri family could obviously eradicate all hostile beasts or animals on the planet, they did not, as they wanted to maintain the natural ecology of the planet as much as they could manage. Lex had no interest in going to those dangerous areas though. He was here purely as a tourist. What do you think, Fenrir? A beautiful sight, isn't it? He said, as he walked towards one of the concession stands. Fenrir, of course, could not respond, even in his thoughts through their shared link. But, because they were now bound, Lex could at least better understand the pup's feelings. What surprised Lex was that the dog had a lot of memories of pain, despite being born only a few minutes before Lex summoned him. Fortunately, those were only vague memories, and Fenrir was quickly overriding them with new, happy ones. From the stand, Lex grabbed a map, some snacks for himself as well as some for Fenrir, and then quickly climbed onto the pup's back. Let's go, Lex said, and the pup started jogging towards the giant trees. The duo made an unusual sight, but still no one gave him a second look. The trees gave off a pleasant aroma, and the first was rich with all kinds of interesting plants and insects. With the help of the fancy monocle, they harvested some of the edible wild fruits, and the two feasted on their harvests. Towards the night, they followed the map to a designated camping area in the forest that overlooked a waterfall coming out of one of the giant trees. Massive fireflies flew around the forest, giving off purple light that illuminated the campsite like a scene out of a cartoon movie. A massive bonfire in the middle of the campsite attracted the most crowds, where a group was sitting on the ground playing musical instruments that looked similar to a flute. Lex traded some of his fruits for some barbecue and rented one of the better-looking tents since he hadn't brought one of his own. Fenrir made friends with a massive green-colored slime and jumped on it like a trampoline. After a few jumps, he discovered the slime suddenly changed, and instead of bouncing off, Fenrir fell right into the slime. Some of the kids who were watching from nearby laughed, and the pup looked aggrieved when the slime let it out. Lex chuckled, as he took the time and chatted with the locals. It may have seemed like he was just making friends and enjoying himself, but in actuality, he was doing research. What kind of activities did the citizens of X-142 like? Currently, the answer seemed to overwhelmingly be spending time in nature. He had at least until the rest of the week to find out what that exactly meant, and if there was anything else on the list. Being an innkeeper was a never-ending job. Chapter 214. Execution. 2 days after Lex originally checked in, a small group of people entered the Bent Benches Tavern. As could be expected, the place was completely devoid of any customers. "Is anyone here?" one of the men yelled in an annoyed tone. "Just give me a moment, I'm dealing with something," replied a voice from behind the counter. The group leaned over to see a thin young man, rolled up in the fetal position. "We're looking for this man, have you seen him?" the first man asked, holding out a picture of Lex. "Just a few minutes, please, I'll be right with you," the man replied, as he started rocking, his breathing becoming heavier and louder. "What do you mean, a few minutes? Stand up and answer me, brat, you don't know who you're dealing with," the man said as he jumped over the counter and reached to grab the man on the floor. But things did not proceed how they usually did. The tavern keeper reached out his hand and grabbed, not only the man's neck, but his entire body as his hand had enlarged into a massive claw. "I said, give me a few minutes," he repeated himself, but his voice was no longer that of a human. It was unfortunate that the man never heard his voice, as his body had been squished within the tavern keeper's claw. The rest of the group yelled as they retreated in horror at the gory sight they had just witnessed, yet their noise only aggravated the tavern keeper further. His pupils thinned into vertical slits and his face started growing into a massive maw. Green scales started to cover his skin, but before the transformation could continue, a single streak of flame breathed out of his nose burnt the group to a crisp. With the interference gone, the tavern keeper closed his eyes and started taking deep breaths, slowly transforming back into the shape of a human. "Take deep breaths," the man kept murmuring to himself, as he continued to calm himself down in peace. Lex woke up feeling rested and great, as he let out a big yawn while stretching. It was not that he let himself fall asleep and let down his guard, but that with Fenrir nearby it was a lot harder for anyone to sneak up on Lex. Fenrir was not strong in his cultivation, but his senses were unmatched. Not only could he sense living things or fruits or basically anything edible nearby, he could even accurately sense the emotions of those nearby. Using that ability, Lex had spent the last day getting to know the others at the campsite. In fact, "Hey Joel, you guys ready?" Lex asked as he walked out of his tent, scratching his head. "Just about," answered a cat man, or more accurately a male Nako. "I'm just cooking up breakfast while the rest pack up. We can leave once everyone has eaten." "Sounds like a plan to me," replied Lex as he watched the group. The group was composed of 5 guys and 4 girls, each, 5 males and 4 females. Joel and his girlfriend were Nako, but the rest were from various other races. They were tourists who came together and formed a tourist group, under the lead of an avian beast that ran a local tourism company. As Fenrir had identified them as honest and friendly, Lex had joined their group, at least until their next destination. After that, he would decide whether to stay with them or not. After all, there was no better way to understand aliens on vacation other than to join them. As usual, Lex leapt onto Fenrir's back, and the duo went into the forest hunting for fruit. Lex had tried hunting for actual game, but there didn't seem to be many animals near the tourist areas. While Fenrir ran, Lex's mind wandered back to what Mary had told him about Tetsuya. He had not had much of a reaction to learning about the inn, or even that he had been saved despite the seriousness of his wounds. He simply bought a travel face wash kit, which allowed him to change his appearance for 24 hours, and left the inn. Let alone Lex, even Mary was confused by his behavior. But there was nothing either of them could do about it. After gathering enough fruit, Lex returned to the campsite and shared his harvest with the group. Since he was tagging along, it was only right that he contributed in some way to the group. After breakfast, they left for their next tourist destination, Heaven Island. This was a popular destination because of the unusual feature that the island was floating. This was not a man-made island, but was one naturally formed. According to the tourist guide, the reason the island floated was because the island was originally a massive asteroid that had unusual magnetic properties. It floated around constantly in the sky above a large canyon and was completely unable to leave the canyon's boundaries. It was suspected that the canyon emitted a certain spiritual field that prevented the island from falling, but also from moving out of the canyon itself. After a brief study conducted by the Dmitri family revealed that the island did not contain any extremely rare ores, they renovated the top enough to accommodate plant life, and turned it into a tourist destination. After extensive study, as well as communication with the locals, Lex learned that all the planets in the X-14 system had a strong tourism industry going. The reason, as far as Lex could tell, was that since all planets were firmly under the control of the Dmitri family, there was no room for internal strife. The planets were not divided into countries, but zones according to their agricultural produce, and none of the tourist attractions were anywhere near important agricultural lands. The lack of large-scale internal strife, presence of security and various attractions focused towards different species made the planet's prime location for a booming industry. For example, while Lex was heading towards the island, he learned that swamps were a major attraction towards slimes. Another interesting, and unexpected thing Lex learned, was that slimes were first-class citizens of the Jotun Empire. Apparently, as far as the brief description on the list provided by the Emporium told, not only were slimes born without a lifespan, meaning they would never die unless killed, they had an unequivocally strong backing, so much so that the Empire allowed them to travel their territory without any intergalactic visas. This did not match Lex's impression of the squishy, jelly-like beings that could change their bodies to immediately become excellent trampolines, but he decided to accept it. The universe was a strange place, he had to be flexible in this thinking. The group Lex was with did not travel by train, but by a vehicle called hoverplates. It was literally what it sounded like. It was a large, flat platform that rose into the air and flew in the direction you wanted. Of course, it had several formations on it to control how much wind blew into the tray so the riders wouldn't be bothered, and to prevent them from falling off. Once they arrived at the island, they checked into a hotel for 2 days, after which they would continue on their journey elsewhere. Although Lex didn't have a booking, he spent nearly all the spirit coins he brought with himself to get a room. This was really good for his research. He would take detailed notes about the hotel and reflect on how he could improve the inn. Darius was sitting in his room, smoking out of a pipe while he watched a show. It had been a while since he hired someone to look for that kid he had a fight with, and though they didn't reach out to him yet, he was confident in their abilities. After all, he had worked with them before. Suddenly, however, the door to his room was kicked down and his father entered the room with a look of such fury on his face that Darius had never seen anything close to it. He didn't know what had sparked his father's anger, but he had a strong guess. He had to maintain his innocence. "Father," he began saying, but before he could continue, he was slapped across the face so hard his body hurled across the room. Confused, in pain, and panicking, Darius tried to look at his attack to understand what exactly was happening. That's when he noticed them. There was a group of guards, all wearing the uniform of the Dmitri family's elite forces. At their head stood a middle-aged man wearing office clothes, but there was no doubt for even a second that he was in command. "Little brat, before you start speaking, it'll be best if you hear me first. I don't care whether you were involved or not in the terrorist attack or not, since you had an enmity with the only victim, you're already on the suspects list. Do you know what that means? It means you've already been sentenced to death, without a trial." Darius physically felt his stomach lurch, and his heart stopped beating for a moment as he listened to the man. No, he couldn't die. But just as he was about to speak again, the man reached forward and clamped Darius' mouth shut with his hand. "Whether you did anything or not, you're already guilty. I'll give you one chance to speak, so I better hear something that'll help me trace those terrorists. If I hear something I like, maybe I'll reduce your punishment. Otherwise, I'll personally make sure there's nothing left of you to put into a grave." With that, the man let go of Darius' mouth and took a step back to let him speak. By now, Darius' mind had almost shut down from fear. He could not think, not even of a way to save himself. His eyes shifted to his dad, but instead of support, he only saw unbridled anger. After a few moments, when he didn't answer, the man no longer bothered wasting any time with him. He stepped forth and injected some serum into his neck. A minute later, he asked, "What connection do you have with the terrorists?" "They reached out to me a few weeks back," Darius answered, his mind completely numbed now, and his eyes vacant. "It was the day Tetsuya broke through to the Foundation realm, and he had beaten me up badly when I tried to ambush him during an academy trip. They offered to kill Tetsuya for me, as long as I did them a favor. I used my connections to distract one of the guards in the space station in the city, the one for people traveling to and from this planet. It was barely for a few minutes, and nothing happened, but they considered the favor done. After that, they didn't contact me again for so long I thought someone was playing a prank on me. Until they sent me a video of them killing Tetsuya." The man nodded, as if he heard exactly what he expected. He turned to one of the men behind him and said, "Interrogate him thoroughly. Get all the information we need. Once you're done, kill him." Darius did not react, as his mind was still numb, but his father did. Instead of feeling aggrieved, he was instead relieved. If they killed Darius, their anger should be reduced. Or at least, that's what he thought until the middle-aged man turned to him and said, "For raising such a treasonous child, you share in the blame of his crime for not providing a better upbringing. You better start thinking of ways you can help with the investigation, or your execution will be next." The father fell on his knees. He was doomed. Chapter 215. Track me down. Lex took a long, deep breath and held it in for a moment before he let out a sigh of relaxation. Other than that small brush with near death on his first day, his trip on X-142 had been as different from his trips to other worlds as possible. This was already his 8th day on the planet, and he was expecting the connection to form with the inn any day now. He had spent these days traveling and relaxing, and though he ran out of money very quickly, that only made traveling even more interesting. Of course, despite the casual activities, he did not let his guard down again during the entire trip. But when he was lying on a beach chair, being served some kind of fruit juice by a sassy fairy that used her powers to levitate the tray behind her where she went, it was hard not to enjoy the moment. Often, he could not help but compare the fairy to Mary, since they were similar in size. At least, most of the time, Mary could change the size of her projection to whatever size she wanted, but mostly maintained her tiny stature. "Hey Lex, we're about to head out. You want to join?" asked a young man. "Yeah, give me a moment. I'll join you," said Lex as he finally picked himself up. He was on a beach, and while he normally wasn't one for sunbathing, this beach was surrounded by a formation that helped in cultivating under direct sunlight. The aid of the formation, along with the ointment he took from the Infinity Emporium, boosted his cultivation speed considerably. He had managed to increase the total number of chi strands in his body to 32. At 33 strands of chi, he'd reach the limit of the third level of chi training, and at 34 he'd officially enter the fourth level. Each level consisted of absorbing 11 strands of chi, and while growing within each level was easy, relatively speaking, going from one level to the next was always a challenge. Of course, to onlookers, it merely looked like Lex rubbed himself in sunscreen and spent the day sleeping on the beach chair in his shorts. He stretched for a bit after getting up, winked to the fairy that had been passing comments on his body all day, and left to convince Fenrir to get out of the water. The same way Lex had been lying on the beach non-stop, Fenrir had been swimming in the ocean, occasionally catching some fish while he was at it. Getting him out was a greater challenge than Lex expected, and he only agreed when Lex promised to let him hunt something on land as well. It seemed like the pup was developing a knack of hunting. Once they were ready, Lex joined Tina and Tima, two human twins who were touring the planet during their vacations from what Lex assumed was the equivalent of college. They were 19 years old, and though their cultivation was still in the body tempering phase, they were more inclined towards normal life, anyway. They did not have much talent for cultivation, and the little that they did cultivate was under parental pressure, mostly for the health benefits. Their destination this time was an oasis in the only desert on the planet. They all sat in what looked like a massive jeep, and let the automated driving feature take them towards their destination. The journey was about 6 hours long, and halfway through it Lex got the notification that the inn had successfully been connected to X-142, and he could leave whenever he wanted. Lex smiled. This was his favorite venture to another planet so far. Yet, when has life been simple and straightforward? On the way to the oasis, once they had already entered the desert, they encountered 3 vehicles stopped in the middle of nowhere. Smoke was coming out of the farthest one, rising high up into the clear sky like a beacon, and it seemed like the other 2 had stopped to help. "Should we check if they need help?" Tina asked, looking at her brother. "I guess it can't really hurt," Tima replied, shrugging, and input commands to slow down the vehicle. Since he was just tagging along with them, Lex didn't give any opinion on the matter. He was just waiting till he reached the oasis, so he could get out of sight and teleport away without arousing any suspicion. "Hey, is everyone alright?" Tima yelled once they had stopped nearby and jumped out into the sand. Tina was looking for a water bottle in case they needed it, and Lex was also getting ready to disembark and see if he could help, when Fenrir let out a low growl. Lex was immediately alerted, as for the first time the pup took the initiative to communicate with him through his feelings, and he was communicating only one specific feeling that was slowly getting stronger: danger. Fenrir's ability to sense others' emotions was unimpaired by cultivation levels, as Lex had learnt, and was very accurate. Lex quickly turned and noticed that the crowd that had gathered near the third vehicle were all dressed oddly. Lex had gotten a sense for how people dressed on X-142, and it was mostly very casual. These people, however, seemed to be fully equipped with some kind of tactical equipment. Suddenly, Fenrir let out a yelp as he ducked low. His communication this time was even more clear. They were much stronger than Lex and Fenrir, and they had decided to kill all of them. "Tina, don't get out of the car," Lex whispered, his tone extremely grave, and without explaining he quickly jumped out and ran to Tima. "Get in the car and run," Lex told him quickly, before he raised his hand up in the air holding some kind of device. "If anyone moves, I'll fire the SOS beacon," Lex yelled at the crowd. "What's going on?" Tima asked, still confused. He had lived his entire life on a planet unmarred by major conflict, and with little to no crime. The fact that others might want to harm him was not something he could even conceive. Yet while Tima was confused, the crowds clearly understood what was happening. They didn't know what it was that gave away their intentions, or maybe their identity, but they didn't care. They all turned towards Lex, and eyed the device in his hand as if trying to judge if he was lying. An SOS beacon sent out an emergency distress signal to the nearest city or town, and alerted all emergency services. If Lex fired one off, within 15 minutes max, this place would be swarming with police and rescue forces. Tima, there's something very wrong with these people, get in the damn car and drive. Lex yelled this time, as he did not have the time to explain to the teenager. Or do you want to be responsible for Tina's death? That seemed to get the message across, and the teenager was suddenly afraid. But still, before he retreated, he stopped to ask, what about you? I'll be fine, I have protective gear. You need to get out of here. Go. Although Tima did not understand what was happening, he turned around and ran. The people did not move to pursue Tima, and instead looked at Lex with amusement. In fact, their cavalier attitude told Lex that they didn't even care about the SOS anymore. Whoever they were, and whatever they were doing, maybe they had contingency plans in case they got discovered. Hey kid, do you know who you're messing with? One of the men asked, as he slowly started walking towards Lex. Don't move or I'll fire the beacon. Lex yelled, once again. Fire the beacon, see if I care, the man said, not slowing down his pace at all. By now, Tima and Tina had started their vehicle and were already leaving, but Lex noticed one of the people aiming some kind of weapon towards them. "Aw to hell with it," Lex said, suddenly losing his worried look, his expression turning into a casual smile. He fired the device in his hand, which was not an SOS beacon, but a regular flare from Earth. He did not know if anyone would see it, but it was no longer his concern. Without any outward indication, Lex flawlessly entered the state of flow, and drew the heavy Harley, firing a perfectly aimed shot towards the man aiming at the twins' vehicle. The man did not bother to dodge, as his cultivation was much higher than Lex, and could easily determine that this weapon could not hurt him, but was caught by surprise when the bullet hit his weapon instead of him, throwing off his aim. Interesting, the first man, who was walking towards Lex said. Are you, a third-level chi training cultivator, playing games with us? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? What can you do about it? Lex replied, his casual voice making it perfectly clear that he was not afraid of the man. At the same time, he fired off a couple more shots, disrupting them from firing at the teenagers. They were quite a distance away by now, but Lex did not know the range of their weapons, so maintained the interference. You're protecting those kids, but aren't you worried about yourself? Not at all. I'm standing right here, what can you do to me? The man, as if aggravated, fired off a brown-colored beam from his finger towards Lex, but before it got anywhere near him, a translucent blue energy shield appeared around him and blocked the attack effortlessly. This was a protective treasure Lex bought from the Emporium, capable of even defending against nascent-level attacks, and the source of Lex's confidence. Well, so you have some protection. But can that protect you forever? Even if we can't break it now, we've already seen what you look like. Aren't you afraid we'll track you down and kill you? Ha! Lex almost burst into laughter, but had to control himself. Sure, if you can, then go ahead and track me down. Hoping the teenagers were far enough by now, Lex decided to stop tempting fate. He threw out all the explosives he had in his backpack at the man, activated the key he got from the Emporium, summoned all the things he bought, and teleported back to the inn with all his things. When the smoke from the various explosions cleared, the man was completely unharmed. In fact, even his clothes were not damaged by the explosions. His eyes, though, wore a grave look as they stared in the place Lex stood before he disappeared. Did you get a picture of the brat? He asked one of his followers. Yes, but there seems to be some interference. This image is different from his actual appearance. The man pursed his lips in annoyance, then put the matter behind him. Implement Plan C. Moving forward, assume our location and numbers have been revealed, but the Dmitri family still doesn't know our objective, so we can take advantage of that. What about the kids who got away? Forget them, since our location has already been exposed, there's no reason to chase them down. This group of people all seemed to be wearing the same kind of gear as the man who tried to assassinate Tetsuya, but since no one had seen them or the assassin, no one knew that there were dozens of enemies. The Dmitri family was still just hunting down that one terrorist, unaware of the danger that lurked hidden across the planet. After all, this was just one of the various groups that had infiltrated the planet. Chapter 216. Dragonburn Locket. Once Lex returned to his apartment at the inn, he automatically exited his state of flow, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had planned to retreat at the first sign of trouble, and had various defensive treasures, facing an uncertain situation still weighed heavily on him. Fortunately, everything went well. He could only hope that Tina and Tima managed to get far enough away. "I'd like to see you track me down," Lex murmured once he finally relaxed, and chuckled. At worst, he would just not return to that planet, or even that star system. How would they ever find him? Fenrir, who had also returned to the inn as Lex dismissed his summoning, came and rubbed his massive face against Lex's body. Part of it was over his worry for Lex, and part of him was still reeling from his first experience with danger. Regardless of his size and heritage, he was still a pup of only a few weeks in age. After consoling him, Lex turned his attention to all things he had brought with him to the inn. After a week of rest, he had a lot of work to do, and that was not considering catching up with anything that had happened at the inn while he was gone. He directly sent the fertilizer meant for the delinquent vine, as well as the hundreds of seeds and saplings he bought directly to the turtle. He told the turtle to plant the more important ones in the greenhouse, and the rest all over the inn. He wasn't going to turn the entire inn into a farm, but if a wandering guest encountered a fruit tree and wanted to pick and eat some fruit, they would soon be able to. He had no use for the various ores and technology he bought for the Emporium, so he added a storeroom to his apartment and placed all the stuff he didn't currently need there. He also stashed all the spirit stones he bought there, as not only did he not know what to spend them on, he himself could not use them for cultivation yet. Spirit stones, as with everything else in the universe, it seemed, had different levels as well. The ones available at the Emporium were low, medium level, and very few high-leveled ones. Since Lex actually had a lot of credit at the store, and didn't want to leave it there, Lex had a massive amount of spirit stones of low and medium level. It was to the extent that if the Emporium had not employed some kind of shrinking technique and stuffed them all in a special kind of chest that would prevent their aura from leaking, Lex would have been crushed to death just by the spirit stones when he used the key to teleport all his belongings to him from the locker. Lex took the various files of information he bought and neatly placed them on a shelf in his study room. These were important, and he would go over them when he had the time. Then, Lex turned his attention to the mysterious locket he had bought that even the Emporium could not identify. On a surface level, the only special thing about this locket was that it was indestructible. Yet Lex did not believe it was so simple. Or at least, he hoped not. Lex had an amazing way of figuring out the locket's speciality. He put it in the gift shop, then read its description. Dragonburn Locket. A locket that was forged in the fires of a master dragon's fire breath. A dragon can study the locket to gain a deeper understanding of the intricacies of breathing fire. Lex raised an eyebrow. The locket was not useful to him personally, but it was not a bad item to leave in the gift shop. The only question was, "Hey Mary, any idea on how I should price this item? Its description does not mention any realms at all, so I don't know what realm of dragons it's useful for. I'm checking your authority, and it seems, yes, you can learn something about dragons from the system, maybe that'll help you. Dragons are a very strong, very proud, and very individualistic race. They do not focus on growing as a civilization, and instead focus more on personal growth, or at most, the growth of their individual clans. On a universal scale, their threat is greatly diminished due to their lack of unity, but on a one-to-one scale, few species exist that can match, let alone supersede, the might of a pure-blooded dragon. Dragons are greatly loved by the laws of the universe, and often, natural treasures will bloom near them. The natural accumulation of treasures around dragons, over time, gave birth to the misconception that dragons love treasures. Well, it tells me that dragons are usually rich, but I still don't know how to price the item. Well, if you don't know, just pick a random price. It's not like you're suffering any losses either way. Lex pondered for a moment. Since even the system thought they were rich, or at least had many treasures, it would be alright if overcharged a bit, right? Unsure of what exactly constitutes rich on a universal scale, Lex decided to price the item 10 million megapixels. If, after a long time, no one bought it, maybe he'd reduce the price. With that done, Lex turned his attention towards the inn, finally. Alright Mary, give me the updates on what's been happening while I was gone. Well, Since you connected all the planets from the 3-star systems, we've had a lot more guests coming in from the Golden Doors. Some of them decided to stay, most of them left immediately. It seems you might need to improve the welcome message delivered by the holographic assistant. Finally, some of the beasts from the planets around Nibiru have caused trouble. Although the higher cultivation ones seem to already know about the inn, and haven't caused any trouble, those at lower levels have caused problems a few times. Were you able to resolve the problems? For now, yes, but not only do you need to invest in growing the vine more, you need to look into other forms of security as well. As more and more races come to the inn, the harder it will be to control them all by simply using the vine. After all, each race has its own strengths and weaknesses. All it will take is someone good at controlling fire, and the vine will suffer great damage. Yes, I know, I've been thinking of other ways to improve security, you don't need to remind me. That's why I'm only focused on connecting to low-level planets for now, to avoid the chance of stronger guests till we're ready. What else has happened at the inn? Some people with the skills you were looking for at the inn showed up. Though they've already left the inn, you can still look at their information. That reminds me, I have a few candidates in mind for certain jobs. Is there any way I can hire them without having to go to them personally? If you'd managed to hire Marlowe as a valet, finding people on the various planets was a job that could have been left to him. Currently, you still don't have the ability to reach out to specific people on various planets using the system unless it's through the event panel. As your authority increases, you'll be able to eventually do it. For now, I guess the first person you should consider hiring is someone you can trust with tasks that require visiting the various planets. Lex had guessed as much, and then took a deep sigh of regret. He had already thought of someone he wanted to hire for the job of collecting news, but to hire him, Lex would have to travel to Vegas Maxima, one of the 3 inhabited planets in the Vegas system. The situation there should be a lot better with the presence of the Jotun forces, yet Lex still didn't want to risk it. He'd already seen immortal zombies and extremely strong devils, so he wanted to stay as far away from those planets as possible. Anything else I should know about? Oh yeah, Marlowe's son finally woke up while you were gone. That attracted Lex's attention. It need not be said that Marlowe was one of the most prominent guests Lex had, and he suspected that this would not change any time soon. Lex scanned the inn to find that Marlowe, Sophia and Raphael were outside the recovery room while Raphael was in the OR, receiving treatment. When Raphael had been brought to the inn, he was seriously injured, and was not only amputated, he was missing several organs as well. Now, at least his face had fully recovered while the rest of his body was still undergoing treatment. Although Raphael's eyes were open, they were vacant, with no signs of intelligence behind them. Lex expected as much, since his soul was gravely injured. Marlowe should still be working on getting something to heal the soul. Lex paused, because when he checked Raphael's status, he saw something extremely unusual. Once again, feeling like he owed it to Marlowe to let him know what was happening due to their relationship, he wore his host attire and teleported directly to them. I was checking up on the patient, and thought I'd update you, he said with a smile to the couple. This time, though, I only have good news. Chapter 217. Xion already familiar with the innkeeper somewhat now, Sophia put a great deal of stock in whatever he had to say, which is why all her attention was now focused on the innkeeper. She did not find it strange at all that the innkeeper teleported so abruptly, or that he immediately started speaking without any preamble. Everyone who spent some time at the inn knew that the innkeeper had a tendency to appear and disappear as he wished. Lex observed Raphael's status one more time before he spoke. Name: Raphael Carter Bravi. Age: 37. Sex: male. Cultivation details: crippled. Species: human. Midnight. In prestige level 1. Condition: because a majority of the patient's body is newly constructed, or is still undergoing reconstruction, it is taking time for the soul to adjust to the new vessel. However, the soul is being quickly replenished and strengthened by an artifact within the patient's heart. Letting the patient stay in the OR until the rest of the body undergoes reconstruction is recommended. Remarks: if it is one's destiny to die, the universe itself cannot stop it. If one is destined to live, then the universe itself will bend itself around you to provide the conditions for you to live. He felt like he should leave the matter about the artifact out, as he should afford the man some privacy at least. After all, although he himself was not aware, he was also a guest at the inn. Not to mention, an artifact that not only keeps him from dying for 15 years but also heals the soul, was ridiculously rare as far as Lex knew, so the fewer people that knew about it, the better. As your son's body is being reconstructed, his soul is also automatically healing itself. Although it's unexpected, it's not unprecedented. So, congratulations. Your son should recover completely soon. Sophia trembled as heard the news, and couldn't stop tears from falling from her eyes. Despite all the resentment that had built up over the years, she instinctively hugged Marlowe and squeezed with all her might as she tried to control her emotions. "Thank you for the news," was all Marlowe said, as he held his wife in his embrace. His voice was just as even as when he was telling Lex his son's story. He was a strong man, in more ways than one. After checking up on the situation one more time, Lex left to give the couple their privacy. He had many things to take care of. Xian was tired, not physically, although that drain was also there, but his exhaustion was mental. As a preeminent celebrity, exceptional artist, and all-in-all genius in the way of crafting and refining, he never got a moment's rest. Everywhere he went, he would be swarmed by a crowd of admirers, asking for autographs or requesting him to make jewelry or equipment. For goodness sakes, all he did was craft a crown that made its wearer 10,000% more likely to encounter an epiphany under the nascent realm, and a necklace that absorbed harmful radiation and released it as gentle spirit energy for the wearer to absorb. Was that any reason to overwhelm him? As far as he was concerned, it was not even his best work, visually speaking, of course. The exhausted Drake opened the window of his 30-story castle, but was immediately inundated by the cheers of endless crowds. Immediately, he closed the window again. This is what he got for accidentally being discovered for hiding his identity and helping ordinary people by crafting them gold-grade equipment. What he wouldn't give to get away from it all. As if in answer to his prayer, a magnificently carved, golden door appeared in front of his eyes, hovering midair. He felt a welcoming call from the door, as if freedom lay just a step away. He didn't even care how suspicious this was. He needed to get away from all females, and some males, who kept hurling themselves at him in the heat of lust. So, without any planning or precaution, the Drake stepped through the door. Half an hour later, a suspiciously dressed man sneaked into the room where Xian had left from, and searched. After ensuring the Drake was not hiding, the man called someone. "Team leader, the target has disappeared. He is not at home. Continue hiding. If he doesn't reappear in a week, we can only applaud the Dmitri family for being exceptionally cautious." "Understood," the man replied before retreating into the shadows. He was not here for an assassination, but to kidnap his target. He did not often fail his missions, but in the scenario where the target disappeared, there was nothing he could do except wait and hope for his return. When Xian stepped through the door, he received a prompt asking him if he wanted to hide his identity. Although he did not know where he was going, his deepest fear was being recognized once again, so he selected yes and wore the glasses that appeared in front of him. The Drake found himself standing in front of a manor, surrounded by vast open fields and a clear blue sky. The air was so clean, breathing felt like he was partaking in a delicacy. As a Drake, with much sharper senses than many other species like humans, he was extremely sensitive to noise and air pollution. It was also for this reason that he enjoyed the atmosphere at the inn more than others as well. This wasn't even considering the concentration and purity of spirit energy in the air, that made him feel like each of his scales absorbing the energy in the air and growing stronger naturally. Two humans stood in front of the manor, and it seemed like they had been talking before Xian's arrival, but now he had attracted their attention. He silently lamented in his heart. Such was the burden of a genius. Even with his identity hidden, he became the center of attention. It seemed gold would always shine. "Welcome guest, to the Midnight Inn. I am the innkeeper, owner of this humble establishment. You look tired. Would you like to rest by our lovely and peaceful lake? It is most relaxing." Xian was surprised. Firstly, he was not expecting to arrive at an inn. Secondly, he did not expect this innkeeper was so insightful as to be able to immediately guess what he needed. "Why yes, that sounds lovely," Xian said happily. "You said this is an inn. Can you tell me more about it? I desperately need a vacation." Lex walked side by side with the massive, 5 feet tall and 8 feet long Drake, completely undeterred by the sharp contrast in the appearance and personality of his guest. He looked like a living, breathing war machine, with talons so sharp they could pierce through bones like butter and glossy but heavy-looking scales. Along his spine and all the way to the edge of his tail ran some kind of exoskeleton, black, with sharp grooves and ridges. His eyes were that of an apex predator and his fangs looked like they had come out of a horror movie. His personality, however, was like that of a child. Of course, Lex had barely talked with him and so it was too soon to judge, but he had a strong gut feeling about him. He recalled the Drake's status. Name: Xian. Age: 112. Sex: male. Cultivation details: golden core species. Drake Midnight in prestige level 1. Bloodline: volcanic Drake condition, suffering from severe mental exhaustion from being worshipped for too long. Rest and relaxation are recommended. Remarks: it is not without reason that dragons look down on drakes, but some try harder than others to shame their lineage. As they walked, Lex introduced the inn to the drake, giving him the usual spiel about catering to the whole universe etc. The more the drake heard, the happier it became. In the grand scheme of things, his popularity was probably infinitesimal. There was probably no other guest in the entire inn who knew about him, which meant that he would no longer be endlessly hounded so long as he was here. He had not even reached the lake yet, and already the drake was feeling good. Lex, however, was thinking about something else. He either had to get Gerard a new vehicle, or he seriously needed to find someone to upgrade it according to his requirements. If more drakes showed up, they could not chauffeured around in a tiny cart as they simply would not fit, and if they had to be walked everywhere, it would take forever. Speaking of Gerard, Lex had just been talking to him in front of the manor. The old-looking man had started showing signs of his age regressing because he was already at the peak of chi training. Lex wanted to rip his own hair out. Not that he wasn't happy for Gerard, but he was the one with the system, so wasn't he supposed to be the fastest in cultivating? If compared to the standards on Earth, his cultivation was increasing like a rocket. But when compared to Gerard, Lex felt like he was barely moving. To give reference to Gerard's incredible speed of cultivation, it must be remembered that it took Alexander 2 years to break into the Foundation realm, and he set a world record. Gerard, technically speaking, had barely been cultivating for 2 months. Not only that, Gerard informed Lex that he felt like his bloodline was about to have a breakthrough, and requested a small break so he could focus on that. Lex really needed to step up his own game. Chapter 218. Prestige levels. Once they arrived at the lake, Xian comfortably nestled himself on a massive recliner Lex had designed specifically for beasts, and simply decided to enjoy being around people without being the center of attention. He was intrigued about how people behaved in their free time, and what they normally did. More than the relaxing environment, it was the anonymity that he enjoyed. Making sure that he did not need anything else, Lex left. During his research on the X-142 planet, the one thing he discovered wasn't that he lacked many of the common features of a luxury resort, such as a spa or massage clinic. No, what Lex realized was that he had not given enough emphasis to his special features. He did not need to replicate the facilities of other places, he needed to focus on what made him special and expand it. He looked at his MP, and noticed that he had only made a profit of 12,000 megapixels in the week he was gone, a result of his various services and items sold in the gift shop. This made his total MP at 4,942,000. He looked at the various rooms he had, at least the ones provided by the system. He had the guild room, meditation room, mystery trial, which wasn't really a room, but it was provided by the system and Lex earned a hefty profit from it, the various recovery rooms and the training room. The first thing Lex did was upgrade each of the rooms to the maximum he could with his authority, which was the same as his authority, level 4. The mystery trial, of course, was not included in these since Lex could not directly upgrade that. The next thing he did was to increase the number of rooms. He expanded his recovery room to the size of a proper hospital building, so that it could easily accommodate more patients. He turned the training room on Main Street into a high-rise tower, with each floor being a training room. This was the second high-rise in the Midnight Inn skyline, but Lex had already come to accept that he would end up having at least one metropolitan area as he expanded. The guild room was unique in that Lex did not need multiple versions of it, as just a single one could cater to the needs of all his guests. Furthermore, while the other rooms only enhanced the service they provided as they were upgraded or added slight enhancements, such as the training room providing a playback feature of the trainee when they use their techniques, the guild room gained a couple entirely new features. While Lex found most of the new features barely a moderate improvement, such as allowing guests to post requests to the guild from anywhere in the inn and a small notification to someone whenever their request was completed, regardless of whether they were in the inn or not, there was one he found particularly impressive. A feature offered by the gift shop was that when someone bought an item, they delivered the item in a compressed form of a card, which could then be converted back into the original item whenever the user required. The new feature of the guild was that they commissioned empty such cards called requisition cards, which the person would have to purchase separately, of course. But these cards could not be used randomly, as they served a very specific purpose. A person accepting a request that would require the submission of certain materials could take the card, and then absorb the item directly into the card when they were back on the planet they came from. At that point, the card would automatically teleport to the inn, and submit the material to the guild room. Since the card had a limit to the amount of material it could absorb, this wasn't a perfect solution for everyone. But it did add an element of convenience. Most importantly, it gave Lex hope that one day the inn would provide him some way to instantly store any item he wanted in a separate space. The system inventory was too picky in this matter. The improvement in the meditation room was not anything new, it still helped with cultivation and understanding, just with a stronger effect now. It did not sound phenomenal, but sometimes, that was enough. The meditation room did not require any bells and whistles, just improving its existing functions was more than enough. With these things taken care of, Lex was planning on meeting with Harry to see how he could help Harry grow his abilities, but was informed by Mary that Alexander wanted to meet him. As his first big client, Lex had a special fondness for Alexander, and so did not waste any time in scanning the inn and appearing near his location. He was with his grandmother, Audrey, and the two of them were sitting alone in one of the secluded viewpoints of the Midnight Mountain. Lex immediately sensed that the mood was somewhat unusual, but guessed it had to do with the fact that Helen still had not returned to the inn after so long. Innkeeper, the grandchild and grandmother duo greeted him together. Their tone was formal, as usual, but they carried an air of solemnity about them. Considering the fact that even Audrey was being so serious, this might be about more than just the girl. "Please, be at ease. What can I do for you?" Alexander exchanged looks with his grandmother once, before he turned to the innkeeper and said, "I remember you once mentioned prestige levels and their perks. With my current spending, I should be around prestige level 3, right?" Lex was surprised. To be honest, he completely forgot that prestige was even a thing, other than just a category on the status screen. He scanned Alexander to check his status. Name: Alexander Morrison. Age: 17. Sex: male. Cultivation details: initial foundation realm species, human. Midnight in prestige level 3. Remarks: a walking, talking main character without the tragic backstory. Rob him blind, give him something to be sad about. Indeed, your current prestige level is 3, Lex told him, as he quickly checked on the perks each level gave mentally. Prestige level 1. Can receive glasses equipped with Clark Kent effect, only work while at the inn. Prestige level 2. Can instantly teleport to the inn from anywhere in the universe, once great for escaping enemies. Prestige level 3. Can travel to one-way a world connected to the inn, can only be used once every 10 years. Prestige level 4. 5% discount on all inn services, access to special services, allow you to use any inn service once every 10 years while not at the inn, effective meditation room while cultivation, recovery pod, etc. The 4th prestige level was new, and probably unlocked with his increased authority. But since literally not a single person had used their prestige perk, other than the glasses to hide your identity, Lex had not even remembered to check it out. Alright, well, I'd like to use the perk awarded to me by my level 3 prestige and travel to Vegas Minima. Are you sure? It's a one-way trip, meaning you will not be able to return to Earth or Mars. At least, you won't be able to return for the next 10 years, until the perk resets. Yes, I'm sure. Whether it's Earth, Mars or even the new minor realm, my family can handle them fine without my aid. The best way for me to contribute to the family, and speed up my own progress, is to leave and head out on my own. For a moment, Lex didn't know if he admired Alexander or thought he was idiotic. Leaving the comfort of home and going to face the unknown required a lot of courage. Then again, there were probably millions of people who would literally kill to be in his position, but he was giving it to take risks that may harm him greatly. Well, alright then, are you ready? I can send you off whenever you need. Yes, I'm ready, he said, as he picked up a backpack. Is there somewhere in particular on the planet you want to go? Lex asked as he prepared to activate the system. He learned that being able to pick a location not blocked by protective formations to be teleported to. Even then, the restriction of the protective formations wasn't because the system couldn't teleport there, but to honor the privacy of the planet's inhabitants. Otherwise, people could directly teleport into bank vaults or secure locations and cause havoc. Yes, I've already discussed my arrival with Lieutenant Slag, who will then help me enroll in the army. So, I would like to be teleported to him. Upon discovering that the system considered that an acceptable target, Lex looked at Alexander one last time, before teleporting the boy away. His life would be drastically different now, but Lex was rooting for him. Then he turned to look at Audrey and asked, "This was a brave decision." "Not really," the breathtakingly beautiful woman replied. "His stupid father is too controlling, the boy needs a bit of freedom. Do you know, he still hasn't had a single girlfriend." The woman genuinely seemed angry as she said that, before walking away. Try as he might, Lex could find no deep or hidden concern for the boy, disguised in her behavior. She must really want him to start dating. Chapter 219. Younger generation. Once he was done with Alexander, Lex went to check up on Harry. The barber kid was doing exceptionally well. His cheeks had filled out a little and his eyes had vigor that he had lacked when Lex first met him. Lex could not tell heads or tails of his cultivation, but he was confident enough to cut the hair of several chi training cultivators each day, and that's all that Lex needed to know. When asked if there was something he needed, he blushed, and after thinking for a few moments, said he didn't need anything. He was thoroughly confused about what he was thinking, but if it was important, he would eventually reach out. John happened to be in the mystery trial, so Lex decided to skip meeting him for now. Done with these tasks, Lex returned to his room, rubbed himself down with the ointment he received, and started cultivating. Using his Leo persona, Lex had previously placed several orders of equipment and ammunition to be delivered at fixed intervals, both to Will and Chen. This way, he wouldn't need to ask them again each time he was done visiting a world, and avoid overlapping the appearance of Leo with the Innkeeper. As far as anyone was concerned, and according to what Leo told Z, Leo had to go to handle some personal affairs and would not appear for a long time. Once he received his next batch of equipment, he would head out to another planet. X-142 was a very suitable planet for the purpose of attracting clients for the expo in 6 months, but he would need more. Until then, however, Lex simply focused on his cultivation. 2 days later, Lex had managed to gather a total of 34 strands of chi and had entered the 4th level of chi training. He had no intentions of stopping training, however, as the feeling of getting stronger was actually quite addictive. Intel, "Hey Lex, there's an unusual situation. You might want to pay attention to this." It was quite rare for Mary to interrupt his cultivation, as she would normally wait for one of his breaks, so the seriousness of the matter was apparent. Lex concluded his cultivation, stabilizing his absorbed chi, and got up. "What's the issue?" "One of the guests has gotten into an argument with one of the waitresses." Lex raised an eyebrow and quickly scanned the inn, found the problem and sighed. Lex was not surprised that the culprit was one of the teenagers from Troy Academy. "Shut your mouth, you stupid skank, I know what you were doing," hollered a girl ballistically at one of his waitresses. Lex did not have much personal interaction with this waitress, and did not know her name, but that did not mean he would let one of his workers get bullied. But he needed to understand the situation first, so he quietly listened. "Please, guest, it's nothing like that. You must be misunderstanding." "Misunderstand my ass," the overly privileged teenager yelled again. "You were flirting with my boyfriend. I saw how you were ogling him. Keep your skanky claws away from him or I'll make you regret it. You're lucky the principal has strictly banned us from fighting, or I'd be squeezing your head into the ground and shaving it bald." "I assure you," the waitress replied, panic and desperation in her voice, "I was not making any advances on the guest. He requested some help, and I was only inquiring." "Oh, you're calling me a liar. We can just ask Sean." "Hey Sean, did you call this skank?" The screaming girl turned towards her boyfriend. He was standing together with a group of friends, snickering as they whispered amongst themselves. When asked, he quickly denied asking the waitress for anything. Lex frowned. Since he could review any events happening at the inn at any time, he quickly rewinded and saw that the boy had indeed asked for the waitress specifically. In fact, when Lex heard some of the remarks the boys were passing when they called her, Lex's demeanor darkened. He scanned the inn and found the principal of the academy, who was sitting with a few friends and chatting in a restaurant in Avalon. Lex directly sent his voice and told him to show up at the location of the argument, ensuring the displeasure in his voice was evident. The principal nearly fell out of his seat when he recognized the voice, but Lex was already not paying attention anymore. As pissed off as he was, he slightly regretted that the screaming brat hadn't actually physically attacked at any time. That would have made the situation simpler to resolve. He could have directly retaliated. Before the fight could continue any further, and before Lex had to hear any more screaming, he took a deep breath to stabilize his mood, and teleported over. "What seems to be the issue here?" he asked as soon as he appeared. His voice was neutral, and did not betray his true feelings, but it was loud and carried clearly to the ears of all who were watching. Many of his workers who were also watching breathed a sigh of relief, and hope twinkled in their eyes. The guests had a different sparkle in their eyes, as they avidly waited to watch the drama unfold. The screaming girl was not intimidated by the innkeeper's arrival, but instead became excited. She had grown in the lap of luxury, and was used to getting her way, but that did not mean that she was an idiot. She had a clear understanding of businesses, and she understood the extent they would go to preserve their image. Her reason for causing a commotion was valid, as the waitress had indeed been overly friendly with her boyfriend, in her opinion, and in such a scenario where she was in the right, along with her background, usually played out pretty much in the manner she wanted. It was unfortunate for her that her experience was limited to Earth where her background actually mattered, and that Lex did not have a boss he needed to appease by maintaining a positive relation with his customers, even the annoying ones. "This desperate skank here was throwing herself at my boyfriend," she explained to the innkeeper in a haughty voice. "Is that the kind of establishment you run here? Interfering in your guests' lives and taking what you want?" The girl was quite proud of her accusation, and just waiting for the innkeeper to start appeasing her. Lex looked at his waitress, who was staring back at him with hesitation and fear in her eyes. "What happened?" he asked her, his voice noticeably softer. The guest kept asking me to bring things for his friends. "I was only doing what the guest wanted," she replied, trying hard to keep herself from stuttering. "Lies. She's lying. She kept flirting with—" "Stop," Lex said, his voice rippling through the air and freezing the screaming girl. He waved his hand, and a screen appeared in the air in front of everyone, displaying the events as they played out. Everyone watched, including the aggrieved waitress, as the boys kept taunting and flirting with the waitress. Something Lex didn't catch the first time, but noticed this time, was that one of the boys even tried to pinch her, and winked at her when she managed to avoid it. The situation was clear to everyone who watched it, and the screaming girl blushed with her fists clenched as she watched. It was evident that her boyfriend was the one harassing the waitress, but she couldn't accept it. But the situation was escalating, as their principal had also run over by now, and immediately panicked when he saw what the screen displayed. Unaware of what actually occurred, he thought it was the horrendous behavior of the boys that agitated the innkeeper. "I think it's obvious what really happened," Lex said, as he looked at the girl. To be honest, he really wanted to punish her in some way, but at the same time didn't want to go as far as to use violence. He controlled the agitation in his heart and suppressed his rising anger as he turned to the principal. "This is an establishment that takes care of its guests, but never at the expense of my staff. As this is the first time something like this has happened, I will let it go by simply banning the girl and those boys. Should it happen again, the repercussions won't be as simple as a ban. My gravest apologies, Innkeeper," the principal began, wiping the actual sweat off his forehead. "I promise you, something like—" "I disagree," the girl screamed loudly, cutting the principal off, as she glared at the innkeeper. Not only had the innkeeper ignored her, and dictated a punishment for her to her principal, just the fact that he had exposed her and humiliated her in public drove her insane. Normally, she really knew what lines not to cross, but as a spoiled child experiencing anything but adoration and support, the logical part of her brain was overridden by her erupting anger. Of course, she was angry at her boyfriend, soon-to-be ex-boyfriend as well, for shamelessly flirting with other girls. Currently, however, she was still focused on the waitress and the innkeeper. Just because she didn't say anything doesn't mean she's not guilty. It's her fault for flaunting herself in front of all those boys. "And you, do you feel proud, bullying a little girl? Since this is a problem between me and her, you should let us handle it ourselves. If you're shameless enough to interfere in a fight between the younger generation, don't be surprised when the same happens to one of your workers in the future." The principal nearly fainted as he heard the girl screaming, and almost already accepted today as the date for his funeral. Lex, however, turned to look at her, his neutral appearance turning grim, his anger beginning to seethe. Chapter 220. A hero straight out of an anime. Before you do anything, someone sent you a message I think you should listen to. Mary suddenly interrupted Lex's thoughts, before directly playing the message. Considering the current situation, Lex knew Mary would only interrupt him if it was important, and indeed it was. Firstly, her timely interruption woke Lex from his stupor. He realized that he had once again become furious, the same way he had on X-142, though obviously not at the same level. It was strange, Lex never had any anger issues in his life prior to this. But then again, he lived a life where he never really encountered any bullying or blatant antagonization. Fortunately, once he realized that, he quickly calmed down. Secondly, the message provided him with a way to resolve this situation without having to resort to violence. Well, without directly having to resort to violence. Before he said anything, though, he scanned the audacious girl. Name: Heidi. Age: 18. Sex: female. Cultivation details: Chi training level 3 species, human. Midnight in prestige level 1. Remarks: she reeks of a girl with daddy issues. Her boyfriend could either be extremely fortunate, or extremely unfortunate, there is no third option. With nothing special in her status worthy of note, in Lex's mind this matter was no longer worthy of his attention. So far, he had avoided trouble at his inn due to the clear intimidating reputation he had established, but there would always be people who were not guided by logic. In fact, there were likely more of those out there than the logical type, it was just that Lex had the good fortune of avoiding most of them so far. Normally, Lex would address others as, "Dear guest," to make them feel comfortable and respected, but this time, he could not be bothered. "Heidi, this is the Midnight Inn. We take pride in our service to any and all guests who honor decorum, but for those who display impropriety, we have no patience. This is not a feud between the younger generation. It is simply you mistreating one of my staff, and me not standing for it. It is already a testament to my good temper that I even bothered to provide an explanation for my decision, let alone the light punishment I declared." The innkeeper's expression was only mildly perturbed, but all who were watching felt the pressure of his words. It was like a suffocating feeling, pressing down on one's chest, keeping them from breathing. For a moment, some were truly afraid of what would happen next, and were ready to escape at a moment's notice. It just so happened that Ragnar, the general in charge of the Jotun forces in the Vegas system, happened to come to the inn just in time to witness these things. He had originally come to the inn because he needed to consult the innkeeper on certain matters, but decided it was best to wait till the situation was resolved. Since you are from an underdeveloped planet, it makes sense that you cannot understand that being served by my employees is a privilege and an honor, but it is not my place to explain these things to you. Originally, since you were sensible enough not to actually try to harm my employee, I was simply going to send you back to your planet and end this farce. Yet it seems your words have struck a nerve with someone, and so, I will indeed let the younger generation handle it." Heidi, who was originally furious, was now flushed with embarrassment and wild jealousy. She accused him of bullying and tried to discredit him in public since she was so used to being around people who cared more for face than anything else, but the glaring indifference in his eyes let her know that if she had not harassed one of his employees, she would never enter his eyes for the rest of his life. His apathy for her was only matched by his concern for his employee. When was the last time someone had cared like that for her? Before she could think much further, however, someone came and stepped in front of her. He was one of the more renowned workers at the inn, Z. Not only did he have a crowd of mothers wanting to spoil him, and the odd girl finding his shyness cute, but he was extremely popular amongst Lex's employees as well. While they all had unique personalities, most of Lex's workers had an air of naivety to them, and it was only with Z's incessant guidance that they took care of themselves somewhat. Of course, he still would not show his concern openly. With everyone's first paycheck of 100 megapixels, he had them buy phones, and he shared all his concerns over a Discord server for the inn employees only. Right now, though, he did not look like a shy geek who spent all his time in front of a screen. Currently, he was looking up at Heidi. He was shorter than her, with his arms folded and a look of disgust on his face. No one could tell at all that he practiced this look in the mirror every time he saw an awesome anime protagonist. For insulting Big Sister Pamela, I could diss you so long and hard, it would put shame to every diss track in history. But I don't have time to waste on the likes of you, I'm right in the middle of watching Overlady, so how about we get right to it? I challenge you to a fight in the arena. If I win, apologize to Sister Pamela. If you win, I'll apologize on Sister's behalf and give you all the MP I have." Internally, Z snickered. He only had 1 megapixel left. Heidi suddenly realized that a massive crowd had gathered, and now they were all watching her. Not only were there numerous guests, slowly more and more of the inn's workers had started to gather. This was the first time any of them faced such a situation, and as a tight-knit community, they were all extremely concerned for Pamela. Even with her inflated ego, anger and embarrassment clouding her mind, she started feeling pressure under the gaze of the enormous crowd, and was thinking of what she could do. But before she could think of anything, Z spoke once again. "Of course, since the whole matter started with you guys taking advantage of Sister Pamela, you must join in the challenge as well." He was, of course, looking at Sean and his friends. "Naturally, I'll take you all on together. Don't worry, I know this is too unfair a fight for you guys, so I'll only use one hand." As soon as Z said those words, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Lex felt his heart drop, but he did not let it show on his face. He wasn't even sure if this was the same Z who never moved from in front of the TV screen. He had never seen him jog, let alone fight, and now he was handicapping himself. If he failed, Lex wouldn't know where to bury his face from embarrassment. Heidi, on the other hand, suddenly saw hope. Like she knew how to escalate situations, she recognized the current one very well. This kid was trying to show off in front of some girl. She herself had experienced such things 100 times. She had to take advantage of the situation before the kids' heads cooled down. She would vent all her frustrations on him. "I've really seen it all," she yelled, making sure all the crowd heard her voice clearly. "The innkeeper of the famous Midnight Inn likes to bully little girls, and the rest of you like to force us into fights. I'm not as barbarish as you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Come on Sean, let's go. Or is the only thing you can do is ogle at dirty skanks? And you, little kid, don't cry when you lose. I'll have you beg for an apology for every dirty look that ugly wench threw at my boyfriend." By calling out her boyfriend, she put the pressure on him to join her in the fight alongside her. She really needed him, and his friends, as she herself could not fight at all. They were living in the 21st century. With her prestigious background, when would she ever need to fight? Her cultivation realm was only to prolong her youth and keep up with her siblings. Word of the fight spread across the inn almost immediately, and almost all the guests showed up to the arena to watch the fight. There had been a few matches here regularly since Marlowe and Brandon had their duel, and it had become one of the most popular spots and always hosted a crowd, either supporting a fighter or just enjoying the match. None of that could compare, however, with the massive crowd that was gathering now. Not only because of all the guests, but because after asking special permission, all the workers across the inn came here to show their support for Z. Every one of them seemed to take the feeble-looking kid's win for granted. Only Lex was worried inside, though one would not be able to tell by looking at him. Chapter 221. A bitter fight. The battle arena was much smaller than the Colosseum that used to host massive crowds. Even the few hundred guests and workers now had their vision blocked. The few existing seats were filled to beyond their capacity, with many people sitting on each other's laps. Lex, who was watching the scene with his arms folded, standing midair, let loose a sigh as he had no choice but to make the arena and its stands bigger. He really wanted to avoid spending his MP on non-essential things, but in the end quality of life improvements did count as essential for an inn. With a wave of his hand, and 30,000 megapixels from his balance, the arena spontaneously turned into an open-air stadium. The crowd that was standing suddenly found themselves sitting. The nearby food stall was naturally incorporated into the stadium, and some of the workers found themselves holding a tray with a strap round their neck, full of hot dogs, fries, and a few foreign dishes from the other planets the inn was attached to. Ragnar, who had been floating in the air right beside the innkeeper, was impressed as usual. The innkeeper had a certain flair in doing seemingly impossible tasks with casual effort. Xion, who also suddenly found himself sitting down, was fairly impressed, but more inspired. This inn was just lovely. He was too used to being able to predict things, which affected his creativity, but now he was bursting with ideas. He really wanted to go ask the innkeeper if he created this out of thin air, or summoned a pre-existing building from somewhere else. The answer would guide him in his next invention. On stage, Z stood casually with his arms still folded, looking indifferently towards Heidi. From time to time, His armor would crack and his cool expression would momentarily shift to an awkward smile, but he always regained his cool quick enough for anyone to notice. He hoped. On the other end stood Heidi and Sean, along with 4 of his friends. To be honest, his friends did not want to get involved in this, they were just having some fun earlier by teasing the waitress. But they didn't even have time to process what happened when Z challenged them, and Heidi accepted on their behalf. Even after she accepted, they tried to get out of it, but the crowds were too big, and they were under too much pressure. Anyway they saw it, it looked like they were bullying a little kid. They were hoping to get Z to take back his challenge by pressuring him until someone told them that it wasn't an unfair fight. After all, Z was an employee for the Innkeeper. How could he be judged by normal standards? Maybe if they were able to fight him, or even beat him, they might be able to earn the opportunity to impress the Innkeeper and get hired by him. The logic of being rewarded by the Innkeeper for beating his own employee was extremely flawed, but from the point of view of these kids whose lives only revolved around their own needs, it made perfect sense. Everyone was split on who they thought would win, some anticipating the inn's employee to wipe the floor with these kids, while others thinking he would be overpowered due to their numbers. Lex was among the people who were undecided. Z, albeit his introverted personality, was not stupid, so he should know what he can handle. At the same time, Lex had never seen any of his workers fight, so he really didn't know what to expect. He hadn't even given them any techniques, only providing them with cultivation methods, so what could he really achieve? Just as the tension was slowly building up, and Heidi was furiously whispering to Sean, telling him how to attack, the Innkeeper finally spoke. I would like to give a reminder to stop the fight in a timely manner in case the opponent is unable to continue. I also do not want anyone attacking to kill. His voice was placid, as if he already knew the result, but was only speaking for the formality of it. As Lex did not like giving long speeches or dramatic build-ups, he directly said, "Begin." The group of teenagers from Troy Academy as well as Z were taken by surprise by the sudden start, but Z recovered first. True to his words, Z folded his left arm behind himself and extended his right arm forward and flicked his fingers, as if indicating them to come attack him. As if that wasn't provocation enough for the extremely prideful teenagers, music started playing, catching the audience by surprise. Then someone noticed that there was a Bluetooth speaker hanging from one of Z's belt loops, which was the source of the music. "What do you think you're doing?" Heidi asked, her body trembling from fury. Let alone being insulted as such, she felt like the level of disregard being shown to her was monumental. This kid was totally taking this fight as a joke. "It's my theme music," Z answered very seriously. "I'm still working on it, but all the heroes have background music when they fight, right? This is just an electronic copy of the music from Attack on Titanus, but it's all I had right now." Unable to process what Z was saying, she let out a frustrated scream, before yelling at her partners. "What are you waiting for? Can't you see he's humiliating you? Hurry up and end this." Sean was a typical bully and liked to take advantage of people when no one was watching. Being under the scrutiny of hundreds of people made him hesitant, but his ego and pride prevented him from backing down. "Let's go," he said to his friends, as he slowly started walking towards Z, trying to look cool. 5 seconds later, when he was still walking and had not even covered a third of the distance, he suddenly became hyper-aware of the hundreds of eyes on him, and how long it would take to reach Z at this rate. Suddenly getting flustered, he let out an angry yell, and bolted towards him. Despite what Heidi thought, Z was taking this fight very seriously from the beginning. Seeing his opponents rush at him, Z's eyes suddenly shone with a silver light as he activated Regalia Bloom, the bloodline all the inn's workers seemed to share. From his pocket emerged a trading card of an anime Z liked to watch, covered in a silver light as well. A lot of the guests watching assumed it was some kind of weapon, the higher realm cultivators recognized it as some kind of card, and only some very few cultural connoisseurs from Earth recognized what it really was. After all, the figure of a small flaming lizard on it was unmistakable. Z waited till his foes were closer and, timing it perfectly with the beat drop, launched his attack. The silver card flew too fast for the kids to follow, and so Sean was caught completely unprepared when he felt the flat of the card smack him on the face so hard that he lost balance and tripped. While the attack itself had not been too hard, Z did not accidentally want to kill him, so he controlled his strength. The sound of the smack was like a clap of thunder that rang across the stadium. The crowd erupted in cheer and Lex secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the 4 boys behind Sean panicked. The sound was loud enough to scare them, and the way Sean had fallen over made them assume it was a devastating blow. Feeling a mix of anxiousness, fear, anger, hesitation and confusion, they did the only thing they could think of, and attacked Z blindly. The man of the hour, Z, did not bother to move from his stance as his eyes followed the four boys who were trying to attack him from all sides. With a blinding silver glow, the card streaked through the air, smacking faces before anyone could get close. Since the attacks weren't strong enough to actually knock them unconscious, Sean and the boys picked themselves back up, thinking themselves hardened warriors who could resist a lethal blow. Battle cries drowned Z's music, and various techniques flashed through the air, but the symphony of slapping faces never paused, and Z had played his music on repeat, so it didn't matter if he missed any of the good parts. It was bitter fight and a testament to Z's endless will that he never flattered under the relentless onslaught. After all, standing still in the sunlight for so long had caused him to start sweating, and he had forgotten to wear deodorant. It was only a slight absolution from his plight that every time he hurled an opponent with a face slap worth of a shonen MC, their bodies would blow a gentle wind that somewhat cooled him. In the stands, the Troy Academy principal didn't know whether to be relieved whether his students did not harm the innkeeper's worker, or embarrassed at their predicament. Any positive image Alexander had created for the academy during the Midnight Games had been wasted by these fools. In the end, all he could do was console himself by saying that it was an honor to lose to someone from the Midnight Inn. Yes, that was it. For all he knew, Z might even be the innkeeper's personal disciple. Yes, it was completely honorable to lose to such a fighter. On stage, Z finally used up 4% of his bloodline power. These were formidable enemies indeed. Chapter 222, Ragnar gets a room. While Z felt that the fight had gone on forever, barely a few minutes had passed. Even with him holding back, being slapped in the face repeatedly by a card reinforced by his bloodline power made Sean and the kids lay on the ground with swollen faces, unable to get up. Heidi instead stood frozen. It was not fear that painted her face, but shock. Sean and the rest may not be at Alexander's level, to be honest, who was? Yet still, they had a decent standing within Troy Academy. Their physical fitness was high, they excelled at sports, and they had all taken some form of combat training. Z's statement about fighting with only one hand had turned into a joke. From start to end, he had not moved an inch. She grit her teeth, but as much as she didn't want to feel pain, the dire situation had woken her from her privilege-induced rage. Vaguely, some of the things her father told her flashed in her mind, and, as much as she hated to do it, she walked forward. The rage, the frustration, the bitterness on her face only accentuated the audience's enjoyment. It was like watching a scene from a drama. Most of them did not even know what had prompted the fight, but that no longer mattered. In situations like this, the winner was in the right. They were waiting to see what she would do. Would she attack? Would she scream? Would she accuse him of cheating? Her actual decision surprised everyone. When she reached close enough to Z, she suppressed all her feelings and made herself say, "End it. I refuse to give up, and I don't want to be insulted by some, I don't hit women," speech. Z, who could already feel a bead of sweat roll down his forehead, could not wait to finish the match either. Like silver lightning, the card flashed through the air, followed by the resounding sound of thunder that was caused by the slap on Heidi's face. Once she fell on the ground, she did not bother getting up, and only focused on holding back the tears that were welling up in her eyes. She searched the crowd until her eyes landed on Pamela. She had heard many people say that emotional pain was a lot worse than physical pain, but her stinging, throbbing cheek felt a lot worse than any embarrassment. Of course, the combination of being embarrassed and being in pain definitely superseded all of them. "I apologize for insulting you," she said through gritted teeth. "It was my fault for jumping to conclusions." Z nodded, at seeing her apologize, then walked off stage to ensure Pamela was all right. Heidi, though, wasn't done yet. She then turned towards the innkeeper who had been watching from the sky and said, "I apologize for my misbehavior. I was not able to control my emotions." The innkeeper only nodded at her apology, before departing. Having her apologize to him wasn't a part of the bet, she did it of her free will. Lex could clearly tell that she had forced herself, but the fact that she had done it all was a big deal. Unwilling to stay the center of attention much longer, Heidi directly left the inn. The crowd was disappointed the match ended so quickly, but since they were all gathered here anyway, many people took this opportunity to promote themselves. Rivals began challenging each other in a public way, and another few rounds of fights were quickly scheduled. Lex, however, was no longer paying attention to that any longer, as he had turned his attention to Ragnar. The general actually looked to be in a good mood, which was a nice change. Normally, whenever someone looked for him, it was due to some kind of bad news. "It's been a long time, General. How have you been?" "Great," he replied with a smirk on his face. "After Vegas Minima, we've retaken Vegas Prime as well. Now, only Vegas Maxima remains, and we should be able to regain control in a few weeks at most. It is good that your mission is going well, though I expect it is too soon for you to be coming for a vacation. What can I do for you?" "Ha, vacation. I don't remember the last time I had a vacation." The general could not stop himself from laughing. "Indeed, I do require your aid in a sensitive matter. Furthermore, I have to apologize in advance if any of my actions offended you." Lex raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Ragnar, despite his reputation, struck Lex as a very friendly man considering his position. He elaborated, "During the Midnight Games, I had the opportunity to encounter the Devil Loretta and her counterparts. I used that chance to record their aura and energy signatures. While recording the energy signatures themselves do not in any way harm them, they provide us with the potential to possibly track them, or at least identify them should they infiltrate some highly secure auras. The Empire also has a few other uses for them. Loretta is a high-value target, even though I myself am not privy as to why. I suspected that once I reported the matter, I would be approached by an envoy, asked to return to one of the main planets. This is because for the past few hundred years, I've been on reclamation missions, essentially taking back land lost to demons. Yet that is not what happened. Instead of being summoned, my existing orders were overridden and I was ordered to wind up matters in the Vegas system in 6 months, after which my entire fleet and I were ordered to the galactic front lines." As he said the last line, Ragnar's face was extremely grim, and even without him saying, Lex understood what he meant. "You think someone is sending you to a dangerous place to possibly harm you, and prevent you from passing on the recorded signatures?" "Yes. As a general, my chain of command in the military is transparent, so it's easy to track where my orders come from. Yet my orders did not originate from the army, but from the home of a certain duke. While my authority in the empire is usually higher, in times of crisis, the authority of local administrative nobility is increased drastically, and so I have no choice but to obey the orders. Keeping the galaxy from being invaded takes priority over reclaiming some planets." "You suspect this duke?" "No, I think the duke's need is valid, but I think circumstances have been manipulated to create the need for reinforcements artificially. I also think someone brought attention to my information in front of the duke, prompting him to choose me over other nearby forces. Maybe this is a conspiracy, maybe this isn't. Either way, I would like to deposit the recorded aura from you until I take it back, or in the case of my demise, an appointed successor might collect it." "Unfortunately, Ragnar, I cannot hold an item for you," the innkeeper said in an apologetic tone. Yet before he could get too disappointed, he continued, "But I can guarantee that if you rent a room from me, and leave any belongings, that no one will touch those belongings for the duration that you have the room." Ragnar grinned and immediately rented a room. Slowly, Raphael opened his eyes. Because his body had just covered, and this was the first time he regained consciousness in over a decade, his head was a little groggy, and he had not recovered his memories. His blurry vision just showed him the ceiling, and time seemed to be moving in slow motion. A dull, ringing sound filled his ears, though he did not seem to notice, and for a few minutes he remained like that. "Where, he thought to himself, taking quite a while to complete the thought. But, as soon as the thought was complete, his memories started rushing back to him. They weren't memories just of right before his accident, but the memories of his entire life. His parents, his friends, his hopes, his dreams. Tears started falling down his face as he lifted his trembling hand and brought it in front of his eyes. His youthful hand, free of scars and wrinkles, filled him with more joy than he had ever felt in his entire life. At that moment, the doors to the room opened, and both his parents were struck by the sight of their son crying as he looked at his hand. They thought he was in pain, or that he was traumatized by the accident, and rushed to his side. They called out to him, and tried talking to him, but Raphael did not hear their words. He only looked at his hands with unending joy, and thought to himself, "I can't believe it worked. I did it. I really came back in time." Chapter 223. Butterfly Effect. A few hours later, Raphael found himself being pushed in a wheelchair by his mother, who was grinning ear to ear. When she wasn't grinning, she was talking to her boy non-stop, and Marlowe was walking alongside them silently. He may be a king in his own domain, but right now it was his wife who was giving the orders, and so for once, he suppressed himself and simply followed along. Raphael, though, was currently lost in his own thoughts. Firstly, he was in a wheelchair because after 15 years of not moving at all, he had lost nearly all the muscle mass in his body, and even moving his arms put him out of breath. The recovery pod could do nothing for his strength and stamina as long as he was technically healthy. Secondly, though he had come back far into the past, the timeline had already changed drastically despite his inaction. In fact, the timeline had already changed so much that he was having serious doubts if he could use a lot of the information he knew for his benefit. He had asked his parents what he had missed in the past 15 years, and while they only gave him a few minor details to fill him in, he was sure that he held almost no advantage when it came to his knowledge of future events relating to Earth for at least another few years. He had strong suspicions about what had caused the timeline to diverge, he just could not understand how the effect of it was so big. In his original timeline, he had never suffered from the grave injury that caused him to be suspended in life support for 15 years. The reason for that was simple. While Marlowe suspected his injury was caused by a breakthrough gone wrong, but the truth of the matter was, he was injured by the treasure that had traveled back in time. The treasure that was currently in his heart was one he could easily control in the future. But his current body was too weak, and so the fusion process of the treasure, along with Raphael's memories from the future, almost ended up killing him. So, technically speaking, the only difference between his original timeline and this one should have been his 15 years in a coma. What he could not have imagined was how such a simple thing affected the world in a subtle way that ended up drastically changing the future. First of all, in his original timeline, since Raphael never got injured, Marlowe never had the moment of self-reflection. This was fine for Raphael, as though Marlowe was a harsh dad, it was his training that actually allowed Raphael to get so far in life. Without that self-reflection, though, Marlowe never ended up becoming Alexander's teacher, and he never hosted his self-defense lessons, which caused him to meet Lex. Without his delicate touch in training Alexander, his personality developed in a different way. Instead of being open-minded and humble in his approach to power, Alexander developed a ruthless arrogance that was rightfully fed from his relentless training and strength. That minor yet prominent shift in personality reflected in how he influenced the Morrison family to develop, and how they interacted with the rest of Earth. Furthermore, because Lex was never trained by Marlowe, his experience at Vegas Minima was extremely different, during which he nearly died and had to be treated in the recovery pod as well as Ore, which prompted him to take a drastically different approach in developing the inn. He was much slower in developing the inn, despite the quests and prompts from the system, and waited many years until his own cultivation was much higher before he started spreading the inn to the rest of the universe. The butterfly effect was a theory in science on Earth that, when simply explained, stated something as simple as a flap of a butterfly's wing can, through a series of events, cause a hurricane. Similarly, Raphael had no way of knowing how far-reaching the effects of him being injured truly were. With Lex developing the inn slower, he would never have been able to help Tiffany, the little girl from Nibiru, never saved Chen and Blaine, never influenced the war in the Vegas system, never give Ragnar the opportunity to record Loretta's energy signature, never met Loretta's father, never have saved Fenrir, and so many other, seemingly minor things that would one day have monumental effects. With his limited knowledge, however, Raphael did know a few simple changes that had happened. When the Council of New Order attacked the 5 families in his timeline, the effects were extremely drastic, to the point where the ecosystem of the entire planet had changed. His father, who never got an opportunity to complete his new cultivation system, died during that war since he could not recover from his wounds. North America had become all but a desolate land. Massive shifts in tectonic plates under the pressure of countless battles ended up causing super-volcanic eruptions on the continent that not only killed most of the population, it would have clouded the Earth in dust for years without the aid of technology. The war, which had been dubbed World War III, had also affected the mortal population so badly, which, followed by the subsequent food shortages, caused the global population to drop below 1 billion. When the situation was still not resolved, Fernanda ultimately revealed herself to the world and not only killed the 5 family heads for their incompetence, but all members of the council. She then became regent of Earth, ruling with the world with an unquestionable strictness. Many called her a tyrant, but under her rule, Earth made tremendous progress. Many more things happened, but of course they were much farther in the future. Raphael neither had any way of knowing if the events he knew of would still happen, nor was he currently focused on them. With the timeline changed, many of his initial worries were already resolved. All he needed to do now was wait for the treasure in his heart to fully heal his body till it was no longer crippled on the path to cultivation, something he knew for a fact it would be able to do, and then raise his cultivation. Though many problems had inadvertently been fixed, there were a few upcoming events in the future he strongly believed would not change. This mysterious place known as the Midnight Inn would help him tremendously, though had never actually been here in his previous timeline. But instead of relying on something he could fully understand, he planned on getting close to a few people he knew would be prominent in the future. If Lex had somehow been able to read the list of names he was going through, he would have been surprised to learn that he personally knew quite a few of them, or had at least heard of them. Larry Dershaw and Matilda Ross had been Lex's class fellows, and Marlowe's students, though Raphael didn't know that yet. But while their names were high on the list, the name highest on the list was Andrew Sigmund, Helen's older stepbrother and new CEO of Sigmund Crop. But, before he could start planning, he needed to understand the current timeline, and that would not be a short endeavor. Back on Earth, Vera Joel, more commonly known as Russian Princess 77, was silently cursing her luck. She had told Alexander that he would lose someone important to him, so that he would venture into the minor realm and prevent Helen from being teleported away. While Alexander was distraught that he had been unable to save Helen, Vera was also upset because that portal was supposed to be her way out of Earth. But that was the drawback of being an oracle. She could not always accurately predict the future. What's more, her peculiarity as an oracle made it even harder for her to give accurate predictions to other people because, quite simply, she could only see her own future. If she had been able to see other people's futures, she would have given Alexander better information. Instead, all she saw was that for her to escape Earth, Alexander needed to save someone in the minor realm. She let out a disappointed sigh. Well, there will be opportunities in the future. She turned just in time to see a few guards escorting someone new through the compound where they stayed as guests. This new person happened to be Heidi. The spoiled girl, as much as she didn't want to, had to report what happened to her father. As much as she feared his punishment, she knew keeping secrets would result in something even worse, so she had to fess up. When she was finally brought to his room, he was surprised to see her father was actually in a very good mood. He was humming to himself as he tied his tie before fixing his collar and putting on his blazer. "Good morning, father," she said, with a bright smile, hoping to improve his mood. "Ah, Heidi, you're here. I have wonderful news. The Williams family is finally letting me out of this hellhole of a planet. Today is going to be a good day." Chapter 224, Seven Nation Crystal Realm. "Ah, Heidi. You're here. I have wonderful news. The Williams family is finally letting me out of this hellhole of a planet. Today is going to be a good day." Heidi almost stumbled when she heard the news. Even with her best effort to maintain a smiling face, she could not stop her jaw from dropping as she continued to stare at her father. Heidi, along with all of her other siblings, were born on Earth over the past few decades, but they all knew that their father had a prestigious position somewhere out in the universe. They knew, because their father was very vocal about how disgusting it was to be stuck as a political prisoner. For an unknown amount of time, considering the severe lack of spiritual energy in his region of space, Earth had been used as a planet where the Williams family hosted their political prisoners. They were given free reign, as well as all the luxury Earth had to offer during their stay, but they could just never leave. At least until their purpose in keeping them prisoner was fulfilled. Heidi's father was being held because the Williams family he had heard so much about was pressuring the organization he worked for into giving them a good deal on something they were working on. Officially, Heidi's father was a guest of the Williams family, but unofficially he had been dumped on this planet until further notice. Considering his own personal worth, after a long, exhaustive negotiation, they had finally come to an agreement and he was allowed to leave. For him, this was excellent news. For Heidi and her siblings, not so much. This was because on Earth they had free reign to do whatever they wanted as long as they refrained from things like murder and kidnapping. Out in the universe though, Heidi at least had no idea how she would fare. Her father was not a traditional father figure. Not only did he not raise them personally, his severe detachment from everything related to Earth made her pretty sure he did not truly care for them either. Noticing her faltering expression, he asked, "What is it, child? Something the matter?" Heidi took a deep breath and then explained in great detail what had happened to her. She did not bother exaggerating or lying. She had never seen anyone successfully lie to her father. She was observing his face to see if his expression changed, but he continued to smile and hum. She did not know whether to be afraid or relieved. When she finished, her father pointed to an urn in the side of his room. "You see that, dear? You know what that is?" Heidi looked at it, but had never seen it before, so she shook her head. "That urn is full of all the ashes of your siblings," the man said nonchalantly as he continued to pack. Heidi's face drained of color and she struggled to keep standing. "You've all had good lives, I don't see any reason for you to complain about it being cut short. You see, I can't afford any liability, and you kids honestly, you've probably never done a single hard thing in your lives. Well, your siblings, not you. I'm proud of you for not quitting the match, and apologizing without being beaten into it. For that, I think I'll let you live. You can maintain whatever bank balance you have in your account, but from now on, you'll have to depend on yourself for everything else. Good luck, Heidi, I'm sure you'll make me proud." The girl finally couldn't hold it together anymore, and fainted, though that never stopped her father from continuing to pack. Once he was done, he simply took his luggage and left the room with only an urn full of ashes, and an unconscious girl still lying in it. Xian could not suppress his laughter as he felt the wind blow over its scaly body. He was lying flat over the roof of the golf cart encased in silver light, spreading its limbs like it was flying around. Gerard had to reinforce the roof of the golf cart with his bloodline power, which drastically affected how much he could speed up the cart, but he was determined to fulfill the guest's request. He had interrupted his retreat so that he could watch Z's match, and just as he was done, he ran into this new scaly guest that oozed endless enthusiasm. Pulling a handbrake made of silver light, Gerard abruptly brought the golf cart into a drift, the sudden change in direction launching Xian off the roof of the cart and straight into the lazy river. "That was excellent," the drake roared as it climbed out, the drops of weight on its body causing it to shine. "I'm glad I could fulfill your request, guest. Hopefully in the near future we will be able to upgrade my vehicle, which will allow me to launch you even further." "Oh, you want to upgrade your vehicle? How so?" "A few changes to increase the power, and make its drive more flexible. I cannot promise when we will get our hands on the upgrades, but I assure you the ride will be even more excellent then. Do you mind if I take a crack at it?" Xian asked as he observed Gerard's noble chariot with renewed interest. He had never seen anything like it, and it stroked his once exhausted curiosity. Gerard hesitated, wondering if he should consult the innkeeper on the matter first, but it was too late. The drake was breathing fire out of his nose to heat up its claws, and then began dismantling it. Gerard shrugged. Since he had already begun, there was no harm in investigating. Things at the inn were running smoothly, and though Lex had connected to a new planet, since he didn't leave behind any golden keys, he was not expecting a surge in guests anytime soon. This was perfect, as X-142 was the most ideal planet for him to send invitations to the expo in a few months, but one planet was not enough. Which is exactly why, after Lex renewed his gear, and took care of all issues, he was ready to connect to a new planet again. The wooden ticket had served him well, so, hoping for the best, he spent another 100,000 megapixels on it, before crushing it to activate it. He was looking forward to a new selection of planets, but this time, the menu looked different. Planets available. Planet, planet rating, planet distance, planet environment, realms available, realm, 7-nation crystal realm rating, 2 stars realm environment, a single crack in an otherwise perfect existence. Lex was extremely confused, but before he had the chance to ask Mary any questions, he disappeared in a flash of light. When he reappeared, Lex found himself facing a wall in the dark. He looked around, and found himself in a large hall that looked like it had been ransacked. There was nothing there except broken furniture and a dim, depressing mood. It was raining heavily outside, with the occasional flash of lightning and clap of thunder, echoing endlessly in the hall. In the brief moments of light, Lex realized that he wasn't the only one in this hall. There were nearly a dozen others, all seemingly young, and all of them covered in dirt. A few of them even looked like they were crying. The situation here wasn't normal, but Lex wasn't sure how to start a conversation with any of them to ask the situation. What he did realize was that unlike the rest, he was completely dry and completely clean, and would stand out in case anyone paid any attention to him. Not willing to take any chances, Lex slowly exited the hall and stepped into the rain. As he reluctantly covered his clothes with a little bit of mud, he tried to get a sense for his location, but visibility was poor. As best as he could tell, the hall seemed to be located on a hill, far away from any other kind of man-made structure. Just as he was pondering on how to proceed, he saw movement in the rain. He looked up to see 4 men, flying in the air, quickly approaching the hall. "Get inside, young one of them spoke directly in Lex's mind using their spirit sense. "Otherwise you will get sick." Lex obeyed since he was still not sure of the situation, but it was quite fortunate he had taken the time to alter his appearance, for as soon as the men entered the hall, they summoned a ball of light, illuminating the area. The kids in the hall looked at the 4 men, and they likewise looked at the kids. There were a few moments where the hall was filled with silence and, Lex assumed, some kind of sorrow. Finally, letting out a painful sigh, one of the men said, "Gristal has fallen, the armies of Mendeley are retreating. We don't have much time, the Craven will find this place soon, so as much as I want to wait for more survivors, we can't. But you, at least, don't need to worry. From now on, the Academy will take care of you. Remember the pain you feel today in the days ahead, it will help you in your training." Just as Lex was trying to make sense of everything he just heard, he felt an invisible force wrap around him, and lift him up in the air. The next thing he knew, he, along with all the other survivors in the hall, were lifted into the air and pulled along as the 4 men escaped whatever catastrophe that was heading their way. Chapter 225. Realms. "Mary, what's a realm?" Lex finally asked. Currently, he was being carried high in the air by some force, flying quickly away from whatever danger the man had been talking about. It was fortunate that whatever force held him also protected him from the rain and wind. Yet after a while, he was left with nothing to do, and with poor visibility, he wasn't able to see much around him either. That allowed his mind to wander, and he was finally able to ask some questions. The universe is bigger and more complicated than your understanding of it. Your original perception was that the universe, as infinitely vast as it is connected by physical space, and that you can traverse that space to reach any destination. That, however, is incorrect. The easiest way to explain it to you, so that you can understand, is to think of the universe as a multi-story building. The realm that you are from, let's call it the origin realm, since that is where you originate from, is just a single floor in that building. Above and below that floor are other floors, all of which are also realms. The size of each realm is not necessarily the same, and the rules that govern each realm do not have to be the same either. Lex whistled mentally. The universe, as massive as it already was, had suddenly become much bigger. "I'm afraid there's more to a realm than just that," Mary said, appearing before him with a worried look on her face. "The information I'm providing you is actually above your authority level. A special event has triggered emergency protocols, which have temporarily given you a higher authority. See, traveling between realms is no simple task. It is something way beyond your authority level, and is definitely way beyond anything a wooden ticket should have been able to do. Some kind of accident must have happened while the system was scanning for planets, which resulted in you being teleported to a different realm. Now, there's good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" "The bad news," Lex said, as he mentally prepared himself. "To understand the bad news, I need to explain a few things to you first, taking advantage of your increased authority. See, the capabilities of the system are actually linked directly to the user, meaning you. The system is constantly absorbing a higher form of spiritual energy, but how much and how quickly it can absorb the energy is based on you. The stronger you are, the faster the system can absorb this energy. The system uses this energy to function, as well as grow its capabilities. The system hides this growth behind the authority system, which is designed in such a way as to promote you to increase your strength directly or indirectly. This is also the reason behind why it takes so long for the system to anchor itself to the planets you visit. If you had a higher cultivation realm, the system itself would be stronger, and the speed at which the planet is anchored would be quicker. Now, with that in mind, since you have been sent to a different realm, but you are not as strong as you should have been, the time it will take for the system to anchor to this realm, honestly, I have no idea." Lex visibly paled when he heard the news, but then quickly recovered. First of all, he was thankful that he wasn't in this situation because of some mistake he himself made. Self-doubt was an extremely difficult enemy to overcome in any situation, and didn't need his help in growing it. Secondly, since he had gotten the system, he had been constantly dealing with various difficult situations of different degrees. If this had been Lex prior to the Midnight Games, maybe he would have spent quite a while panicking. Now, however, he quickly took hold of himself and focused on the solution. "And what's the good news?" he asked, his tone unwavering. Unaware if he was doing it on purpose or by accident, Lex had stepped into his Innkeeper persona. The Innkeeper was strong. The Innkeeper was calm. The Innkeeper would be able to handle any situation thrown at him. The good news is your increased authority, as well as the emergency protocols. Instead of waiting for you to grow stronger yourself, to speed up your return, the system has initiated a special feature. You can feed the system any kind of energy you encounter, which will directly go towards speeding up your return. There's a progress bar in the system you can check. Furthermore, during the period of your increased authority, the system will divulge more information to you than you normally would have access to. Lex silently absorbed the information as he wrapped his head around the new information. His first reaction was cursing at the fact that he put all his spirit stones in his apartment instead of the gift shop. If they were in the gift shop, he would be able to immediately withdraw them and feed them to the system. His second reaction was asking Mary, "Do you still have access to the inn? Can you still control the vine?" "Yes, fortunately, I still have access to the inn." "Well, that's good at least. In case I get stuck here for too long, I can directly start the expo from here, as well as manage the inn directly through the system. People might get suspicious though if I don't show up for a long time. If only I had hired a manager or something." "Hello, what did I tell you? You have increased authority, which means I can directly appear as a hologram at the inn now. I can stand in as the manager while you're away." "Yes, that's a good idea," Lex said. At this point, he was not forcing himself to be calm. He still felt stressed and panicked somewhere in the back of his mind. He had just become trained in handling difficult things so that he was able to continue to function even in difficult times. "If I have increased authority, can I learn extra information about this realm?" "Yes, as a matter of fact, you can. This place is called the Seven-Nation Crystal Realm. Unlike the Origin Realm, which consists of planets and stars, this realm consists only of one gigantic land mass that covers the entire realm. The size of this realm is approximately the size of your solar system, and its name originates from the 7 dominant countries that rule this realm, consisting of 7 different races. There is something unusual about this realm that the system is unable to identify, mainly because the diagnostic function of the system is extremely basic. Whatever the anomaly is, though, it is likely whatever caused you to be pulled in. That's just my personal guess, though. Is there any way you can tell me anything specific about this realm and its inhabitants?" "No, not really. The system." Before Mary could continue to talk, there was a flash of lightning particularly close to Lex, and suddenly he saw something in the air in front of them. Before he could process what the thing was, or react in any way, Lex heard a loud boom, and it wasn't from the thunder. A fight had broken out in front of them, and 3 of the men who had been leading them started fighting the enemy while the 4th person quickly brought Lex and the rest to the ground. "Hide and wait for us," was all the man said, before quickly returning to the sky to fight. Lex tried to see if his fancy monocle could observe what was happening up in the sky, but it was too dark and everyone was moving too fast for even the fancy monocle to detect what was happening. "What are you doing?" one of the guys from the group whispered aggressively as he yanked Lex and pulled him along. It was still raining heavily and the ground had become very muddy, making it difficult to run, but the fear for their lives pushed the group to keep moving. Lex was surprised at the group's sense of unity, but that didn't change the fact that since all of their cultivation levels were below Lex, they moved very slowly. "Where are we going?" Lex asked the boy, pulling him along. He hoped they had a plan instead of running randomly, and indeed they did have a plan. It was to run in a straight line as far away from the fight as possible. "There's no use hiding, the Craven can track us using our body temperatures. The only thing we can do is get as far from the fight as possible and hope we don't get caught up in the crossfire." Lex had no idea what these Craven were. He had only gotten a glimpse, but they definitely weren't human. Despite knowing how weak he was compared to those fighting in the sky, Lex pulled out the heavy Harley. Then something crashed in the ground behind them, releasing a shockwave so strong they were all flung onto the ground. Lex quickly picked himself up and looked behind himself. He still could not see anything, so he may as well have just kept running. That's when the fancy monocle flashed in giant red letters, "Danger." Chapter 226. Craven. The glaring red letters screaming danger were telling Lex to run, but he suddenly found himself unable to move. It was not his body that refused to move, but his mind that was frozen. It was like his mind was dipped in sludge, where he was unable to complete even a single thought. He could only stand there, a silent observer of his own impending demise. Of course, even with his eyes open, he had to wait for lightning to flash before he could even see anything. Would he even have enough time? As it turns out, yes. Whatever was holding him captive made no moves, and after a minute, when lightning finally flashed, Lex was able to see a ball of black goo with broken bones jutting out in a crater in front of him. Whatever it was severely injured, which was fortunate for him, though that was a concept he could not comprehend currently. He was stuck, staring into the dark, with brief moments of light occasionally. In a way, his inability to think may have been a good thing, because every flash of light revealed the blob moving. It was inching towards Lex, bit by bit. After what felt like eternity, the goo had moved close enough for Lex to better observe it. It was not really some kind of goo or slime being, just that its flesh had been completely destroyed by whatever attack it suffered, leaving it in poor shape. Perhaps originally the creature had distinct features, as the various bones sticking out of its flesh indicated, but currently it was a disgusting ball of slimy black flesh, moving towards him. If Lex's mind were working, he may have been thinking of a way to escape, yet now, he only stood still, drenched in the rain. Up above in the air, the fight continued, either oblivious to what was happening down below, or too preoccupied to be able to help. The creature started to gain momentum as it closed in on Lex, and soon was only 20 feet away. The next time lightning flashed, it was at 10 feet. Soon, even in the darkness, Lex could identify a vague shape moving towards him. Suddenly, Lex's protective talisman covered him in a blue light, illuminating the black blob that was pressed against the shield generated by the talisman. 2 feet right in front of Lex, the black blob monster was right in his line of sight. There were no eyes, but anyone observing from a distance may have assumed the sight to be two lovers, staring each other in the eyes, a scene directly out of a romantic horror movie. The next moment a sword fell out of the sky and eviscerated the blob, freeing Lex from his prison. All the emotions that Lex was unable to feel suddenly hit him like a tsunami, overwhelming him and dropping him to his knees. "Good job holding the craven back," a man said as he touched Lex's shoulder and scanned his body for injuries. "The light attracted my attention, otherwise it would have been too late by the time I noticed. Just hold tight, child, we'll be done soon." The man quickly went back into the sky, but Lex barely noticed. His body felt extremely weak, and his mind was so tired he struggled to stay awake. In the back of his mind, he could hear Mary calling out to him, but he could not focus. Soon, the rest of the group that had been dropped to the ground surrounded him. They too had been stuck wherever they stood, but since Lex was the closest to the blob, he took the brunt of whatever attack it unleashed. In the end, he was unable to hold out, and fell unconscious. He woke up with a jolt, panic and fear gripping his heart, but there was no danger around him. He was in bed in a large hall, and his sudden movement attracted some attention, but not much. A nearby nurse came up to him and smiled softly. "How are you feeling?" she asked, her voice sweet like honey. "You've been unconscious for almost a day, so you're probably hungry, but it's best you don't eat anything until we know your condition." Lex was trying to recall what had happened, but his memories were slow to return. "My head's killing me. What happened? I can't remember. Headaches and memory loss," she murmured as the nurse pulled out a strange-looking device and put it against his forehead. "No concussion. Seems like, yes, probably a mild destabilization of the spirit." "Very impressive." Once the nurse was done examining him and jotting down her findings, she turned to Lex and said, "You suffered from the coercion of an adult craven. Even though it was almost dead itself, it's very impressive you were able to stay alive under the circumstances. You've suffered some damage to your spirit, which explains the memory loss, but it's not enough to cause permanent damage. But you don't need to worry. You're at the academy now, we'll take good care of you." "The academy?" Lex asked, confused. Slowly his memories were coming back to him, but he did not recall anything about any academy. "Yes, child, the academy. Take some rest today, I'll send you some food, and check up with you in the evening. That should be enough time for your spirit to recover, and then I can answer any questions you still have." The nurse left and soon brought Lex some porridge, which he slowly ate. The nurse's assessment of Lex's condition was accurate, but what she didn't realize was that had it been anyone else, their mind would have already been shattered. Since the nurse did not know the power of the craven, her assessment made sense. The only reason Lex's mind had been seemingly frozen, instead of directly shattered, was the impeccable defense of regal embrace. Lex ate the porridge in a seeming haze and, instinctually, drank a bottle of Bodlum Dew before falling back asleep. When he woke up a few hours later, he was feeling much better. All his memories came back to him, and the haze around his mind disappeared. What the hell was that? Was the first thing Lex asked, not really expecting an answer. He quickly played back the events in his mind, and the horror of having his mind frozen was something entirely new to him. It wasn't even frozen because of fear, or locked in a struggle. It was like someone poured tar into his mind and he became completely unable to formulate a single thought. Lex closed his eyes, took a long, deep breath, and released. He could not eliminate his fear, it was still there in his mind and his heart, but he could choose not to dwell on it. He needed to understand what that creature was, and more about this world, as soon as possible. Fortunately, the nurse said on her own initiative that Lex lost his memory so he could ask her questions without seeming suspicious. A short while later, when the nurse started doing her rounds again, Lex waved at her like a child at an amusement park and called her over. Giggling at Lex's antics, she came over and said, "I see someone is feeling better." "Better? No, not at all. I feel miserable. What the hell was that black blob thing?" "Oh, still some memory loss?" she questioned as she observed him, but when she didn't notice anything else off about him, she shrugged and answered. "According to the report I was given, you were injured in an encounter with a craven, so I'm assuming you are referring to that." "What's a craven? Are there a lot of them?" At this point the nurse giggled, and felt like she was explaining the world to a child. "A craven is a craven, you saw it. What more am I supposed to explain? As for if they're a lot, you're from Bristol County, right? I don't know if you know this yet, but Bristol County was overtaken by craven. Very few people managed to escape, with you being one of the lucky few. The neighboring counties of Mendeley and Farwa have strengthened their borders, from what I hear. I've never been far away, but from what I hear, all 7 nations have a problem with craven. So yeah, I'd say there's a lot of them. But you don't need to be worried about that, for now at least. You're at the academy now, far from any border and extremely well protected, so you're safe." "What's the academy? Oh dear, you really did go through a lot to have even forgotten the academy. This is the holy land of the Hum Nation, the holy land of all humans. This is where the epitome of humanity lies, the dream destination of countless people. Whether it's in terms of crafting, woodworking, medicine, science, cultivation, politics or anything else in which humanity has even a modicum of success, it's taught here. For hundreds of years, all people who have been displaced by the Craven War are relocated to the academy, where they are taught whatever skill they can best use to contribute to the nation. In times of war, even a single free hand cannot be spared. So, prepare yourself. Once you're feeling better, you'll be off to the assessment center. I know it can't be easy for you, suffering from so much loss, which is why it's even better to focus on something positive." Chapter 227. Assessment Center. The good news was, as Lex understood it, that he was in an academy, so he could finally undergo a systematic learning of cultivation. The bad news was, he was either expected to be a student, or work to somehow contribute to the war efforts of the nation. He wasn't against contributing per se, but that would likely make it harder for him to gather large amounts of energy for the system. Speaking of which, Lex opened the system and was surprised to find that it looked quite different. Not only were there many more options available to him, but the system was much more flexible in how it operated. This meant that, for example, if Lex wanted to start a service that wasn't officially offered by the system, he could have the system design it. An example of this was how the barbershop was something Lex designed on his own, but it wasn't inherently a part of the system. He could not upgrade the shop the same way he could upgrade everything else. Yet now he was able to ask the system to design a barbershop, and not only would the system create it, but it would automatically give it various perks. The downside to this was that every time Lex used one of the system features that were above his normal authority, the energy consumption from that would come from his pool of energy that he was building to return from this realm. Speaking of which, there was a progress bar in the system detailing the amount of energy built up for that exact purpose. Currently, It was at 0%, and should Lex leave it up to the system to gather energy on its own, it would take exactly 100 years. Ways in which Lex could contribute to the energy build-up included but were not limited to absorbing energy on his own, which would barely help, or deposit a large amount of spiritual stones or other treasures which had a high concentration of energy, go to areas with a general higher concentration of energy, etc. Lex spent the night planning ahead, and went over some of the more advanced features of the system he wanted to use. Although using them would slow down his return, God only knew when Lex would actually be able to return, and using these features would help him tremendously. Of course, he needed to wait till he had at least some energy at his disposal until he could use them. With his planning done, Lex decided to try something out. Since one of his most immediate priorities was to absorb energy, there was a possibility that he had the perfect helper for that. "Hey, World Seed Lotus, are you awake?" Lex whispered, as he rubbed his hand across the tattoo on his back. "Yes, Mr. Innkeeper, how can I help you?" Lex heard a drowsy, infantile voice in his head. He also noticed that the gentle stream of energy he was always receiving from the tattoo became slightly warmer. Maybe that was an indication of when the lotus was awake or asleep. "I'm looking for areas or items with a very high energy density," Lex replied in his mind. "You think you could point them out to me if I come near one?" "Okay, Mr. Innkeeper," the lotus replied, followed by the sound of a yawn. Once that was done, the tattoo returned to its normal temperature, indicating that it had returned to its slumber. Lex didn't know if the lotus would be able to help him, but he could only hope. Once he was done, he went to sleep, as tomorrow would be a long day. He was woken up early in the morning by the nurse, who took him for a checkup. After answering a number of questions, and ensuring the nurse that he was fine despite the fact that his memories did not return, he was escorted to a doctor's room. The doctor, an old man rifling through a hoard of papers, mumbling to himself, eyed Lex once he entered the room and told him to stand on the silver platform. The technology in this realm was quite advanced, but did not progress in the same way as humans on Earth who relied on a version of science lacking any understanding of spirit energy, and fueled by electricity. Here, not only was their understanding of science more complete, their technology was fueled by spirit energy. As soon as Lex was positioned on the silver platform correctly, the doctor turned it on. Small grains of light started floating upwards from the platform, and every time one would touch Lex, his body would absorb it. After a few minutes, the platform stopped releasing light, and the doctor indicated Lex to take a seat as he pulled up a hologram of Lex's body. "A detailed report indicates that your spirit is still slightly injured, and you have a minor wound on your left temple. Neither of those are a major concern. I'll write you a prescription, and you should be as good as new in a couple of days. These wounds should not prevent you from undergoing the assessment, so I'll have the nurse discharge you." Lex was surprised that his left temple was still wounded. It was, of course, from the injury he had received back on X-142, but while it seemed his skin had recovered, his skull had not yet fully healed. Once Lex was discharged, the nurse returned all his personal items he had when he was admitted into the hospital, including his backpack, weapons and clothes. After that, she led him to a train that would lead him to the assessment center. "Once you register for the academy, feel free to look for me if you're feeling under the weather," the nurse said as she winked at Lex. "My name's Honey, from the School of Medicine." Before Lex could reply, the nurse had run off, giggling. Lex was dumbstruck. Had she been flirting with him the entire time, or was it just now? Completely unaware that he was grinning, Lex climbed onto the train, still thinking about Honey. She was definitely very pretty, and her voice was like a sweet melody. But this wasn't a good time to get caught up in a relationship. Or was it? As wonderful as it was catching the eye of a lovely lady, Lex snapped out of his stupor as he arrived at the assessment center. To be clear, Lex was currently inside the academy, and it was bigger than any campus or university Lex had ever seen back on Earth. Considering he had to take a train while still within the academy was a clear indicator of how large it really was. Lex admired the architecture of the building in front of him. Unlike Earth, where buildings often repeated squares or rectangles in their design the buildings here rarely had sharp corners. Instead, they were melded into the environment so naturally, Lex could have almost believed that the buildings were natural traits of this world. Heck, since this realm operated under its own rules, that might actually be the case. Lex walked into the building where a number of hosts were standing at the ready, asking those who entered the building for their purpose, then guiding them into the appropriate line. Things were operating so smoothly and efficiently that, as a New Yorker, Lex was slightly freaked out. As Lex had been told he needed to report for an assessment before officially starting at the academy, he was brought to one of the shorter lines. Only a few minutes later, Lex reached the front of the line where a lady in uniform was registering everyone. "Name?" she asked, not looking up from the silver pad in her lap. Lex could not see anything on the pad, but then again, maybe that was a security feature. "Lex. Sponsor. Excuse me, who sponsored your entry into the academy?" she asked with irritation evident in her voice. "I'm not sure. I woke up at the hospital, and the nurse told me to get assessed." Woke up at the woman was startled as she quickly looked up and seemed to recognize Lex. "Oh, you're the survivor from Bristol. Please follow me. Your registration will be handled by someone else." Lex felt it strange that people knew about him. What the nurse told him made him think surviving an attack by Craven was a common occurrence, but special treatment meant something else. Whether this was a good thing or bad thing was yet to be determined, mostly by how much it would interfere with his plan. He was hoping the academy would be a good source of information, not just about cultivation and stuff, but about this world, or realm, whatever the correct terminology was. He was led into a room where a man in some kind of military uniform had been waiting. When he saw Lex he blatantly observed him, but refrained from saying anything, and only took the silver pad from the lady before she left. "Now let's get started, shall we?" the man said with a glaring smile. Somehow, his smile only made Lex nervous. Chapter 228, Fernane Village, "What's your name?" the uniformed man asked. "Lex. Just Lex." "Yes. All right, Lex from Bristol, stand on this platform," the man indicated to a silver platform identical to the one used by the doctor. "My health has already been verified by a doctor, I'm good to take the assessment." "This is not a health checkup, child, this is the assessment. Or at least, the start of it." Letting out an exasperated sigh, Lex went and stood on the platform, once again prompting the release of the grains of floating light. "Are you familiar with how the assessment goes?" the man asked while reviewing the result of Lex's exam. "No, the assessment is not so simple or straightforward, and it is a lengthy ordeal. It does not have a fixed format, because the result of each test affects the preceding test. When the academy started, the way we operated was mundane, and we let the students choose what they wanted to study. Eventually we learned, not only was such a method inefficient in garnering results, students were choosing their subjects on things as arbitrary as happiness." The man paused at this moment and grinned at Lex, as if waiting for him to respond. When Lex gave him a deadpan look, completely uncaring, he chuckled and continued. "Maybe things such as pursuing happiness and personal interests can be done in times of peace. But we are not at peace, we are at war. And not only that, we are in a war we have been slowly losing for hundreds of years. So, the academy is not a place for you to pursue your hobbies or passions, it's a place where your most useful skill is identified and then trained. People think they know what they are good at, or what they like, based on what they've experienced. But out of hundreds of professions and skills, how many could you have really tried? So, child, we designed an assessment to accurately determine what profession is most suited to you." The uniformed man paused again, but Lex gave him no reaction. He had plenty of experience with weirdos, and this guy was giving Lex very strong Marlowe vibes. Yes, he had yet to burst into maniacal laughter. But his grinning every 5 seconds was creeping Lex out, and there was no way Lex was going to give the man more reasons to unveil his weirdness. Besides, as it was, Lex didn't care what profession he was assigned as long as it didn't hamper him from getting the information he wanted later on. With limited options, and a limited understanding of how things operated here, Lex remained silent, his face completely blank of all expressions. Lex could visibly see the disappointment in his eyes when he got no reaction, but he continued. "However, the assessment is not limited to what happens once you start. Sometimes, if you have notable moments in your life, they are fed into the assessment before you even begin, which influences how your tests go. The reason why I am taking your personal details, instead of going through the regular procedure, is because of what you encountered on your way here. Wasn't it just a craven? I thought they were very common." "Just a craven," the man finally yelled in excitement, confirming Lex's suspicions that this man was kin to the Mad Marlowe. "No, my child, that was not just a craven. I can't believe after facing that thing, you still have the guts to call it just a craven. I was actually the one to personally debrief the rescue party, and what you faced technically wasn't even a craven. It was merely the cut-off flesh of a craven, acting on instinct. But that's not what's important. The important thing here is that the flesh belonged to an Earth immortal craven. That term attracted Lex's attention, as he strongly suspected it was the name of yet another cultivation level, but the man did not seem to notice. Child, even if it was a piece of flesh, I have never seen a kid face even the flesh of an immortal and survive, let alone a chi training brat. The how, the why, the maybe of it all doesn't matter to me. What matters is, all the other survivors gave testimony of how you faced the brunt of that being's focus, and your mind hasn't exploded. So, I am here to view your assessment personally, and to let you know, child, that the end result of the assessment can still be anything, but you're already being tested for the most elite special forces of the Hum Nation. The man grinned as he stared at Lex, as if he was looking at the most beautiful woman in the world. The assessment is long and arduous, and can sometimes take days or weeks. I will give you only one piece of advice: survive. The assessments are open-ended, with no specific objective designated, so my suggestion to you is, take in all the information you are given, and focus on survival, and if you face any opposition, just remember the Academy's motto. What's the motto? Lex asked, before suddenly remembering he was trying to avoid reacting to the man. But the man did not answer, and only grinned, making Lex flinch. There was definitely something wrong with the motto, just like there was something wrong with this man. Maybe all strong people were a little crazy. When you're ready, step onto the gold platform and your assessment will begin, the man said, before stepping out of the room and leaving Lex on his own. The theory behind the Academy's assessment was amazing. Lex didn't like it one bit, but it was amazing nonetheless, if it truly achieved what it claimed. Lex took a deep breath, and let out a sigh. Lex was stuck in this realm for a while, so it was best to integrate into this world as seamlessly as possible, but the way things were going. Lex strongly doubted the people here were believers of democracy and choice. Whatever the case was, Lex knew he could not under any circumstances qualify as an elite special forces. Lex had seen enough movies to know how they all ended up, and he had no intention of bogging himself down with endless training and fighting. No one had stopped Lex from taking his equipment along with him, so, after checking if everything was in place, Lex stepped off the silver platform and stepped onto the gold one. A green ring of light seemed to scan Lex once, before Lex suddenly felt a whiplash and fell backwards. Suddenly, he was no longer in an office. Lex had fallen into a deep pile of snow, burying his body all the way to his chest. He was at the edge of a snow-covered forest, with an endless sea of trees behind him and a clearing leading towards a valley in front of him. Some distance off, Lex could see a small village, with smoke coming out of multiple chimneys. The streets were nearly empty, with only a few people moving about. A ball of yellow light appeared in front of Lex, and started to say, "Assessment number 1, in front of you is Fernane Village. In 24 hours, the village will be hit with a tremendous snowstorm. In approximately 26 hours, a tribe of Cultivation will pass through this area. In approximately 30 hours, the Saul birds are expected to leave the area. In 40 hours, the assessment will be complete." With the information given, the yellow light disappeared, leaving a confused and flabbergasted Lex behind. What the hell kind of an assessment was this? There was no objective, no instructions, no. Lex paused as something suddenly clicked in his mind. He didn't know how they would assess him, if this was a real place or a simulation of some kind, and if he was being recorded, but he had a theory. By dropping him in a potentially dangerous environment, with forewarning of various impending threats and events, his reaction would reveal a lot. How he handled the stress, how he gathered information, how he survived, whether he helped people or used them, everything could be analyzed. Suffering from a severe lack of information, Lex picked himself up, first looked at the village, then turned towards the forest as he equipped his fancy monocle. He would eventually go to the village, but scouting out the forest a bit wasn't a bad idea either. If a snowstorm was coming, the ideal place to survive would be in the village. But the building's strength and integrity also mattered a lot, not to mention they would need firewood, as well as a small supply of food. Since it was winter time wherever this place was, hunting was probably hard, so fruits and nuts would be his main source of food. Of course, Lex had some dry rations in his backpack, but that was not something he planned on revealing to a village full of strangers. He also needed to find out what these Cultivation and Saul birds were. Chances were high that these beings were native to the area, and so the villagers would have at least some basic information about them, and how to deal with them if they became a problem. The most important thing to figure out was, could he get hurt during the assessment, or were there some kind of safety measures? It would be a bad idea to kill your students before you even had a chance to teach them anything, but this wouldn't be the first society to take a Spartan approach to training, and Lex didn't want to take any chances. Just as Lex was monologuing in his mind, Mary reappeared after a long time. "Hey Lex, there's a situation at the inn," she said, looking awkward. Chapter 229, Husband and Wife, What Happened? Lex asked calmly, keeping himself from expecting the worst. Being a universal business owner meant constantly putting out fires. He no longer let something as minor as being trapped in another realm, or hiccups with his primary business, cause him to panic. "Well, remember how you were searching for people with special skills using the mystery trial? A couple showed up yesterday, both went into the mystery trial, and after a few tries, both of them completed the trial. On top of that, the husband is a swordsman, and the wife is a historian, two of the kinds of people you were looking for. I cannot see what prize the trial gave them, but they both seemed very pleased with the results, and wanted to talk to you. Since you obviously cannot meet with them, I took the liberty to do so, but I cannot help them with their concern. Both of them want to be hired at the inn. That doesn't sound like a problem. Why are you so embarrassed?" "Well, it's the first time I appeared in front of a guest, and I really wanted to help them, but anyway, with your increased authority you can scan them even though you're not at the inn. And then, you can initiate the hiring test via the platinum key directly from there as well, if you wish." Lex paused for a moment as he tried to focus on the inn, and an image popped in his head like a surveillance camera. The couple in question were unusual, to say the least. The husband was wearing a robe, while his hands, feet and face were covered in bandages, making him look like a mummy out of a movie. The wife, instead of bandages, had covered her entire body in mismatching clothes, ensuring that none of her skin was visible either. To top it all off, black smoke hovered around her, making it hard for people to see her figure in the first place. Lex scanned them mentally and was quite intrigued by the results. The husband's scan was: name, Kawion, age, 120,384, sex, male, cultivation details, earth, immortal species, sentient sword, midnight in prestige level, 1, history, a sword that gained sentience through a twist of fate. Starting out as a common sword, it was given to a soldier who made many contributions, until it became nothing more than a memento and family heirloom. Eventually, as the family declined, the sword was sold to an adventurer, who later died in a spirit well, leaving the sword there for several millennia. For reasons unknown, instead of developing a spirit stone mine, the well channeled all its energy into the sword until it gained sentience. Remarks: a sword identifying as a man gives a whole new meaning to gender identity. The wife's scan was: name, Anita, age, 499,999, sex, female, cultivation details, earth, immortal species, human, lich, midnight in prestige level, 1, bloodline, luminous spirit, history. At the dawn of human civilization on her planet, she was the queen that led, the warrior that fought, the murderer that massacred, and the mother of innovation. When she felt her subjects were too stupid to rule, she ended her retirement and discovered a way around death and led the humans out from the brink of extinction. Then, one day, she decided to nap, but forgot to wake up. 350,000 years later, she was woken from her slumber by the sword that became her husband. Condition: the patient has been pregnant for 2,950 years. Her expected date of delivery is in 50 years. The patient is in an extremely weakened state and should avoid strenuous activities such as traversing space, disinfecting inactive volcanoes, leading a revolution against the zombies, trying to subvert fate and relinquish the control of her own destiny, etc. Remarks: impending motherhood has made her docile. She no longer tortures the souls of her enemies and even lets them go sometimes. Lex sighed in awe of how unusual the universe was, but didn't dwell on it for too long. He shared the information with Mary, before telling her, they are too powerful to enter the inn permanently. I can still accept them, but I need to wait till I have at least 1% energy in the system so I can use some of the higher authority functions. Tell them that I'm slightly busy, and will give an answer soon. Considering their long lives, even making them wait a dozen years probably won't mean much to them. Mary nodded and turned to her task. Lex would have loved to observe the inn some more, but he had more pressing matters at the moment. Getting a decent understanding of the terrain and the kind of trees in the forest, and more importantly, feeding all that information to his monocle, gave him the edge he needed. He gathered some pine cones, or the equivalent in this realm, as well as some fruit that the monocle said was not poisonous to him, and then headed towards the village. As he expected, he didn't run into any wildlife while he scouted, and the path towards the village was completely desolate. Well, mostly desolate. Lex saw a familiar green ring of light and then saw someone fall in the snow. However, unlike Lex's bewildered reaction, the boy, who seemed much younger than Lex, quickly got up and assessed his surroundings. Upon noticing Lex, he took a step back and drew out a short sword, instantly creating a standoff. The strange situation only lasted a few seconds before a yellow orb appeared and informed the boy of his assessment details, which were identical to Lex's. "What's with the dagger? Are we supposed to be competing for the assessment or something?" Lex was not taking the kid's threat too seriously, mostly because, as a defense mechanism, Lex could easily gauge the threat level of anyone weaker than him, or near his cultivation level. It was instinctual. The kid's cultivation was higher than Lex's, but his threat was minimal to none. "You're also taking this assessment?" he asked, surprised. "Yeah, though I didn't know other people could take the assessment with you. I guess they're checking teamwork or something. Do you have any idea if this is a simulation or if this place is real?" "Simulation? What are you talking about? Of course this place is real. Didn't they brief you about the assessment before sending you?" "No, I didn't get any briefings. To be honest, I didn't even feel like asking questions because the guy assessing me was smiling at me like some kind of predator. The first thing I'm going to do once I get out of here is report him to the police as some kind of threat." Back in the assessment center, in a room full of people watching this particular assessment, the uniformed man's wide grin suddenly twitched and everyone in the room turned to look at him with wary eyes. "He's just joking," the uniformed man managed to say between gritted teeth, right before Lex said, "I swear I'm not joking. It was so creepy, I would have jumped into a lion's den without asking questions to get away from him. Speaking of which, do you know what the Academy's motto is? Also, if this place is real, does that mean our life is in danger?" The man's face spasmed as he tried to control himself, but that made his grin look even creepier. Back on the snowy mountain, the kid explained to Lex, "Our life is not in danger because as soon as it's threatened, we'll be teleported back. But, if that happens, that'll affect our assessment score. To pass the assessment, we just need to survive long enough for the assessment to end. But barely anyone does that. The more stuff you do, the better and more accurate your result will be. A snowstorm is coming, not to mention a tribe of Cultivation. We can survive on our own if we hide or run far away, but the damage that village will suffer is real. Their houses could be damaged and lives could be lost. Even if I have to risk cutting the assessment short, I can't just ignore real human lives over something like that." Lex thought for a second. Even with his increased strength, he would not risk being without shelter in a snowstorm. Hypothermia was a real risk, even to cultivators, not to mention any other danger a snowstorm would bring with it. That was absolutely fine because it had never even occurred to Lex to run away from the village like the boy was suggesting, but if he planned on helping out, he needed to understand the incoming dangers some more. "Do you know what a Cultivation is? Because I've never heard of it. And while we're on that topic, why did you dismiss the saw birds? Are they not a threat? How do you not know what a saw bird is?" the boy asked, genuinely startled by Lex's ignorance. Even the uniformed man and his team who were watching the assessment frowned at this revelation. Lex shrugged as he casually answered, "I suffered some damage to my spirit and lost some memories. The nurse told me I'll either get them back or make up for them." "But, how bad is your memory loss if you even forgot that? How could they let you take the assessment like this?" Upon seeing Lex only casually shrug, the boy pointed a finger up into the sky towards the sun. "That up there is a flock of saw birds. They're the primary source of light in our world." Chapter 230. False Expectations. Lex's jaw dropped as he looked up into the sky with squinted eyes. It was only then that he noticed that what he had so far assumed was the sun seemed to be moving in the sky. The birds were too bright for Lex to observe them directly, but now that he was looking up in the sky, he was able to notice that there was no great ball of fire in the sky. It was only now that Mary's description of a realm had sunk in. This realm or world or large landmass, whatever it was, existed as a single entity as large as Earth's solar system. First of all, that was so much land that Lex found it difficult to comprehend. Secondly, if the entire realm existed as one landmass, how did the seasons work? What was the distinction between night and day? What would happen if you kept traveling directly up? Would you hit some kind of ceiling? What would happen if one of those birds wanted to take a rest, and flew down? Were they just a source of light, or were they extremely hot as well, like the sun? How did the plants survive if this world was dependent on birds for light? Was there a secondary source of light? Lex suppressed all his curiosity and focused on the matter at hand. His survival was not in question since he would be pulled back if his life was in danger, but that did not mean he was looking forward to being pushed to that brink. The birds were a matter he would look into later. It was clear to him now that he lacked certain common sense and knowledge when it came to this realm, so sticking with this kid would be for the best. After all, between these craven everyone was at war with, and these birds that gave sunlight, saw light. Basically, with all the weird stuff going on, he had no idea what to expect. My name is Lex, he introduced himself. My memory may be foggy, but I think we'll do better if we stick together, don't you? My combat skills are not bad, so if we encounter any danger I should be able to take care of it. The boy quickly went over a few thoughts in his mind, and suddenly realized this for the opportunity that it was. If he could get Lex to follow him, it would show leadership skill in his assessment, and affect his final role. The name is Drum, the boy said, putting his short sword away finally. Since your memory is affected, I think it might be a good idea if you follow my lead. This is already my third assessment, and I did really well in all the previous ones, so this should be no different. What's the plan then, Drum? Lex asked, neither saying yes nor no to his suggestion. Although Lex himself had the idea of using the kid to cover his gaps in knowledge, taking orders from him felt icky. Of course, that didn't mean he wouldn't listen to good sense when he heard it. Besides, the feeling had nothing to do with the kid in question. Rather, Lex had gotten so used to being in charge and then giving orders as the innkeeper, suddenly taking orders felt wrong to him. That was also part of the reason why Lex was so uncooperative with the uniformed man. Lex had no authority here while that man could do as he pleased, a thought that was off-putting. Drum didn't seem to notice, and started heading towards the village. They need to be warned about the snowstorm and everything else. We can just tell them we're students of the academy, that should help convince them that we're telling the truth. And, to answer your earlier question, I don't know much about Cultivation, so we can also collect some information about them if the villagers know anything. Do you have a student ID or something to prove what you're saying? Unless you do, I suggest we own up about taking an assessment, and be truthful about the incoming dangers. More importantly, we need to find the village head, or someone well respected in the village. Explaining the situation to one person will be a lot easier than explaining the story to every person in the village. Once that's done, we can take suggestions from him about how to plan for the upcoming storm. A native of the area would know better than us about how to survive in these conditions. Drum nodded and accepted Lex's suggestions. As long as he was the one walking in front, and the so-called party leader, he was completely fine listening to Lex's suggestions. As the duo approached the village, they discussed ways in which they could help overcome the incoming issues. That's when Lex realized that he was severely lacking in skills. Drum boasted some basic woodworking and engineering skills, which should help reinforce some buildings if required, as well as advanced knowledge of formations. Well, advanced for his level. Either way, the only help Lex could provide was manual labor. While Drum's ego was boosted seeing how he was more skilled than his older counterpart, Lex was actually happy with how things were turning out. The more Drum shined, the less likely he would be selected for some elite squad. All Lex wanted was some decent guidance on cultivation and access to a library. He had no idea how he would gather the energy he needed and would have to do plenty of research. The duo attracted quite a bit of attention as they neared the village, as two men walking through waist-high snow to reach an unremarkable village was not a common sight. A small crowd of what Lex assumed was the patrol or volunteer guards waited for them on the boundary of the village. "Ahoy strangers, you're pretty far off from civilization. Are ye lost or something?" One of the men yelled towards them. "Not lost, we're assessment takers for the academy," Drum yelled back, which seemed to garner a positive response. "Take us to your village elder, we need to have a discussion with him." The modestly armed villagers happily escorted Lex and Drum to the village leader so that they could talk, and so that they'd be near at hand should the leader decide the two were untrustworthy. Drum explained the incoming danger, as well as how they knew the information. There was a risk in doing this, for if the villagers didn't believe them, then they would have no recourse. If they had instead lied and just asked for lodging, and weathered the storm while hiding and not informing anyone of the incoming danger, it would have been easier to survive, but it would have also affected how they would be designated. Drum had explained the grading process to Lex. The assessment would give two results, the first being what profession was most suitable for the student to pursue, and the second being their grade within that profession. For example, Drum explained that he hoped to be designated a formation master. But not all formation masters were the same, as some were better than others. The better your grade within the profession, the more you would be nurtured by the academy. It need not be said that Drum was aiming for the highest level. Lex didn't care much for trying to pick a specific profession, since he was not familiar with the options. He would just take things as they came, and currently, things were not going according to how Drum wanted. The villagers believed the two about the incoming storm as well as danger, but Drum had envisioned the village then treating him as some kind of leader afterwards, which would give him a chance to show off his skills. They should have been grateful for the information and impressed by their status as students of the academy. They should have been awed and honored. Instead, as the villagers were so used to these problems, they already had a system in place of how to react, leaving Lex and Drum with little to contribute. At most, they could help with manual labor. Furthermore, because Drum was fairly young, and Lex only just coming into proper adulthood, they did not give either of them any of the reverence Drum had been expecting. Drum didn't like being sidelined and was sulking, while Lex had already inquired about where they could stay, and how they could get food. The villagers may have a way to take care of themselves, but that didn't mean that the hospitality they extended would provide the same security. Now Lex had to look out for himself. Lex also asked about heating, and if they required chopping down trees and logging, but he had underestimated the village. All the houses had central heating, powered by spirit stones, with each house having its own independent supply so they didn't need to worry about power loss during the storm. Chapter 231, Another Programming Language, How Can You Be Okay With This? Asked an exasperated Drum. It had been a few hours since they arrived and both he and Lex had been given one room to share in the village leader's house. While Drum had tried hard to impress upon the villagers that he could help reinforce their buildings, or perhaps build some formations, the villagers did not take up his suggestions. First of all, their houses were not weak structures, and had survived their fair share of snowstorms. Secondly, due to the weather in these parts, they had encountered many wild beasts and so long as they stayed inside their well-built homes, they would be fine. Not only were their homes sturdy, the wood they had used was actually an excellent insulator, so they could remain warm and cozy even in the harshest of conditions. The only thing they had to care about was food. If they don't want our help, then it's not like you can force them, just take your own precautions. The assessment will last a long time, and I don't like relying on others. Maybe you should scavenge some food, 40 hours is a long time. Or, if you really want to build a formation, build one in our room. We tried to help the villagers, if they don't want help it's on them, doesn't mean we need to risk our own lives. Fine, let's go scavenge what we can. Not right now, I'm taking a nap. Lex's reply irked Drum, which in turn entertained Lex. Once Lex was done with his nap, they went out to gather some more food from the forest and helped out around the village however they could. Once they returned to their room, Drum confessed that he couldn't build a formation because he didn't have any of the materials required, as he had hoped that the villagers would be able to provide him with the basics since he was supposed to be helping them. That reminded Lex of the ring John had given him which stored a book about arrays. Since they were stuck in a room for 40 hours, or so it seemed, Lex took out the ring and started reading up on it. The books did not seem to be written in an instructive format, but was rather the author's introspection on the topics being discussed. Let alone the universe, even a single galaxy was too wide a scope for the author to speculate on the origin of formations and arrays within it, so he simply discussed how he himself first discovered them. It started when the author became the strongest being on his planet, but was not strong enough to actually leave the planet, nor was his civilization technologically advanced enough. With endless power and nothing to do, the author began to explore his world when he encountered a strange phenomenon. There was a single point in an otherwise unremarkable place that had the highest concentration of spirit energy he had ever seen. But the energy only covered roughly 10 square feet of area. A single step outside, and not only would he return to an area of common energy concentration, he could not even detect the higher concentration energy, as it was perfectly camouflaged. After studying it for a while, he discovered that there was no hidden heritage or overwhelming secret. The way physical features influence the common world, like wind speeding up in a valley or the chill of winter turning rain into snow, so too were various coincidental spiritual features resulting in this specific outcome. The small area happened to be above the tip of an undiscovered spirit stone vein. But the vein was covered by a certain type of rock that acted as an insulator. However, a recent earthquake caused a crack to form, which allowed the spiritual energy to break through. Then, there was a certain type of vegetation in the area that had deep roots and absorbed any stray spiritual energy, but the specific 10 square feet area was devoid of roots as it was host to a kind of insect that fed on roots. Long story short, basically a series of seemingly mundane events led to a phenomenal result. That's when the author started experimenting, since he literally had nothing better to do. He did not delve into the nature of his experiments, and skipped directly to the result. According to the author, formations and arrays both were simply taking the mundane and using them to produce extraordinary results. After that, the book was abridged and directly went to the topic of arrays. Lex read for about 5 minutes before he facepalmed. Then he read the description again and then facepalmed one more time. Drum noticed Lex's strange behavior, but he was not in the mood to inquire. After a few minutes of feeling sorry for himself, Lex resumed reading the book. The author gave a long and convoluted, as well as unnecessarily philosophical explanation for what arrays were and how they functioned. Lex, instead, could define an array in 3 words. It was programming. Arrays could theoretically do everything a formation could do, albeit a weaker version of it, but the benefit was that arrays did not require any external material the way formations did. Arrays only required the array master, spiritual energy, and a series of symbols that the author had categorized as the universal language. The symbols weren't really a language, but the author observed that when spiritual energy was manipulated in certain shapes outside of one's body, in the natural environment, they gave birth to certain effects. The author compiled these symbols by studying things that existed in nature. For example, by studying a plant that released frosty spiritual energy, after a lot of trial and error, he was able to surmise a symbol that did the same, again, on a much weaker level than the actual physical plant. The symbol itself was identical to the venation of that plant. After collecting thousands of such symbols, he gathered them together and called them the universal language, since these patterns were what the universe used to express its design. Of course, just having the symbols was not good enough. He needed to understand the grammar of the language to understand how the multiple symbols could be arranged. So much fancy jargon, but to Lex, it meant something simple. An array master was the programmer, the array itself was the software, and the universal language was the programming language, and the grammar was the syntax. No doubt, arrays were an extremely useful tool, as the author had given many examples of scenarios where he had used them, but just thinking about the fact that Lex had to learn yet another programming language made him facepalm. Chapter 232. Death flags. As daunting as it was, trying to learn another programming trying to learn arrays, Lex only paused temporarily to lament. Once he got it out of his system, he continued to read the book. The first and most basic principle of arrays was that to use one, you needed to control spirit energy outside of your body. This was not something chi training cultivators could do, but the author had stated a few ways around this drawback. To use any of them though, Lex would need certain tools which he did not currently have, so he skipped that part and continued onwards to how arrays worked. It was both very simple, and yet complex at the same time. Perhaps because Lex was used to writing code, he was used to thinking in a systematic manner which would allow him to create working software from scratch. In this scenario, he could understand the building blocks of a functioning array and could envision how to reach a certain effect from scratch. It remained to be tested if things would be as simple as he assumed, but, in theory, it should be. What was hard for him was memorizing the thousands of symbols and their subsequent effects. Actual programming language was easier for Lex to learn because it was written in English and the syntax was usually designed to make sense. These symbols, however, were not an actual language and did not have meanings but effects. Lex could already tell that it would take him a long time before he began to grasp the nature of the symbols well enough to make his own arrays rather than copy existing ones. Of course, it must not be forgotten that even copying existing arrays was not a simple and easy task, or else everyone would be doing it. Lex lost himself in studying so deeply that he did not feel the time pass at all. He did not notice drum pacing in the room, nor when a soft, constant buzzing sound started to creep into the room. For Lex, it felt like one moment it was complete silence and he was engrossed in his studies, and the next second a loud, constant scraping sound filled the room, breaking his concentration. "What's that?" Lex asked in alarm. "It's the snowstorm," Drum answered. By now, he had calmed down and was meditating in a corner. "It's odd because only 18 hours have passed since I arrived. The snowstorm is early. Usually, the Academy's information is accurate. Were the villagers able to finish their preparations?" "Yes, though when they saw the storm on the horizon, even they were worried. It's larger and faster than usual, which could mean trouble." I asked about the Cultivation. "They're an unusual species of spirits that live in snowstorms. They fuse with snowflakes or hail, and are extremely vicious. They have short lives, but are generally very strong and very violent, and will attack any living thing caught in the storm." "Sounds excellent. Any idea on how one is supposed to fight them? Or at least, hide from them?" "When they're born, they're very small, but the more time they spend in the storm, the bigger they get. Small ones are easy to deal with, if you are able to hit them. A simple bash of any kind will destroy them. But the bigger they get, the harder they are to deal with. Not only does their defense increase, the ones made from snowflakes have extremely sharp bodies that could cut you in half in a split second. Again, the only real way to fight them is to destroy their bodies." Lex rubbed his eyes. This was excellent news. Who didn't love being stuck in a snowstorm surrounded by monsters that grew stronger the longer they spent in the storm? The assessment didn't state how long the storm would last, but I'm going to assume it'll last the entire time we're here. The Calter fluff may be weak in the beginning, but they'll grow stronger towards the end, which is why we should get as much rest as we can, Lex said, as he put the book away. He ate most of the food he had managed to scavenge and then lay down to sleep. Despite the constant noise, it was not a problem for Lex to fall asleep. Drum continued to meditate, and the duo remained that way until a sharp, screeching sound abruptly woke up Lex. Before he could ask what happened, the building shook, as if something had struck it. It happened a few more times before the shaking finally stopped. "They're here," Drum said as he looked Lex in the eye. Outside, the storm was still raging, and the Cultivation had finally shown up. Occasionally, they would hear more screeches, and the building would shake, but nothing more happened. Just to be safe, the duo decided to go ask their host if this was normal. The village leader's house was only slightly bigger than the rest of the houses in the village, and so it was not hard at all for them to locate him. He was sitting in the dining hall, drinking tea while his wife read a story to his 2 children. Seeing them so calm and peaceful, Lex was able to relax a bit and set his worries aside. He also pretended the village leader, whose name Lex could not remember for even a moment, did not raise any death flags when he laughed and told Lex that their houses were absolutely secure and there had never been an incident where the storm or the spirits were able to break in. Yes, no death flags were raised at all, even by Drum, who laughed and said this would be the easiest assessment he ever had. As for why, Lex took out Heavy Harley and started counting his ammunition and checking up on all his defensive gear. No reason in particular. Then, a few hours later, the Saul birds also left. Even though all the windows to the outside had been shut, Lex was easily able to tell the birds left because the temperature dropped sharply. Even with a heavily insulated house and central heating, Lex was able to see fog when he exhaled. An hour later, the lights in the house shut down and the heating stopped. Something had gone awry. Chapter 233. "Snowflakes, wake up," said Lex very seriously as took out a flashlight and attached it to his gun. Drum had been sleeping comfortably after stuffing himself. Lex had spent this time reading the array book and resting, making sure that he was ready in case anything happened. While Drum woke up and tried to understand what was happening while still groggy, Lex went out and searched for the village leader. "What happened?" Lex asked, his voice somber. "Nothing, young man," the village leader replied while chuckling. "There seems to be an issue with my house's internal wiring. We'll have to wait till the storm is over to fix it, so it'll be a little tough having to make do with the cold, but it's nothing too serious. I was just coming over to give you boys some blankets." Since he was insisting that there was no issue, Lex did not press the matter, but he kept his guard up. The very next moment the village leader's house was hit once again, as it continuously had been for the past few hours, but this time, the whole house wobbled. Mr. Innkeeper, the lotus suddenly spoke in Lex's mind. There's a wave of very strong spiritual energy heading our way. It'll pass us by in around an hour. As soon as the lotus spoke, Lex was sure that things would not go by smoothly. He could not tell if the wave of energy was the result of the snowstorm, or vice versa, but he was sure that this would not be just another storm, as the village leader kept insisting. Unfortunately, Lex was right. The house suffered yet another attack, followed by a screech so loud it shook Lex to his core, accompanied by the sound of a collapsing wall. The temperature in the house dropped immediately as all the doors were banged open by a raging wind. It was fortunate that the wall that collapsed was of their living room, which was empty at the moment. It didn't matter for much though, as the Cultivation were already swarming in the house. All Lex saw was the snow carried by the wind, but his protective treasure turned on and covered Lex in a blue light. It saved him from getting cut in half, but could not stop the momentum of the attack launching him back. Whatever had attacked him was way stronger than him. What the hell kind of test was this? Lex picked himself up just in time to see the village leader get sliced into many pieces. Many ravenous, massive snowflakes piled up on the leader's body, ready to eat the corpse. Horror and shock filled Lex's heart, but not panic. As if he had practiced a million times, Lex raised his gun and started shooting at the snowflakes. Despite their incredible strength, their bodies were extremely fragile, and each bullet was able to easily kill them. Yet the sound only attracted the snowflakes, and more swarmed towards him. In the heavy Harley, Lex had loaded the spirit magazine, which could fire up to 100 bullets with one magazine. But while 100 was a lot, it was not infinite, so Lex had to be mindful and not shoot endlessly. Lex failed on his first try, but on his second try, Lex started using Falcon's relief to speed up his movements as he dodged the snowflakes as he tried to kill him. The raging winds chilled and slowed down Lex, and fought against him to slow him down. The Cultivation rushed him in swarms, moving faster than his eyes could track. Lex was not dodging consciously, but moving around randomly to try to avoid as many as he could because they were just too fast. Suddenly, Drum was beside Lex and he fired a weapon that released some kind of pulse that shattered all the snowflakes in the room, giving them a much-needed moment of respite. I went. The family, dead. Drum stuttered between ragged breaths, his face as pale as the snow that was quickly filling up the house. We need to hide, Lex had only begun to say, when more Cultivation, this time even larger than the previous ones, entered the room and rushed at them. It was too dark for Lex to have noticed them when they entered, and by the time he saw them, they were mere millimeters away from Drum's neck. A light flashed, and Drum disappeared, causing the clump of snowflakes to fly right past Lex. No longer wasting any time, Lex started running again, but could not dodge an attack that once again flung him across the room. Shit, Lex cursed as he hurried to pick himself up. His protective treasure managed to keep him from taking the worst damage, but it still hurt like hell every time he was flung around like a rag doll. But this time, despite Lex's quick reflexes and endless resilience, the Cultivation were too strong, too many, and too fast. Smart enough to realize attacks didn't work on Lex, they latched onto him harmlessly and dragged him out of the house. At this point, Lex could not even shoot because the snowflakes were hugging his body so tight he could not move and the hand holding the Harley was pressed against his chest, aiming directly at Lex's mouth. Yet while they restrained him, they made sure not to hurt him to avoid triggering his treasure. Everything was happening too fast. Lex felt like he was on a roller coaster that never stopped spinning. Unexpectedly, once they brought him out of the house, they flung Lex into a pile of snow and backed off. Dizzy, groggy, beaten and in pain, Lex picked himself up, his will still raging to crush some snowflakes. Yet, when he got his bearings, he froze. Hundreds, no thousands, no millions of Cultivation of all shapes and sizes surrounded him, looking at him even though they had no eyes. The village was already gone, the houses already reduced to rubble, with little proof left that humans had once lived here. He felt their hunger, their cruelty, their desire to consume everything as they surrounded him. Yet none of them moved. Even Lex knew that his treasure could not possibly protect him from such a horde, so what were they waiting for? Lex was not quite sure why, but, slowly, he looked up. Above him, in the sky that should have been as dark as the deepest void, a snowflake as massive as a mountain, with a pattern that drew a face, looked down upon him. The snowflake gave off a light of its own, which is why Lex was able to see that its face was too large to even fit into this valley, yet for some reason, the actual mountains that formed this valley suddenly seemed fragile. Lex looked at the face that could even terrify death. Then he pointed his gun at the sky and fired. Chapter 234. Crazy assessments. A few minutes before Lex's battle, back at the assessment center, a room full of analysts calmly watched what they knew would be the end of this humble human settlement. "Isn't this a little too cruel?" asked a man before he started chewing on some nuts. This was the man that had saved Lex's life from the Craven, and the one who had personally carried Lex back to the academy. "He just escaped the Craven, aren't you worried you'll cripple him mentally?" "Cripple him?" asked the uniformed man. "The little brat asked me what the big deal was in facing a Craven even after facing the coercion of immortal Craven flesh. He has no signs of mental trauma, but he also doesn't have any signs of the strong will for revenge that is common in Craven attack survivors. His entire county died and the kid still had no reaction. You think he'll flinch because some villagers died? I doubt it, but I'm still curious to see how he reacts to the situation. At least this village will get a chance to contribute slightly to the human. 'Cause before it's wiped." No one in the room had any visible reaction as they saw the next scene unfold and the fight that ensued. Everyone was busy taking notes, but when the massive snowflake appeared, even they took a pause. Then Lex shot at the sky, and they all freaked out. The uniformed man yelled as he rushed to hit the emergency bail button that teleported Lex out from his location, but it was too late. By the time Lex was teleported away, he had already fired 3 shots. Lex had been sent to his next assessment, but now the academy had to deal with an angry tyrant. "Send our Vice Dean Elvis. That thing needs to die before it explodes," the uniformed man yelled, his back drenched in sweat. What the hell kind of maniac was this kid? Then he grinned. He would definitely get this kid in his class. The teleportation applied by the academy had none of the finesse and gentleness of the inns. Lex, who had been firing in the air, had been hit with another whiplash, and when he got up, he found himself standing on a plateau. There were 2 saw birds in the sky, but at opposite ends and both far on the horizon. It was like watching 2 sunsets at the same time. A warm, gentle breeze blew across the slope, filling Lex's lungs with the smell of wild flowers. Animals grazed on the tall grass and flocks of birds flew in the air. The dissonance from what Lex had just been experiencing, and what he was experiencing now was jarring. Before he had time to think, a yellow orb appeared before him and started giving him instructions. 3 kilometers directly to your right, a wounded academy student is fighting against a red-eared Gojer. The assessment will end in 30 minutes. What the shit? Lex cursed loudly. He could not stop himself from getting angry. What kind of twisted game was this? They threw him into a village just to watch it be destroyed. If they teleported him there, then the academy could surely teleport some stronger people there as well. They could have saved all those people, but instead they turned it into a test. And now, before he even had time to adjust to what happened, they were throwing another student's life away. Lex really wanted to curse again. Instead, he activated Falcon's relief and started running, to his right. What the hell kind of stupid instructions were those? Though Lex was running, he made sure not to run too fast, as he was in no mood to exhaust himself if he was going to face a fight. He reached into his backpack, took out a shot of adrenaline mixed with rejuvenating serum, and stabbed it into his arm. His fight with the Calter Flug had been short, but extremely draining. 15 minutes later, he finally saw the wounded student. It was a man covered in blood fighting against what could only be described as a kangaroo with the skin of a rhino, size of a hippo and the aggression of a chihuahua. Lex didn't bother to get a good look because he immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Both the student and whatever he was fighting were way too strong for Lex. He didn't need to use his instincts to tell, just the various craters in the ground told him enough. Fortunately, as he was still far away, neither of them noticed him and continued to fight with each other. Once he was far enough, Lex took a break and started eating some dry rations. Once his 30 minutes were up, Lex felt another whiplash teleporting him away. This time, Lex stood on the mouth of a volcano. He looked down into the massive hole, despite the waves of boiling hot air emerging, and saw a pool of lava. "I have a bad feeling about this," he murmured. "Mr. Innkeeper," the Lotus called, once again. "I can feel a wave of spirit energy coming at us from underground. It'll arrive in about an hour." "No, this can't be happening," Lex said to himself. His luck possibly couldn't be that bad. A yellow ball of light appeared in the air and started narrating the details of his assessment. In 1 hour, this volcano will explode. In 3 hours, the assessment will end. A vein appeared in Lex's neck as he tried to suppress his anger. There was no way this was normal. They had to be doing this to him on purpose. A part of him wanted to jump right into the lava, knowing that the academy would teleport him out and end this stupid assessment. But he could not bring himself to trust the academy so much. Lex turned around and started sprinting. It was a tragedy that Lex had to save his breath for running, otherwise the people viewing him would have witnessed a series of curses so creative, they would have qualified as poetry. Chapter 235. A blur. Lex was running low on chi, but he couldn't afford to be conservative. The only detail he had was that the volcano would erupt, not how strong or large the eruption would be. But, with his luck, and the fact that he felt like that uniformed man from earlier was targeting him somehow, he was sure it would be a massive eruption. In that case, even running would not put him out of the danger zone, but he couldn't think of any other solution. He could buy Icarus wings from the gift shop at the inn, but a part of him was sure he was under surveillance and did not want the extra attention pulling something out of thin air would garner him. It was while he was thinking of solutions while running downhill from the volcano as fast as he could without tripping, that he heard a sound similar to the new quest sound in his mind. He stopped running for a moment to check the system and then grinned. System notification. A massive buildup of natural spirit energy detected. Should the system absorb it? Mary, why is the system asking me if it can absorb the energy now, but not during the snowstorm? According to system surveillance, the energy signature within the snowstorm belonged to something, and so was under its influence. The energy signature now is the result of a natural phenomenon and is not under the influence of anyone or thing, which means the system can absorb it. I suspect the impending volcanic eruption is partly due to the massive surge in energy. Which means if the system absorbs the energy, the eruption shouldn't happen, or at least should not be as big. Without waiting for Mary's answer, he directly let the system absorb the energy. He expected it would take a while, but only a few moments later, the system had already absorbed it, and his progress bar for energy accumulation went up to 0.5%. Immediately after, a few things happened. Firstly, Lex felt a minor earthquake, but that was it. Secondly, he received a bunch of system updates, which were apparently a thing. Thirdly, he finally received a quest. Lex checked the updates, but they all culminated into a performance index. Basically, because the system had been forced to activate additional features due to the advanced authority, while not meeting the energy requirements to actually run those features, the system had selectively turned off features to compensate. Long story short, the system was currently performing a lot of features at a subpar level. That was also the reason why he had only just received a quest. The absorbed energy helped the system loosen its restrictions. This was also bad news for Lex in a way, since if the system kept using the energy he absorbed to run its features, the accumulated energy would slowly decline. Lex put that thought out of his mind for now, since he literally could do nothing about it except avoid using advanced features, and checked out his quest. New quest. Investigate the source of the anomaly in 7-Nation Crystal Realm. Quest reward. Realm Seed remarks, your reflection is not the anomaly, you really are that ugly. What is the anomaly? The quest doesn't say, Lex asked Mary. Whatever caused you to enter the realm is the anomaly. Entering and exiting a realm is no simple feat, even for a small one like this. And how exactly am I supposed to look for it? To be honest, I don't really think you can. My suggestion is that you just focus on getting enough energy to come back. If this quest were easy, the reward wouldn't be so big. The Realm Seed, what is that? It's an upgrade for the system. It'll allow you to convert the Midnight Inn into its own realm. Currently, the inn exists inside an artificial minor realm inside the Origin realm, but upgrading to its own realm will massively increase the inn's capabilities. Lex's jaw nearly dropped, and a familiar tinge of greed appeared in his heart before he quickly suppressed it. Since the quest had no time limit, it was definitely one he would complete one day. But for now, Mary was right. Returning took priority. Lex continued to jog for the rest of the assessment, but nothing happened the entire time. There was no eruption, or earthquake, or anything that might even remotely endanger him. His next assessment sent him to a detention center. He shared a cell with another prisoner and had to wait 4 hours before the assessment was over. Lex knocked him out and tied him up, not taking any chances that he may call guards. The assessment after that put him on stage in front of thousands of people who were waiting for him to give a speech. Lex did not know what the event was for, or what subject he was supposed to give a speech on, but he had to survive for 30 minutes before it ended. Lex flawlessly gave a speech about the importance of having fun. As for stage fright, please, Lex was used to talking down to devils, let alone a crowd of humans. The assessment after that put him in a pitch-black environment. There was no source of light, but Lex could hear a lot of things moving in the darkness close to him. He didn't risk trying to turn on his own flashlight, as even the usual yellow ball was replaced by something that whispered his assessment in his ear. All he had to do to pass was remain undetected for 10 minutes. Lex slowed down his breathing, and didn't move even when something brushed against him, easily passing the assessment. Like this, the assessments continued for what felt like days. Lex did everything from teaching kids a subject, to cooking at a restaurant, to fighting for a crowd's entertainment. Most of the assessments were a blur to him, but the one that he remembered clearly was executing an imprisoned craven. Lex paused for a moment, to observe the strange creature that had caused a war that continued for centuries. Then his quest, the one that he had given up on, updated. Chapter 236. Hint: the craven, the ugly beast, was tied with multiple chains holding it in place, so Lex felt no concern in pausing to read his quest update. Quest update. Anomaly signature detected. Identified foreign species, current designation, craven. Quest hint. The anomaly may be related to the non-indigenous species of craven. Lex raised an eyebrow. That was a major hint, as craven seemed to be a big theme in this realm. Doing some research about them should not be too difficult. It was unlikely that some simple research in a library would resolve the quest, but it wouldn't hurt to try. Without stepping too close, Lex turned his attention to the craven, and observed it. It was a black, four-legged creature with large forelegs, but even the hind legs did not lack muscle. He wasn't sure if this was the only skeleton, but the creature had its bones on the outside, covering its body and vitals like armor. The head had two round eyes that glared at Lex with hunger, and a mouth that Lex assumed was once full of sharp teeth, that had now been removed. The flesh of this creature released some kind of slime that made its body perpetually look wet, though Lex was sure it served other purposes than just making it more repulsive. Feeling exhausted from all the assessments, Lex could not be bothered to think more about it, or study its body further. Having run dangerously low on ammo for his gun, he instead drew his short sword and stabbed the creature in the base of its skull, cutting through its neck. Yet, when he pulled the sword back out, its slime quickly covered the area of the cut, and prevented it from bleeding out. Lex was surprised, but back in the assessment center, everyone who had seen him use his gun repeatedly assumed Lex was doing it on purpose and trying to torture the beast. Like he was getting some kind of revenge. Instead of being appalled, understanding was the most common reaction of those who watched Lex's assessment. Some even built a positive impression of Lex. Not wasting any more time, used Chi Blade, one of his two offensive techniques. This technique did not form actual blades from Chi, but was an attack that enhanced the sharpness of blades, making it easier to slice or cleave. Holding his sword in both hands, Lex sliced with all his strength, cutting right through the bone and cutting its head off. This craven was not nearly as strong as the one he had seen earlier, so his single attack was more than enough. Once the head fell on the ground, Lex was teleported away, back to a familiar room. He was back in the assessment center, and the uniformed man was standing there, looking at him with a smirk. "Well done, child," was all he said, not at all bringing up Lex's remarks about himself. "It will take some time for your result to come out, but in the meantime, why don't I show you to your dorm? I've heard you've suffered some memory loss, so I'll introduce you to the academy along the way." "I'm not joining any elite squads," Lex said straight up. "I know the academy chooses the professions or skill or whatever, but if I don't cooperate, I doubt it'll be efficient. I won't be a part of any Black Ops teams, or a part of any job that'll take over my life. There's no shortage of ways I can contribute to the Hum Nation, but throwing away my life isn't one of them." Being so direct may not have been such a good thing, because he was in need of the academy, not the other way around. But, at the same time, he was more than sure that whatever this uniformed guy was doing was not a part of how the academy's system worked. The man grinned at Lex, happy that the kid was finally responding to him. Of course, a large part of it was probably because he had been taking assessments back to back for days, and was extremely sleep deprived. In this state, people usually lost a lot of their inhibitions and it was difficult to focus. No need for concern, child. Even if you did want to be a part of the elites, it's not something you can achieve by taking a simple assessment. You're right though, I was getting ahead of myself earlier. Let's just start from the beginning and wait to see what your assessment results say. Lex reluctantly nodded, mostly because he was sure this man wouldn't leave him alone. Perfect. You can call me Vernon. I'm the professor in charge of physical education and hand-to-hand combat. Come on, let's take you to your dorm before you fall asleep right here. Vernon brought Lex outside the assessment center where what looked like a carriage without any horses was waiting for them. Once inside, the carriage started moving and Vernon started telling Lex what his near future would look like at the academy. For a moment, to Lex's dull and exhausted mind, it almost seemed like the worst of it was over and things would proceed normally now. That was because Lex had no idea about his psych evaluation that Vernon had read right before greeting Lex. A preliminary evaluation, based on his assessments, and particularly the moments where he fired up at the giant monster, as well as when he left the student to fight the red-eared Gojer when he saw it was too strong for him, stated that Lex had a strong sense of self and reacted negatively to being pressured or forced. He had basic sympathy where he would aid someone if he could, but would not do so if the target of the aid resisted or put Lex's life in danger. He had strong survival skills and strong instincts, if somewhat unpolished still. There was a chance his loyalty could be built, but if he felt the slightest indication of coercion or threat, he would react strongly. Such a tough mentality also explained why he was able to survive while facing the immortal-level craven flesh. Vernon chuckled in his mind as he watched Lex slightly lower his guard. Oh yes, he would definitely have Lex as a student. Chapter 237. Consultant. What Vernon did not know was that for each of the situations, there was another explanation. Lex survived the immortal-level craven's coercion because of regal embrace. He was not intimidated by the massive, mountain-sized Culter Flug because Lex had seen stronger beings at his inn, and also because the giant snowflake had not restricted Lex by using its coercion. When Lex encountered the student fighting the red-eared whatever the hell that was, Lex's instincts directly told him that Lex would die if he interfered. Likewise, for each point of interest, his evaluation was incorrect because no one would be able to understand Lex's reasoning for his actions. After all, only body cultivators had honed instincts, and that too at a higher level. But Lex did not display any of the key indicators of a body cultivator, whereas his spirit cultivation was prominent. This was yet again another subtle self-defense mechanism employed by Regal Embrace, where he had all the perks of body cultivators, spirit cultivators and soul cultivators, but all the prominent indicators of these perks would be hidden until Lex displayed them. Unfortunately, Lex did not know how to display them because he had not even realized they existed. For example, something like instinct was often described as a gut feeling. Lex had been listening to his gut feeling subconsciously, but on a conscious level, he never analyzed his actions to realize what had prompted them. Heck, he hadn't even noticed that it was much easier for him to enter the state of flow, and just took it for granted. Maybe over time, he would slowly realize what instincts were, and notice the increased frequency of him entering that special flow state, but for now, his focus was on his dorm room. It was tiny as hell. There was a single bed, a small study desk, a bathroom, and that was it. It must be mentioned that all of this could easily fit into Lex's bathroom back at the inn, that's how cramped his dorm was. Considering how big the academy was, and how much space they left to open fields, his room should have been at least bigger than a prison cell, right? Unfortunately, there was no one to complain to. Vernon had left after dropping Lex off and giving him the details of what he would be doing. The academy did not have a semester or class system, because students would come and go all year around. Some would have to leave at random times and come back months or even years later to continue to study. Instead, the classes split into smaller, more specialized ranks that would be repealed continuously throughout the year, so anyone could join at any time. For example, if Lex ended up taking array classes, he would start at the lowest rank in division, which would be Iron Grade Level 1. Classes for this would happen every month, and would be 1 month long. If, during that time, Lex learned enough to go to a higher class, he would be promoted to Level 2 and so forth. He would have to wait till tomorrow to find out what his profession designation would be, and that would determine his classes. Lex took a shower and threw himself into his bed, ready to get some sleep. It made sense that he was dead tired. During the relentless onslaught of assessments, he hadn't slept in well over 40 hours. At some point, while he was asleep, his designation was published. According to his psych and skill evaluation, he was not fit for any military roles due to the high chance of non-cooperation. But the way the designation worked was that it would list the best fit as the highest recommendation, and a series of alternative options down below, with these options usually being hidden unless some kind of extraneous circumstances prevented the student from following the primary selection. So, while orthodox military roles had been disqualified for Lex, somewhere down on the list, Lex had been recommended for a group called Red Hands. While Red Hands were not the elite of the elite, they consisted of highly specialized trained operatives that operated independently in highly volatile and extremely dangerous situations. It was the kind of team that would be sent behind enemy lines to do recon before a high-value target assassination. The kind of team sent into Craven-infested lands to sabotage supply lines, and then escape on their own. The kind of team one sent into situations too dangerous for any sane man to walk into, exactly what was expected from a man who looked death in the eyes and then shot at it. It was the kind of team Vernon loved. He chuckled as he manually altered the order of Lex's designations. His Red Hands designation ended up being second to top, and thus conveniently hidden from view. His primary designation was changed to Combat Zone Strategic Consultant. This kind of job required Lex to be highly trained and experienced in various combat situations, as well as to have a detailed understanding of the military capability and operations of all 7 nations of the Crystal Realm. This was because he would be a consultant for businesses that operated in active and potential war zones. It would provide him with the perfect foundation for if he wanted to enter any combat unit himself in the future, due to unforeseen and completely coincidental reasons that in no way had anything to do with Vernon. After making sure everything was in order, and going over the predicted path for Lex during his stay at the academy, Vernon closed Lex's personal file and had it sealed under his authority. Then he turned his attention to the next student that had caught his eye. After all, Lex was just one of many that joined the academy every day. Vernon would not limit himself by focusing on only him, no. The world was his oyster, and he was determined to fill it with highly trained murderers. Chapter 238. First day at the academy. When Lex woke up, the first thing he did was open the academy console, a computer connected to the academy's database provided on Lex's study desk, and checked his designation. Lex had been designated as a Combat Zone Strategic Consultant. At first, he was highly suspicious that Vernon had somehow influenced his designation. But when he started reading the kinds of classes he would be enrolled in, he realized that this job was perfect. He would have to learn both the history and geography of the Crystal Realm, which could help him locate more areas like that volcano that provided him with energy. He would have to learn the political relations between the nations, which kind of sucked, but he could tolerate it. Other than that, he would have to study cultivation, as well as its many forms used in this realm. Basic combat was a class all designations had to take, but then Lex would later be entered into more specialized combat classes. His last mandatory class was the basics of strategic planning. After that, he had the option of taking 2 elective classes. He selected studying arrays and left the second elective open for now. He had a few days free, since all the classes started anew each month, which is when he would begin. After changing into his uniform, which had been provided to him along with the dorm, Lex left towards the mess hall to get some food. Since he had some time, Lex was finally able to turn his attention to how the inn had been doing. He shared some of the things he was planning with Mary and asked her if this was acceptable with the level of energy he had accumulated, since it involved using his higher authority. She told him how much energy it would use up and, after a long internal struggle, Lex decided to go ahead with it anyway. After all, he had no idea how long he would be stuck here, and 0.5% was not a lot. It would be safer to use it up now to prevent issues with the inn in the long run. The first thing he did was raise the level of the greenhouse to level 5, basically 1 level above his allowed limit. This would put a strain on the inn's energy usage, but it was important since it could speed up the development of the vine. The upgrade cost him 250,000 megapixels. Since the last time he checked, he had only made a profit of 40,000 megapixels, so this was another strain on his wallet, leaving him only 4,202,000 megapixels. His second he did was lower the frequency of the golden door appearing on random worlds to a minimum. While this would affect his income and the growth of his inn, right now it was better to focus on maintaining the status quo. The third thing he did was use his increased authority to produce 2 of the strictest and most binding versions of the platinum keys, which brought his energy reserves down to 0.1%. This was necessary if he wanted to hire the husband and wife duo, since they were too strong. This would not enslave them or anything of the sort, it would just ensure that they were unable to harm the inn or its interests directly or indirectly. He passed the keys to Mary and told her to give them to the husband and wife. He also told her to let them know the restrictions they would be under, as he did not want to trick anyone, especially if they were going to be working for him. Next "What are you doing?" A loud and forceful voice woke Lex up from his focus on the inn. Startled, Lex looked around to see he had sat down at a table with 5 other fairly beautiful girls. While he was working at the inn and giving Mary commands, he had also arrived at the mess hall. He took some food, none of which he truly recognized, and sat down in the first empty seat he saw without paying too much attention to his surroundings. It appeared he had imposed upon a group of friends. Sorry, I was distracted," Lex said as he got up, perfectly hiding his embarrassment. But the girl's loud voice had already carried across the hall, and the moment Lex got up to move away, he noticed the entire mess hall was staring at him. Some with hostile eyes, some with curious ones, while others were just observing, but all eyes were trained at him. But how could he, Lex Williams, the innkeeper, easily expose his awkwardness? He simply nodded to the girls and walked away, as if he did not care at all, before finding an empty table and sitting down. As he stared at his food and tried to figure out how one was supposed to eat it, a single thought crossed his mind. Was it time for the harassed for attracting the Academy Belle's attention trope to trigger? Midnight Inn, cabin on Midnight Mountain. Gawain, the sentient sword that had assumed the shape of a human, looked fondly at his wife, Anita, the lich who hid her features not because she was an ugly pile of bones, but because she had attained an everlasting beauty that would always attract unnecessary troubles. "Do not worry, my dear, I'm sure things will turn out for the best," Gawain said. "I hope so," his wife replied, her voice so angelic it could stir the hearts of dead men. Literally. She literally used her voice to raise the dead. It was one of her abilities as a lich. "From the moment I entered this place, I felt the ties of destiny disappear. This is the only place we can deliver our child safely. We have to stay here. And we are staying here," Gawain reassured. "From the moment that golden light brought us here from Vegas Prime, I have had no thoughts of returning. To top it all off, this place is an inn. We can stay as long as we want, even forever, as long as we can pay. But it's not enough. If we can work for this mysterious innkeeper, we can ensure our safety. After all, if he can even interfere with destiny, who knows how powerful he is?" Just as Gawain was about to answer, there was a knock on their door. Mary had appeared with the platinum keys. Chapter 239. "Weaponsmith, please, come in," said Gawain as soon as he saw the assistant innkeeper. She was a succinct and disciplined woman, who was supposedly taking care of the inn during the innkeeper's absence. Gawain and Anita, the socialites that they were, had quickly made friends as soon as they arrived at the inn. When word spread that they had both successfully completed the mystery trial, they became even more popular, to the point that even some of the Midnight Inn staff, namely John, approached them. They had quickly learned about the innkeeper, who was generally very genial and had a positive reputation. This assistant innkeeper had only recently appeared, and while most of the staff knew her, the guests felt that she was extremely formal. Still, she maintained order and performed all her tasks without bias, so there was nothing to complain about. "I have good news," she said after stepping inside the cabin. "The innkeeper has sent word. To join the Midnight Inn, you must undergo a trial to prove yourself. Should you pass the trial, you can join the inn as a tutor in swordsmanship and a historian. However, the innkeeper also wanted me to let you know the conditions for joining the Midnight Inn. Once you join, you will become a permanent member of the inn, and cannot quit. Furthermore, a restriction will be placed on you so that you cannot harm the inn, its interests or any employee of the inn either." She handed both of them their platinum keys and then left to give both of them their privacy. "A historian," Gawain said with a hint of curiosity. "I wonder what kind of job they'll have you do. I hope it's not fieldwork, that'll defeat the purpose of coming here. I will go ask the assistant innkeeper, and explain our situation. Wait for me before you take the test." Gawain nodded as he thought about the tutoring job. He had never taught anyone before, it would be an interesting experience. After Lex ate, he had a lot of free time on his hands. He found a nice, scenic place near the mess hall where he sat down to rest. Although physically he wasn't tired, it had been a while since he relaxed. It just occurred to him that he couldn't remember the last time he played a video game. Not that he was sad about it, he spent his time doing interesting things and dealing with entertaining people, usually working towards his own goals, and feeling himself slowly getting stronger, and the improving was a kind of satisfaction he had never felt before. It was not the kind of grind of a 9-to-5 job, which both physically and mentally drained him. This instead felt rewarding. Still, that did not mean that he should forget to relax from time to time. Unfortunately, with no games to play, no movies to watch and no friends to hang out with, his relaxation soon turned into boredom. Stretching as he got up, Lex decided instead to tick something off his to-do list: get a job. The academy provided him with the most pathetic accommodation Lex had ever seen, but at least there was a roof over his head. At the mess hall, he could eat for free after showing his student ID. But if he needed anything else, he would have to pay for it himself. Besides, from his college days, Lex knew that working a campus job was an excellent way to expand your social group and just simply meet new people. The only people Lex knew in this realm were Honey, the nurse, and Vernon, the creepy guy, which meant he wanted to avoid about half the people he knew. As almost everything was far away in this academy, Lex had to get on a bus to hail a ride to the career services department. This was where Lex could apply for jobs, and the process was much easier than expected. The person at the counter first checked Lex's upcoming schedule, checked his designation, and then provided him with a list of available jobs that would not clash with his schedule and also provided him with work experience relevant to his designation. From the list, 2 jobs in particular appealed to him greatly. The first was as an assistant to a weaponsmith. This job would expose him to the various kinds of weapons used in this world, though he would take no part in the manufacturing process. He was only to take care of miscellaneous work such as cleaning and categorization. The second job was transcription. It would involve writing down and recording the research of various professors and tutors at the academy. This job, while extremely boring, should provide him with vast sources of information about various topics. In the end, Lex ended up choosing to become assistant to the weaponsmith. The transcription job was too unreliable. What if he got stuck recording the work of some ridiculous job? As soon as he was done selecting, he was told where to go, and that he had to check in immediately. It surprised Lex how quickly the job started, but it wasn't like he had anything else to do. He once again got on a bus, but his destination this time was different from all the ones he had been to before. So far, all the buildings he saw in the academy were far apart and seemed to blend into nature. Now, however, it seemed like he was heading into a city. Skyscrapers that would put New York to shame filled the skyline with an endless stream of vehicles going in and out. Roads seemed to be stacked atop one another, all going in the same direction to facilitate speedy travel. What looked like small flying ships zoomed up above in the air, and in the distance, it seemed like Lex could see a river full of ships heading into the city as well. It seemed like he had just stepped from a fantasy wonderland into a utopian cyberpunk future. The craziest thing was that this was still just a single region in the academy. Lex took in the sights, mostly because once he got off the bus, he got lost on the way to his job. He was not used to navigating a city without a map on his phone. Eventually, with the help of numerous strangers on the streets, Lex found himself in front of a quaint little house with a small front yard and a yellow picket fence. This was not what he was expecting from a weaponsmith. Chapter 240, Dirty Mind. Convinced that he had found the wrong place, Lex went up to knock on the door anyway. At least he would be able to ask for directions. But when he knocked on the wooden door, it divided in two and split open to what looked like the inside of a computer, if the computer was the size of a house. A floating orb appeared and scanned Lex and said, "Follow me." The orb led Lex inside the house and into a room full of what seemed like clothes made of black chain mail. The orb scanned the clothes until it found one appropriate for Lex's size and said, "Put these on. Cover your entire body and ensure that there is no skin exposed." Confused and curious, Lex put on the chain mail clothes and gear, even an unusual headpiece that not only covered his face but also had goggles and breathing gear. Once Lex was geared up, Lex led him deeper into the house until he entered a particularly hot room. That's when he saw another person, possibly the fat Noah, large Noah, healthiest human Lex had ever seen. With a waist that had to be just 10 feet across, the figure showed none of the lack of dexterity one would expect. Taking a step closer, Lex noticed the person had their hands in a tub of, it looked like lava. Lex's eyes widened in shock, but before he could make sense of what was happening, the woman, Lex assumed it was a woman due to the feminine voice, spoke. "Hurry up and come here. Put your hands in the tub and start scraping the rod clean. Don't worry, your gear will protect you from getting burned." Lex walked up hesitantly, not really excited about putting his hands in lava, but the woman wasn't having it. Moving faster than Lex could comprehend, she grabbed his hand and plunged it deep into the lava. "Grab the rod and start rubbing it. It's releasing a lot of impurities and we can't let any of them settle on the rod." What happened next was probably one of the most horrific experiences of Lex's life. Not because of the lava or the danger or anything, but because of the weaponsmith's choice of words. Lex did not know if she was doing it on purpose, or he was just dirty-minded, but it seemed like she was only speaking in innuendos. The rod that she had been asking him to stroke and rub was the body of a spear. He did not understand the logic of it, just as he could not understand what material it was made from, but by dipping the spear in the lava and exerting great pressure on it, impurities within the metal were pushed out. However, unless manually removed from the spear, the impurities would quickly encase the spear like an outer coat. All Lex had to do was scrap the impurities from it. But that was not all. After he was done with the spear, in the words of the weaponsmith, he had to work on swords that needed to go deep, meaning bury them in sandpits made of some unusual metal, work on certain guns that needed to be jerked until they were done, meaning the components were too tight and he had to push them into place, and so much more. Whether Lex would ever learn anything about weapons was a mystery because he spent the rest of his days at this job trying not to get scarred. The weaponsmith, for all her quirkiness, never seemed to stop working. She would be working when he left at night, and would still be working when he returned the next day. In her words, if she ever stopped giving it her all, a lot of people would be left unsatisfied. He did not once see what she looked like, because she was always in her chainmail gear, nor did he get her name because she only talked about her weapons and what Lex needed to do. He worked on numerous weapons that he didn't even understand. They consisted of some kind of technology Lex had never seen or experienced, and after he was done washing it in lava, walking it through an electric field, literally smashing it relentlessly with a hammer, or polishing it with oil, he still could not make sense of it. At least he got paid well, since few others were willing to do this job. He earned 100 crystals a day. That was what the currency of this realm was called. He never actually saw the crystals as they were deposited in his student account, but he could access the money whenever he wanted. Finally, after 8 days of such torture, the new month started, and Lex's work hours were reduced just a few hours each week so he could properly focus on his classes. He had combat classes 3 times a week, while for the rest of the subjects, he had each of them every day. At this point, as he walked into his first class early in the morning, Lex was feeling extremely restless. Not only was it because of how hectic his job was, but he had already been in this realm for around 2 weeks, give or take. He had not even begun to understand how he could gather enough energy for his system, and according to the speed at which things were progressing, it would be months before he'd be able to do it. Maybe even years. Lex had been trying hard not to stress about things he could not control, and focus only on the task at hand, yet sometimes it was impossible. Not to mention, the unnecessarily long commute from his dorm to where his classes would be held gave him plenty of free time to fret. So, by the time Lex finally sat down, he was completely out of it. He kept worrying about the inn, about his life, about "Why is it you again?" An aggressive but familiar tone woke Lex up from his thoughts. He looked up to see that he was sitting beside a cute-looking girl. Had he seen her somewhere before? She looked so familiar. Chapter 241. War, have we met? Lex asked, completely oblivious to her angry-looking expression, mostly because she looked like a cute little doll. You seem familiar, but I don't know many people here. You sat next to me at the mess hall. And now you've done it again. The entire hall is empty. Why do you have to sit next to me? I like my personal space. Suddenly, Lex recalled the embarrassing encounter and couldn't help but laugh. He took a look around the hall and, indeed, there were many empty chairs. My bad, I've been really out of it so I've kinda just been running on autopilot, Lex explained as he got up and moved to a different chair. But, while he was no longer sitting right next to the familiar girl, he was still close to her. "My name is Lex, by the way," he introduced himself, but the girl just made a HMPH sound and looked away, dramatically flipping her hair as she did. Despite his stressed mood, Lex chuckled. To be honest, he really wasn't in the mood to be chasing girls. But, on the other hand, socializing a bit might be good for him. It wouldn't help anyone if he burnt out due to stress. A short while later, their professor entered the room. He was an old man, with a massive bald spot on his head, crowned by streaks of white hair. He was a thin man, almost frail-looking, but walked with the vigor of youth. "Welcome to the Basic History of the Crystal Realm. Despite the title, we do not study history too far back, and our course begins 100 years prior to the Craven War. As most of you know, most of the basic level subjects focus on things related to the Craven, for they have dominated the trend of the realm these past few centuries. If you want to advance your knowledge beyond the region of influence of the Craven, you will need to take the more advanced courses. Our lesson begins on the day of the coronation of King Cornelius II, after his father passed away on the battlefield. Back then, he was still a boy at the tender young age of 16. The Hum nation did not exist back then, and the territory that composed it. Contrary to Lex's expectations, he actually enjoyed the history class a lot. The focus of class was not specific dates, or remembering numerous people, but rather a few key people who influenced monumental events. For example, neither the heritage nor any significant life events of King Cornelius II were discussed before his crowning, because it was only after he became a king that he became relevant to the history of the realm. Back then, the Hum nation consisted of hundreds of smaller countries, of course, smaller only being a relative term. From Lex's understanding, some of the smaller countries here were bigger than continents back on Earth. Cornelius, who inherited a country at war, led the most successful campaign conducted by a human, and expanded his country by so much over the next century, no one dared to challenge his reign. When the Craven War started, approximately 300 years ago, humans were not originally involved. There were two races whose territories neighbored the humans, namely the Sentinels and Varns. The Craven came from somewhere far away, beyond the scope of understanding of the humans, and waged war with whoever they could reach. Roughly 80 years after the humans heard of the Varns being at war, the Cravens finally took enough to be exposed to human territories as well. No one expected that they would involve the humans in the war, for that should be to their disadvantage, but they did. Not only did they wage war, they came with a fury that wiped countries from existence in a matter of days. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Cornelius convinced the humans to band together to face this threat, and paid a great deal to even request the Sentinels' help. Finally, the humans were able to hold off the assault. But hold off did not mean reclaim, as slowly and steadily the human forces were worn out, and once again started to lose land. That was when, under the leadership of Cornelius, the Hum nation was founded. For the first time in history, faced with the threat of extinction, humans put away their petty grievances and joined together to face the threat. As for those who resisted, Cornelius gathered them up and used them and their entire families as the first line of defense against the Craven. But even so, slowly and steadily, they continued to lose land. It came to the point where the border to the Sentinels was exposed, and they too became involved in the war, not for profit from the humans, but to defend their own lands. While humans had been on the losing end of the war, guided by one concentrated effort, human technology and civilization underwent a time of rapid expansion. Their cultivation techniques improved, their weapons became deadlier, their warriors fiercer, their resolve stronger. That's when grave news came from the Varn. The Puleids, the first race to encounter the Craven, had been completely defeated, and the remnants of their race escaped wherever they could. They joined the other nations in their war efforts, for though they had lost their home, the race was not dead. They fought for the hope that one day, they would succeed. All of this happened in the first 150 years of war, and there was another 150 years or so to cover when the class ended. Their professor told them that he would first give them a general overview of the history of the relevant time periods before they delved more deeply into significant events. The class ended, and the students started to disperse, but Lex remained seated. All the other students had some knowledge of the war, only he was just learning of it for the first time. This war, whether he wanted it or not, was very significant to his immediate future, for unless he found a way to return to the inn, this was his war too. Chapter 242. Crystal Race. The girl who had been irritated with Lex saw the pensive look on his face and made another, HMPH, sound. Why are you pretending like this is the first time you're hearing of this? Even toddlers know this history, she said, for some reason feeling annoyed at him. My spirit was injured in an encounter with a craven while escaping from Gristal, so my memories are messed up. Lex gave the excuse that had become his standard explanation for everything the past few days without really thinking of it. His mind was currently occupied wondering how he was supposed to investigate the origin of the craven. His absent-minded words, however, shook the girl. In her mind, she suddenly connected his odd and absent behavior to damage to his spirit, and suddenly felt guilty for being so aggressive with him. I heard about Gristal, I'm sorry for your loss, she said, her voice suddenly soft and caring. It's fine, Lex said, not sure how else to reply. He literally knew nothing about Gristal or the events that took place there, so it was best to avoid talking about it. I have to head to my next class, it's geography. I wouldn't want to miss out, he said as he got up. Oh, I'm taking geography too. Do you know the way? Nope, but I'm sure we can figure it out between the two of us. The girl, Amelia, was very talkative once she became familiar with Lex. Or maybe she was just compensating due to guilt for her attitude earlier. Either way, Lex found her company enjoyable as they found their way to their next class. Lex was looking forward to geography since he wanted to learn more about active volcanic regions, or really any place that seemed like it would have abundant spirit energy. Unfortunately, the class was just as dry as history was enjoyable. He learned about city placements, settlement patterns, defensible locations, and so on and so forth. Nothing in the class seemed useful to Lex's predicament. Worst of all was the fact that Lex could not even slack off out of fear that he would end up missing what he was actually awaiting. Yet, in their first class at least, Lex discovered nothing useful to him. After geography, he and Amelia split, as his next class was politics, plain and simple. There were 7 major races in the Crystal Realm, and each of those 7 were mostly and conveniently within their own regions. Of course, there were some from each race that traveled far and wide for various purposes, but as far as nations were concerned, these were only stragglers. As a whole, humans mostly only had relations with Sentinels and Varns. Throughout history, there have both been periods of war and peace between the humans and these two races, but most of the time, they minded their own business. This was because, when matters came to conflict between races, internal conflict would always be suppressed. Two constant potential threats had a way of ensuring that even when humans warred amongst themselves, they never weakened themselves too far. The Varn were a reptilian race and could assume 2 forms, their ordinary form and combat form. While their combat form never lasted too long, making them unsuited for long combat, their strength was disastrously strong. Furthermore, the Varn all shared a strong affinity for earth and minerals, and so fighting them on the ground was usually akin to suicide. Unexpected to Lex, the humans and Varn shared a long history of cooperation and friendship, mostly because there was hardly ever a conflict of interest. The things humans found valuable, especially for cultivation, were usually poisonous to the Varn, and vice versa. The Sentinels, instead, who were a humanoid species, often had conflicts with humans. The Sentinels were a unique, spirit-based species, meaning their bodies were their greatest weaknesses. As it would happen, the resources they required to strengthen their bodies were also strongly suited for cultivation amongst the humans. There was no need to discuss deeper reasons or divisions. All discrimination originated from a conflict of interest. While the two races sometimes traded or even worked together, they also often waged war for resources wherever they shared a border. Of course, this was mostly old news now. Since the Craven War, everyone was desperate for any kind of victory, which had resulted in unprecedented cooperation between the races. Before the professor went to discuss more recent relations, he took a pause to take note of a particular race, the Crystal Race. They were the true hegemons of this realm, and far surpassed all the other races. In fact, it was a popular opinion that if they took this war seriously, the Crystal Race alone could end the war. Yet, for reasons unknown, they settled for defending their lands and not interfering beyond their borders. The reason the professor made a special note of this race was not to inform the students about them, for who truly didn't know of the Crystal Race? No, it was to let the students know never to blame them, or accuse them of ignorance or arrogance for not protecting the other races from Craven. He ensured that each student knew that should anyone be caught cursing or insulting the Crystal Race, the lightest punishment was life imprisonment. This drew Lex's curiosity. Such a strong punishment should not have been warranted for a race so far away, especially one uninterested in the affairs of the world outside their own borders. But Lex had a broader view of things than most people. He knew full well that, once a cultivator reached a certain level, even talking about them could draw their attention. That actually reminded Lex of Balam, Loretta's father. He wondered if that being would still be able to tell if Lex was thinking about him from a realm away. Just as quickly as the thought occurred to him, he put the thought behind him, for he didn't believe that Balam would. In this instance, as in so many others, Lex was wrong. Balam, who had been searching the fringes of the universe for whatever attracted the Innkeeper's attention, felt a pull from beyond the veil of the origin realm. That caused him to pause. That was strange, as the attraction he felt was from another realm. Yet the only realms he had ever visited were Garvitz, the realm from which the devils originated, and the origin realm where he currently was. Why would he feel an attraction from yet another realm? Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he used the golden key. A few minutes later, he returned from the Midnight Inn to his original location. It seemed his suspicions were true. The Innkeeper had gone to another realm. This complicated things, as the Innkeeper's origins became even more mysterious. But wasn't that for the best? Life would be too boring without a little mystery. Chapter 243. Rumors. While Lex was in his politics class, learning the basics of the relations between the Hum Nation and the others, Amelia was sitting with her usual group of friends. "You'll never guess who I ran into," she said excitedly, before sharing Lex's story. In this day and age, where everything in their society revolved around fighting the Craven, the greatest celebrity was one who had fought a Craven. Did he really face a Craven though? "Maybe he's just lying to get your attention," said miscellaneous friend A. "No, this makes sense," said another one of her friends excitedly. "You said his name is Lex, right? I heard a story about a survivor from Bristol named Lex. It wasn't just a Craven he faced. I heard it was the flesh of an immortal. I heard he fought it off with his bare hands to save his fellow survivors." Unbeknownst to Lex, rumors of his unwitting endeavor had already started to spread amongst the student body, growing more wild and wonderful with each retelling. Whether it was by design or coincidence, the stars in Amelia's eyes and jealousy in others were a clear indicator that his story had taken on a life of its own. As for whether there would be any consequences for this, Lex would soon find out. After his politics class, Lex had some free time before his first basic combat class. He did nothing special during that time and just reviewed the information he had learned today in case there was anything important he missed. Once it was time for class, he went over expecting to arrive at a gymnasium full of people, since this was the one mandatory class amongst all professions, but the reality was quite contrary. He arrived in a small room with only 9 other students as well as the trainer, who were all waiting for him, despite the fact that he was early. He expected the trainer would motivate them to learn to the best of their abilities, but his expectations were once again superseded. "This class is the basics of the basics, and it serves only one purpose," the trainer said with the utmost seriousness. "That should you be in a life or death situation, you kill at least one Craven before you die. As humans, killing at least one Craven is your most basic responsibility to your nation, and to your race." The trainer did not look like he was kidding, and in fact looked a little disgusted with these students who could only fulfill the most basic requirements. "I understand that not everyone is a soldier, and the Hum Nation also needs more than just soldiers. We need farmers, we need scientists, we need teachers, we need accountants, we need all the cogs and gear in the machine that is this nation. And that is exactly who this class is for. You will not be burdened with more difficult techniques, you will not be burdened with relentless practice, you will not be burdened with elaborate attacks. In your life, as the lawyers and gardeners and anything else that does not require a soldier's training, should you come into a situation where you need to fight for your life against a Craven, it is best to consider your life already forfeit. All you need to focus on is taking down the enemy with you. And, if somehow you manage to take down 2 Craven instead of just 1, then consider your nation proud of your achievements." Lex was shocked by how brutal and direct the trainer was in diminishing the value of their lives, but none of the other students were. In fact, many of them were nodding along. In moments like this, it would have helped Lex if he had actually investigated the motto of the academy and learned about the meaning behind it. But that would come later. For now, the trainer continued, "Of course, if you feel motivated to do more, to learn more, to be more, after completing this mandatory course, you can take more advanced combat classes. They do not focus on damage for sacrifice and instead train actual warriors who may have a chance of fighting longer and harder. But the rest of you should just hone your skills here. Once the trainer was done with the pep talk, he immediately began the class. Each student received a personal trainer, with the main trainer supervising. As soon as the training began, Lex realized two things. First, the thing their training was focused on was trading injuries and doing the maximum amount of damage in any exchange. For this, each trainer took special care in teaching them how to identify weak spots in the enemy's defense. They began, of course, with human targets because that was the body each student was most familiar with, and once the students showed some mastery of the skill, they would move on to Craven, and even the other races. The second thing Lex realized was this kind of combat was actually strongly suited for Lex. Obviously, at his current stage, it was not so evident. But later on, when his defense would be much stronger than the enemies he would most likely face, trading blows, when he was likely to not take any injuries, was a fast and easy way of winning fights. Naturally, he would need to be better trained not only in combat but also judging the strength of his enemies before he could employ such tactics. But it was a good plan, for now. After a long and arduous class where Lex learned as much theoretical knowledge as he practiced, it was time for his most unusually named class, strategic planning. Did people normally perform non-strategic planning? Or did they normally make foolish plans on purpose? It was almost as if whoever named the class was doing some sort of mass naming of classes, and releasing them on the go, which caused this oversight. A sort of mass release, if you will. But, even besides the name, this class had many oddities. There were only 2 other students in this class. Furthermore, usually Lex was the oldest or at least one of the oldest in his other classes, but this time he seemed to be within his own age group. Lastly, the 2 students seemed to be wary of him. This was strange as Lex was sure he'd never met them, nor had he done anything too outrageous that he should develop some kind of reputation. Just as he was about to greet the other students and inquire if anything was wrong, the professor stepped in. "Welcome students," said the professor as she looked them over, a mature lady with a no-nonsense look on her face. "I am Professor Adelaide, and I will conduct your classes for this subject regardless of whichever level you take, so it is best if you get familiar with my way of doing things as soon as possible. This is not a class that is available to everyone, and if you have been selected for this class, you have displayed some sort of level-headedness under dire circumstances. This class is, and will be, the most important class you will take. You may be wondering why I say that. It's because while every other class you take may be creating a foundation for your future, how you perform in this class will determine whether you live to see that future or not. After all, if you fail this class, that means you're dead." Adelaide paused for a moment for her 3 students to absorb what she said before she continued. "Unlike your other classes, this one will have a field test in the end of the course. The test will be different for each one of you, since you have different designations, and I will pass to you the details of that field test today, so you may already begin preparing. What will be the same for all of you, however, is that each test will contain some element of danger. If you are not able to overcome it, then that likely means you will die. In other courses, if you fail, you can get a second chance by applying again. In this course, the only second chance you will get is the one you create for yourself." Before getting into specific details about her course, however, she looked directly at Lex and said, "Lex, the legendary survivor of Gristal that fought off an immortal with your teeth, I've heard a lot about you already. If half the rumors I've heard are true, then I look forward to seeing your performance." Lex, who was staring at the professor with a dropped jaw, was unable to respond. Fought off an immortal with his teeth? What the hell? Suddenly, he realized something, and looked at his class fellows, and their wary looks suddenly made sense. What were these rumors his professor was speaking about? How had they spread so fast so far? Before he had a chance to ask, the professor began their class. Chapter 244. A rudimentary system. The course for the strategic planning class was a lot more abstract than his other classes, at least in the beginning. Instead of teaching him concrete topics, the class focused rather on the way of thinking. How to evaluate situations, how to juggle objectives, how to prioritize, and so much more. He was given theoretical problems similar to the famous trolley problem, only in this case, instead of people's lives, he usually had to compromise on his objectives. The professor told them that, after some theoretical practice, they would go through some drills to practice decision-making under duress. When the class ended, Adelaide, the professor, handed each student a folder with the details of their field test in it. Since Lex's designation was a combat zone consultant, his field test put him in the same position. A month from now, there would be an expedition led by some students to some uninhabited lands within the territory of Hum Nation. The group would be a mix of students of various designations, and the group would similarly have a mix of objectives. The group had to not only explore these new lands, they had to scout for potential valuable resources, mark down areas suitable for new settlements, and finally establish a forward camp for future explorations. These were just the publicly stated objectives, for there was always the possibility of hidden objectives as well. Lex would not only serve as the communication channel between the combatant students or soldiers and the leader of the expedition. Lex would have to advise the leader in matters of security and combat. As for what the territory they were exploring held, what kind of dangers could he expect, and what he needed to watch out for were all things he would have to research on his own. Conducting research and being adequately prepared were also parts of being such a consultant, so the quality of his preparation depended solely on him. Lex felt a headache developing. From having too much time on his hands, he went directly to feeling like he was overworked. Next, it was time for his arrays class. For once, the class was as he expected, and the study of arrays was very similar to what he read in the book given to him by John. But similar did not mean the same. The approach to arrays in the crystal realm seemed to be a lot more stringent than what the book stated. There was a very specific way in which the characters could be arranged. They had discovered certain rules, and how the characters responded in certain situations, and somehow reverse-engineered a fixed template for all arrays to follow. In this way, compared to the book Lex was reading, it was much easier to form new arrays, as you could simply follow those rules. But it was also comparatively a lot more wasteful. They heavily employed the use of conjunction characters, characters that had no effects on their own, but could bond the effect of two accompanying characters without a volatile reaction. For example, if someone were trying to fuse characters that represented fire and air together, if the characters were not compatible, instead of resulting in an explosion, the characters would just fizzle away instead of working together. This was important for something as simple as fire. There were hundreds of characters, each personifying a different characteristic or behavior of the flame. In this way, discovering which one suited the needs of your situation was not only a hassle, it was dangerous. The conjunction characters eliminated the danger. This not only allowed the array masters of the crystal realm to have a much more diverse library of arrays, it allowed them to experiment safely whenever they were creating new arrays. But there were also drawbacks. Since arrays were cast using spirit energy, the more characters an array had, the more draining it would be. Furthermore, due to the dampening effect of conjunction characters, defensive and offensive arrays were a lot weaker. Since both techniques worked, Lex decided to continue studying both of them. Although the arrays of the crystal realm were weaker in strength and wasteful in energy, they allowed Lex to learn the behavior of each character safely. Furthermore, once he had a deep understanding of the characters, as well as how an array worked, he could try to recreate the arrays from the crystal realm using the method of the author. Theoretically, those arrays should maintain the same effects, but with stronger results. By the time he was done with all his classes, it was already evening. After making up for his missed meal, Lex returned to his dorm, mentally exhausted. But, as much as Lex wanted to do nothing, leaving himself with so much time to think did him no good. His mind would wander towards the inn, towards the fact that he was far from home, towards being in a different realm. It made him realize how small and insignificant he was when compared to the universe, to a realm, even. But, just as his mind veered towards these dark thoughts, he would pull himself back up. He would spend some time meditating before he began cultivating. Instead of feeling small, he would tell himself that he was strong. That so long as he had breath in his body, the vast universe had not defeated him yet. Instead of exhaustion and weakness, a fierce will shone in his eyes. In a time where he should have felt the most helpless, ironically, Lex became the most focused he had ever been. His mind worked faster than ever before, repeating and memorizing each and everything he covered in classes, and then, when he had free time, he went to a library to do more research. When he worked for the weaponsmith, he observed and memorized each action, and asked every question his brain could conjure. Most of the time, the weaponsmith was too preoccupied to answer, but when she did, she explained thoroughly. When he had combat classes, he gave everything he had, and he was fearless in his attacks. Objectively speaking, Lex was actually becoming a worse fighter since he ended up taking more hits, but from this class's point of view, Lex was excelling. The subject that most held Lex's attention, though, was arrays. It was difficult and complex, with seemingly an ocean's worth of characters to learn. But, one time, when his professor demonstrated an array that artificially created the circumstances required for rain, before letting nature take over, resulting in impromptu rain, Lex felt something click in his mind. It was like he had an epiphany, not on a specific array, but on arrays in general. Initially, when Lex had described arrays as a programming language, he treated it half as a joke. But, if he were to consider for a moment, and treat arrays as a way of programming nature, or the universe itself, what he could achieve was immeasurable. The fire in his eyes only grew stronger. He knew that his perspective was limited, and that there were many things he didn't know, but in his professor doing something as simple as causing rain, Lex saw his own limitless future. If he could create rain, why stop there? He didn't believe in magic, and so started to think of everything the system did in terms of arrays. If the system could do something, then one day he'd be able to do it too. And if there was something his system couldn't do, that didn't mean it was something Lex couldn't do. So long as he was at the system's mercy, he could get stuck on a different planet, or in a different realm, the moment something went wrong. But if he could traverse the universe on his own, why would he care what the system can or cannot do? Why would he care about his authority not being high enough? Authority was shit, arrays were what truly mattered. But, just as Lex began to think in this way, he was faced with the glaring weakness of arrays, which was that they themselves were weak. How could he get around them? Formations were stronger than arrays because they relied on various physical items and treasures, but that made them immobile and weak in their own way. The best result would be if he could craft something, a treasure, an item, a piece of technology, anything, and then engrave his arrays onto it. The array would then be as strong as the item, and could function as long as the engraved arrays weren't compromised. But then he would require an energy source. Countless thoughts went through Lex's mind, and he didn't limit his thoughts either. He allowed himself to think big, because that was the only way he would achieve big results. He consulted the weaponsmith about his idea of imbuing weapons with arrays, and when she finally replied, learned that such a thing already existed and showed him multiple examples. Little did Lex know that on his journey to overcome the system, and form arrays that would allow him to replicate the system's functions, he had stumbled upon a very rudimentary explanation for the system itself. Chapter 245. 1 month. Suffice to say, Lex's first month in the academy was extremely busy. Between his various classes, doing his own research for the impending field test, and cultivating when able, he barely had any free time. That limited free time that he had was often spent in the company of Amelia and a few of her friends. Truth be told, she was as helpful, if not more, in bridging the gap between Lex's knowledge and common sense in the crystal realm than many of his classes. For example, the device that looked like a watch he was wearing today was called PT, Personal Terminal, which, for all intents and purposes, was like a mobile phone but with more features, given to him by Amelia. He was also better able to get accustomed to the day-night cycle here, as well as understand how the calendar in the crystal realm worked. Each day was 25 hours long, with 5 days in a week and 6 weeks in a month. Since Sol Light did not have a fixed pattern, the plants, the people and the civilizations had adjusted to it accordingly. Not all, but many of the plants as well as insects were luminescent, and many animals had developed extra senses to accommodate for the long periods of time without light. The humans here, in general, had much better eyesight than Lex, as well as a small degree of night vision. But for academy students, that wasn't an issue, as apparently the academy had its own dedicated Sol birds. Apparently, the dean had a flock of them as pets, so at least in the academy it was never dark. Other than that, Amelia also helped him get accustomed to the social norms. As his geography class proceeded, and he began to understand how vast the area controlled by humans really was, he truly began to wonder why everyone suffered from such a sense of crisis when after hundreds of years of war, the Craven had barely taken over 1% of their land. The answer, once again, was Cornelius II. As a far-sighted man, as well as one of the strongest, if not the strongest, human, he understood the threat of the Craven early on. After that, well, it was merely a matter of might being right. He forcibly converged all the strength and resources of the humans, created the Hum Nation, and organized a unified effort to defend against the Craven. Time had proved him right, as only with such a strong and dedicated approach were the humans able to prevent the Craven from completely destroying them the way they had done to the Poliids. Eventually, human society became accustomed to such a ruthless style of existence, mostly because they had no other option. This was because King Cornelius II had a personal motto which, as Dean of the Academy, he implemented here as well. The motto was simply, "I don't give a shit. You don't want to fight. No one cared. You don't like the style of government. No one cared. You think the world is round instead of a flat, endless mass of land. No one cared." The only way to get people to care was to first fulfill your minimum responsibility to the war efforts, one way or another. Then your opinion became relevant, to a degree. Slowly, and steadily, that motto as well as the singular mentality of doing everything to defeat the Craven had seeped into the minds and habits of everyone. So long as you cooperated with the system, it was fine, but the moment you stopped cooperating, well, Lex finally understood why no one cared at all about the village that had been destroyed during his assessment. He suddenly realized how dangerous his rant to Vernon about not joining special forces had been. Even the generally compassionate and understanding Amelia showed no reaction when he mentioned the destroyed village to her, nor did her friends. It chilled Lex at how normal death was here. During this time, he also focused on managing the inn when he could. Surprisingly, the husband and wife duo still had not finished their test to join the inn. But, in a way, it made sense. Since they were the strongest to join to date, they had the toughest test. The one issue he was unable to solve was getting access to more worlds for the incoming expo hosted by Earth. There were some options he could use if push came to shove, but those would be last-minute options. Furthermore, he would also need to use some accumulated energy by the system to access the more advanced features. He had also given his all to his part-time job, even if he could not understand the forging methods his boss employed. With all that on his plate, despite Lex managing to deal with his stress, he had an increasing urge to smoke. Unfortunately, smoking did not seem to be a common practice here, and without anything to smoke, Lex could only make do. That did trigger an old habit of his, of playing with something in his fingers. Since he had no cigarettes, nor pens to play with, without realizing it, Lex had begun to play around with the inn's golden key in his fingers. He was passing it from finger to finger, twisting and turning it around his hand, while not really paying any attention to it. That is, until one day, it occurred to him to try to use the key to go back to the inn. Unfortunately, since this realm had not been anchored to the inn, the teleportation didn't work. Furthermore, as the innkeeper, the system restricted him from using the key himself. Since he had increased authority, Lex asked why there was such a stupid restriction. The only reply Mary was able to give was that it would make things too easy. Unable to understand, Lex put it behind him. He had long since made it his goal to become stronger than the system, and though such a goal could not be achieved any time soon, it allowed him to detach from the system mentally. All this led him to where he was now, once again in the mess hall with Amelia and her friends. As the month was almost over, they were all already focusing on what their new classes would be next month, mostly a higher level of the same classes. Only Lex had not registered yet, for his field test would take him away from the academy. "You're so lucky," said miscellaneous friend A as she looked at Lex with envy. "A vacation after a single month, while we have to work our butts off." "It's not a vacation," Amelia very seriously corrected her friend. "He's going on an expedition. It could be dangerous." "What danger? There's no Craven in the inner territories. At most, he'll run into some wild beasts, or maybe encounter some uncivilized tribes that have never been outside their own regions. Can they even be considered a threat? The way I see it, it's a vacation with seniors from the academy. Maybe there will be some beautiful seniors who would like to play with their juniors," she said, and winked. Although technically Lex was the most junior here, that was only in terms of classes. In age, his seniors would at most be his peers. "Well, in that case, I shouldn't keep those seniors waiting," Lex said with a chuckle, before he said his farewell and left. The group of friends watched him leave, and the moment he left the room, they started whispering in hushed tones. "Amelia, do you think that rumor is true?" asked one of the friends. "I don't think so," she said hesitantly. She didn't like gossiping about Lex now that he was her friend. His age is too high and cultivation too low. It wouldn't make sense. Who cares about cultivation? He faced off an immortal. The way I see it, he's definitely from that family. Not to mention, You've seen how hard he works. He's too focused for someone with no background. The way I see it, you should make your move on him before someone else does. Amelia kept looking towards where Lex left, feeling confused. Originally, after the rumors about Lex spread, they disappeared just as quickly. Lex himself didn't think anything of it, because he was familiar with the concept of 15 minutes of fame. His reputation was unearned, so it was natural that it would vanish. What he didn't know was that, in truth, an even wilder rumor started spreading about him after he developed a reputation as a good student and hard worker. One that was so scandalous that people only whispered about it, and only discussed it amongst themselves. And so, as Lex left to meet his seniors for the first time, he had no idea what his real reputation was. Origin Realm, somewhere in the Milky Way, a man stepped out of one spaceship and into another, taking in a deep breath as if smelling freedom for the first time in a long time. He was escorted by the crew to his private room, where a few people were waiting for him. Mr. Jekyll, everything went according to your plan. The Williams family had no idea about your worth, and just a few decades of waiting ended up using you to trade for some minor benefits. If they had any idea of who you really are, things could have gotten tricky. It's basic psychology, Jekyll said, as he sat down on one of the sofas, making himself comfortable. If you ignore something, everyone will assume it's worthless. But, now that I've escaped their clutches, let's make sure nothing like this happens again. Although Jekyll was smiling, everyone else in the room shivered. Take me out of the galaxy and back home where I can be safe. And, while you're at it, but some bounties out for some of the Williams family kids, I want them to feel uncomfortable. Also, I had to leave one of my daughters, Heidi, back in that infernal prison alive because she got mixed up with some unknown entity called Midnight Inn. Look into it, and if their background isn't an issue, I want you to make them uncomfortable as well. I had to leave a loose end because of them, and if my wife finds out I had kids, it'll be a problem. Right away, answered one of the people. They were used to this kind of behavior. This Jekyll was a calamity for countless people, but he was useful and he knew it, so he knew exactly how to take advantage of his situation. The name Midnight Inn was just one of many he put on a list to cause trouble for, and who would honestly take the trouble of researching all of them? Usually, all these people had to do was pass the name along, and the organization or people on that list would vanish. So, for better or for worse, they did the same for this list, and a certain powerful organization started killing anyone who used the name Midnight Inn. After all, who would stop them? Chapter 246. Departure. The expedition party had 120 students, each a part of a subgroup that had a certain purpose. Only 30 of the students had combat-related designations, with the remaining having their own reasons for joining the group, from prospectors, to cartographers, to wilderness explorers and more. Despite their various fields, Lex was still the person with the lowest cultivation level here. Although he had made sure to spend time cultivating, and the rich spiritual energy of this world helped speed up his growth, he had still only reached Chi training level 5. But, as a consultant and advisor, he would not be on the front lines should they encounter any danger. Well, that was what was technically supposed to happen, but once Lex reported to the leader of the expedition, and confirmed his role, his grimace let Lex know exactly what the man thought of him. Ptolemy Woodman, the leader of this expedition, had worked ridiculously hard to have this expedition organized. This was not a mission from the Academy for him, this was something he had to convince the Academy to let him do. He proved himself time and time again, and did endless research and preparation to show the Academy that this expedition would be profitable. Not only that, he had to sign a contract, stating that should the expedition end up a failure, he would work for 10 years for the Academy to make up for it. Yet, in the end, they stuck him with some consultant to help him advise on security measures. He was not an amateur who had never seen combat. He had gained experience doing time on both the front lines during such expeditions and in the command center during army drills. This was an insult, but, as someone who understood the rules, he knew throwing a tantrum was pointless. If this is what it took to lead his own expedition, he would tolerate it. For now, we're leaving in 3 days, Ptolemy said, handing Lex a list. In this time, become familiar with the roles of everyone in the expedition. Also, if you have any requests in terms of gear or personal equipment, turn it in by today. Since the Academy is funding the expedition, there is a certain allowance for equipment needed for it. Lex was surprised by the fact that he could request gear, as he had spent most of his personal earnings during the past month to purchase all sorts of stuff for this expedition. If he could request more for free, well, as a New Yorker, it went against his personal code of conduct to refuse free things. The most expensive things he needed were ingredients for a special kind of ink he could use to form arrays even in the chi training realm, so he did not hesitate to request as many of those as he could. Ptolemy was confused by the request, but didn't care enough to inquire about their uses. Over the next 3 days, Lex spent all his time getting acquainted with the students on the expedition. This is where the skills he had picked up at the inn shone the most. Lex had become charismatic enough to strike up a conversation with anyone he met, and make a favorable impression when he left. Of course, this was not what he was normally like, but in this instance where he was trying to get to know everyone, and build a positive relationship so that the expedition wouldn't be affected, he could turn on the charm like a switch. In fact, internally, even, he was a little surprised by how easy it was. The contrast between how easily he had ingratiated himself to the members of the expedition, and how much of a loner he had been for the past month was drastic. It seemed sometimes, making an effort was the only difference between two entirely different outcomes. That, and the fact that no one had yet connected Lex to the rumors about him that had spread. Though, that did not mean he regretted having a small social circle. His focus was on making the best use of his time at the academy, not making friends. Only a small part of him admitted that his time during this past month would have been absolutely miserable if it hadn't been for Amelia's company. Finally, on the day of departure, Lex stood alongside the 120 other members, his backpack filled to the brim, and a small duffel bag on the ground beside him. Of everyone, he had the least luggage, mostly because he skipped out on bringing many spare clothes and focused only on the essentials, a decision he would soon come to regret. They did not have to wait for long, as soon Ptolemy arrived alongside some school staff. They would have no chaperones during their excursion, and would have to rely on themselves, but for them to reach their destination, they would require the Academy's help. It need not be said that the Crystal Realm was massive. The equivalent of 1,000,000 Earths would not even cover the amount of land held by just the Cravens, let alone the other races. This explained why so much land was left unexplored, even in established counties. They followed them to the teleportation terminal, one of the most important and most well-supervised regions of the Academy. Trying to move around Hum Nation on a vehicle would take exceedingly long times, which is why teleportation was such an important feature. Teleporting a few individuals around, like it had been done to Lex during his assessment, was relatively easy. But to move 120 students far off, all at once, would require them to use the teleportation formation. Lex, to me, Ptolemy said commandingly, summoning Lex to his side. Lex did not like his tone or demeanor, but he listened nonetheless. From here, we'll be teleporting directly to Karam City, the nearest settlement to our excursion zone. From there, we will head out, and it will take us a few days to reach the boundary of the explored lands. Since you're here on an advisory role regarding security, do you have any suggestions? Lex had already done plenty of research on where they would be heading, so he was not surprised by the mention of the city or their route. He was, however, surprised that Ptolemy asked for his advice. The outskirts of Karam City's domain is a dense forest, which we will have to travel through unless you have planned some kind of air transport. Moving on foot will be exhausting and difficult, considering the difficult terrain, so I recommend we rent some Delame lizards as mounts. Furthermore, it'll be difficult to set up camp in a forest, so before we enter, we should send scouts ahead to check any for areas suitable or defensible. Considering the fact that we don't know what we'll be facing as we proceed, it's a good idea to always be as rested as possible. For now, that's all I have. Delame lizards were a 6-legged species of lizards that were as long as alligators and as large as bulls. Despite their aggressive nature, they were commonly used as mounts in Hum Nation as they had mastered the art of subduing them. Admittedly, a forest was not the kind of terrain where they could show their advantage, it was better than nothing. Also, despite being somewhat tame, they could also serve as good guard lizards for when they set camp or rested. Lex had already noted down this suggestion while he was doing research, along with a few other things. Unfortunately, since the place they were going to was unexplored, there were only so many things Lex could prepare in advance. Any other advice he had to give would have to be as things developed. Luckily, he had his fancy monocle to help him out in case they encountered something they didn't know about, so he wasn't too worried. Ptolemy did not comment on whether he was satisfied with Lex's advice, nor did he let show what he really thought. He simply accepted what Lex said, but showed no indication of whether he planned on listening to Lex. Going through the procedure to teleport so many people took a couple of hours, but it was still nothing compared to TSA. "Brace yourself," a student advised Lex as they walked into the formation. Lex thought he knew what to expect, but the moment the teleportation formation activated, he knew he was wrong. His previous teleportations had hit him with a whiplash, but this time Lex felt like a sledgehammer smashed into his chest. Barely managing to keep himself from falling over, Lex managed to prevent embarrassing himself as soon as the expedition started. But he was not prepared for the chill that hit him next. He looked around and found himself in a small chamber, along with all the other students who were quickly putting on some sweaters and gloves. A moment later, he identified the sounds of an unabating gale. He looked out the window and saw what seemed like dunes of snow, and a snowstorm that threatened to freeze Lex to his very core. What was this? His research never said anything about snow. A moment later, he realized he hadn't packed anything thicker than a t-shirt. Chapter 247. I can be obtuse for a moment. Lex watched the raging snowstorm. He suffered flashbacks of being surrounded by millions of Cultivation. But instead of fear of anxiety, Lex only felt curiosity. He had long since learned that much of the weather patterns in the crystal realm were dictated by ridiculously strong beings. For example, the way Saul birds brought sunshine and warmth, he was convinced the snowstorm he experienced during his assessment was the result of that massive Cultivation he saw at the end. Which caused him to wonder if the weather here was also a result of some massive snow creature. Considering this was an established city, they should have some defenses against creatures like that, right? But before he had an opportunity to sat his curiosity, he felt a look full of disdain fall onto him. He turned to see Ptolemy, fully dressed in winter clothing, watching him. Though his face was neutral, Lex was 100% sure he was internally mocking him. How could Lex serve as an advisor if he couldn't even manage his own wardrobe? This matter went farther than just needing a sweater, as normal cold would not influence Lex at all. But the cultivation world always added layers of complexity to everything. If Lex normally experienced temperatures such as 0 degrees Celsius without trouble, once the chill was enhanced by spirit energy, it was no longer a matter of simple temperature. It was the spirit energy itself that chilled him rather than the weather. The clothes everyone was donning surely had some protective functions to protect against such a spiritualized chill. One of the other students, who was on good terms with Lex, noticed the latter wasn't changing his clothes. Realizing he might have not brought anything to protect against such an environment, he offered Lex a spare. Perhaps if Lex wasn't suffering from the mocking gaze of Ptolemy, he would have simply accepted. That was the simpler solution. But he didn't want to give Ptolemy the satisfaction of knowing he was right and that Lex hadn't brought clothes. Instead, "Thanks, but weather like this doesn't mean much to me," Lex said with a smile. Lex wasn't just putting up a brave front. If there was one thing Lex had learned during this 1 month at the academy, it was that he had seriously underestimated the worth of a SSS Plus rank award. While his defense was steadily increasing, and now at level 5 Chi training, he could face most Chi training level cultivators without fear of being killed, it had not yet veered into the realm of overpowered. Instead, it was the immense ease with which he picked up any kind of defensive technique, and the ridiculous mastery he had over each one of those techniques that amazed him. He remembered once, during his job with the weaponsmith, she gave him a technique that would allow him to negate cold so that he could dip his hands into a liquid so cold it made liquid nitrogen look like fresh soup. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive technique, since its actual purpose was to concentrate all the cold he would have felt on his hands to the tip of his fingers, which he could then channel into another object, forcefully dropping its temperature. It was an auxiliary technique used during crafting special equipment. But Regal Embrace begged to differ. To it, this was a technique designed to protect Lex from element-based damage, and so with a glance he learned it. Even still, Lex did not realize the treasure trove he had until one day, while he was in the library, he encountered a section with various cultivation techniques. One could not learn those techniques at a whim, as not only did you need proper qualification, you actually needed to pay. Yet, so long as it was a defensive technique, just the introductory paragraph with a vague description of how it manipulated Chi to give birth to various effects were enough for Lex to learn it. As if that wasn't enough, he even managed to learn the techniques that seemed to originate from completely different forms of cultivation. So, in this moment, When Lex was being assaulted by the passive effects of chilled spiritual energy, he activated one of the many techniques he had learned, one of his favorites, actually. Immediately, Lex stopped feeling the chill and, in fact, felt a little warm, while an array character that represented ice appeared on the back of his right hand in a bluish-silver light. It was important to note that while the character that formed on his hand was used in arrays, the characters themselves were symbols born of the universe and represented its power. Even those who did not study arrays had some basic knowledge of such matters, and so, when the character appeared on his hand, and Lex moved around as if truly unaffected by the chill, some of the students who knew his role during this trip suddenly had a better impression of him. As an advisor, he did not need to be strong, but instead versatile. While he received a few acknowledging nods, he flashed a smug grin at Ptolemy. Sometimes, being petty felt good, the expedition leader snorted, but quickly turned his attention back to important matters. The presence of Frio birds complicates things a bit, but we have already planned for this as well. We'll be riding Delame lizards to cross the terrain and we'll have to get some hover coaches. Ptolemy did not bother giving everyone the briefing on what they had to do, only let them know that things were under control. It seemed that, even before Lex's suggestion, he had arranged for the lizards to be their mounts. As the expedition prepared themselves to move out despite the weather, Lex looked up into the sky. There were no giant monsters, and clouds covered the sky, but sometimes Lex felt like he vaguely saw the shape of birds. After asking what seemed to be common sense, he learned that Frio birds were the counterparts of Sol birds. A Frio and Sol bird each formed a couple, but they would only meet during mating season, which usually spelt disaster for the weather. Both these species of birds, while ridiculously strong, were not usually aggressive, as they did not feed on food to sustain themselves, only spiritual energy. Of course, if someone tried to provoke them, they would show that they were far from harmless. After exiting the teleportation hall, they made their way outside the city, where 120 saddled Delame lizards were waiting for them, with another 30 harnessed to several floating carriages. After loading most of their luggage into the carriages, and purchasing some supplies locally, they left immediately. Ptolemy had arranged for guides, so the poor visibility and the harsh weather did not seem to slow them down. Other than that, they had also employed some of the city's local guards as an escort, just to avoid any unnecessary problems. These were just some of the visible things Ptolemy had done, for Lex, who had been accompanying since they set off, saw for himself how he kept preemptively preparing for any trouble. As annoying as Lex found Ptolemy, he found himself learning a lot by following him. Maybe that was the real test, not to effectively advise, but to learn as much as possible. But, while Lex was having this epiphany, and was considering trying to mend their relationship, Ptolemy knew from the very start that he was not in need of any advice, but rather he was being used to groom this new and upcoming student, which is why he resented Lex even more. While Ptolemy himself worked to gain everything he had, the path was being carved for Lex even if he did not realize it. What neither of them knew was that the circumstances of their meeting had been carefully orchestrated behind the scenes by a certain department in the academy. They were not meant to be friends, but rather somewhat akin to rivals. Lex would learn from Ptolemy, while the latter was supposed to be egged on by the favor being shown to Lex and work even harder to prove himself. Currently, as things stood, they were playing along perfectly. Slowed down by the storm, they trod along for almost 12 hours before they reached their first campsite, which, as it turned out, had already been prepared long before their arrival. This camp was right outside the forest, and they would rest here until their path forward had been properly mapped by the forward team. Moving a small team through the forest might have been easy, but with so many people and carriages to take along, a proper path would be required, and it would take some time to plot such a path. Just as Lex was beginning to admire Ptolemy, and almost made up his mind to mend their relationship, the latter looked at him and said, "You sure you can keep yourself warm like that for long? It would be a shame if I need your advice, but I find my advisor frozen in a corner somewhere." Chapter 248. Invasion. Lex was suddenly struck by Ptolemy's sudden outburst. While it could not veer into the domain of an actual insult, up until this moment, the man had kept his disdain in check. He behaved professionally and did not let his personal feelings affect how he was supposed to behave. So then, why the sudden change? After a moment, Lex realized what had happened. Once they reached the first campsite, they were officially on their own, as even the escorts from the nearby city had begun to retreat. Now, Ptolemy was the true leader, and did not need to put up on a front. This did not spell well. But Lex was not one to back down so easily. Even if I maintain this technique for 1,000 years, it won't tire me, he replied, as if he was talking about something mundane, like a crease on his shirt. But he had not lied. The only chi required on Lex's behalf to use this technique was the one required to activate it. Once activated, and the character on his hand formed, the technique would continue to run so long as there was ambient chilled spiritual energy, as it was that very energy that powered the technique. At a glance, this seemed like a very powerful technique which could make him immune to all cold elemental damage, but that was just a facade. Absorbing the cold was just the auxiliary purpose of this defensive technique, as its true purpose lay elsewhere. Therefore, while it could absorb the energy seemingly endlessly, such absorption was only focused on the ambient energy that passively surrounded Lex. In the case of an attack, this effect would not be able to absorb any of the energy, and the true purpose of the ability would be triggered. Although he had mastered this technique, it took a while for Lex to understand the concept behind this technique itself. This was because the definition of cold on Earth was the absence of heat. Since cold in itself was nothing except the relative distribution of heat, absorbing cold actually meant distributing heat away. Yet in an environment colder than his body temperature, the technique was absorbing the surrounding cold, therefore making him feel warm. Where was this warmth coming from? Eventually Lex understood. The heat was coming from the physics class he decided to drop in college. With that, he stopped thinking about it. His current focus was on Ptolemy, who was looking back at Lex with mild disgust. I think it's time we figure a few things out. To me, your aid is unnecessary and your presence is an irritation distraction at best. To you, this expedition is your passing grade. So, you can stick around, but stay out of my way and everything will go smoothly for the both of us. Stick to the middle of camp where you'll be safe, and treat this like a vacation and soon it'll all be over. Dismissed. Not bothering with Lex anymore, the man left. Lex, on the other hand, felt extremely aggravated, but at the same time, considering the circumstances, being ignored was the best thing that could have come from the situation. Had Ptolemy decided to do more dastardly things to express his discontent, life would have become very difficult for Lex. This still did not mean that Ptolemy wouldn't decide to take out his frustration on Lex again later. That was still a possibility, so Lex did not let down his guard. But, freed from responsibility, Lex could now spend more time learning arrays. Not to mention, there was another purpose this expedition happened to fill for Lex. Since they were soon going to enter unexplored lands, there was a possibility of Lex running into untapped energy sources. Although rare, it was not unheard of for an expedition to discover spirit stone mines, energy wells, natural formations and more wonderful things. In fact, searching for such things was a big part of every expedition. With nothing left to do, Lex returned to his tent to get some rest and chat with Mary. While things had not been all sunshine and rainbows, at least there hadn't been any major events at the inn to worry him, which was nice. In front of Avalon Building, midnight in a small group of 6 aliens called Rascals appeared and immediately started looking around, assessing for any threats. They were wearing regular clothes, or so it seemed, for under their clothes they were all wearing skin-tight combat armor. Unlike in the old days, when Lex or one of his workers would greet new guests, personal holograms did that these days. These rascals received the standard welcome and explanation, but that did not diminish their wariness towards the inn. The rascals were an aggressive, war-prone race with limited intelligence. The upside to this was that, when trained, they followed their training dutifully without any extra thoughts, mostly because they had no extra thoughts. Not to mention, their intelligence had no detriment to their combat prowess, and so they served as excellent soldiers and scouts. These 4 feet tall, leathery aliens were humanoid, but had 4 arms, 2 facing forwards and 2 backwards, as well as retractable wings that had coiled on their backs. The closest thing on Earth that resembled these aliens were skin rats. But, just because they looked weird, did not mean they would be refused service. The 6 rascals exchanged looks, and then split up, each heading in a different direction. They had arrived here using golden keys provided by Jekyll, Hyde's father. Their preliminary purpose was to study the inn and gather as much information as possible, as well as anything on any forces that might be backing them, and the strength of their members. Jekyll was a very vindictive man, but he was extremely useful for his organization, and so many of his desires were fulfilled. That did not, however, mean the organization would recklessly kill everyone the man wanted killed. They would at least do some background research first. They had no information about the Midnight Inn in their database, which dropped their evaluation of the inn by a lot. After all, if they were important, they would be known. Sending the rascals at this point was just a formality. A few hours later, when the rascals returned and submitted their report, the organization assessed it to be a lot of unverifiable claims. The staff that the rascals encountered were pathetically weak, and though there were rumors of the Innkeeper being a hegemon of the universe, it appeared that currently he was away from the inn. The organization determined it was nothing more than bolstering and bluffing, and deemed the Midnight Inn inconsequential. Of course, one flaw in their report was that they did not mention arriving at the inn via teleportation across space activated using a key. Since it was not mentioned, the organization assumed it was a place reached by more regular means, and one of the things that had intimidated so many others who visited the inn became overlooked. In the end, to satisfy Jekyll, an execution order was sent. A team of 500 rascals was organized, with the strongest few being in the nascent realm. The original team of 6 distributed enough keys for all of them, and then, the first ever invasion of the inn commenced. John clenched his fists as he kept himself from screaming out of frustration. He had come so ruddy close to finishing the mystery trial, but once again failed. The most frustrating thing was that this time, his failure was all his own fault. For the first time, he executed his own assassination plan without his system's help, and actually succeeded. He had stabbed the enemy in the neck, and the moment felt so great that he momentarily forgot that at higher levels, that was not enough to kill. The single moment he took to celebrate his victory was all his target needed to kill him in return. Just as he was writhing in bitter agony, 4 short guests appeared before him. He groaned internally, and just as he was about to put on a friendly face, they attacked him. The 2 nearest to him threw what looked like metal nets covered in spikes at him, while the 2 further back launched blow darts at his face. Before the attack even landed, they considered the man dead, for they could feel no cultivation from him. They were already looking for their next target when the 2 rascals holding the nets were yanked into the air. Grabbing the 2 metal nets with his hand, he pulled the enemies towards himself with no regard for the spikes. As the 2 rascals flew towards him, a simple backhand slap cracked their skulls and knocked them unconscious. He grinned at the remaining 2 rascals, his teeth conveniently holding the darts that shot at him. Then, as if they were candy, he sucked the darts into his mouth and started to chew. Fear and horror gripped the rascals as they realized they had encountered a formidable foe, a sharp contrast to the delight on John's face. He was just happy he had someone to vent on. After all, the innkeeper couldn't blame him for playing a little if the guests attacked him first, right? Chapter 249. 4 seconds. Raphael was sitting in his wheelchair, sunbathing. Since he had woken up, he barely returned to Earth for a few days before returning to the inn. Not only was the inn safer, considering Earth's volatile political situation, it was better for his recovery as well. Not to mention, he had thoroughly confirmed that most of his information about the future in the near future was useless now. Only events further out in the future, or events unrelated to the situation on Earth itself, were still relevant. This meant he had to spend a lot of time figuring out what he needed to do. Just as his internal monologue was going on, 2 ugly, leathery rat monsters appeared in front of him. No, wait, that was insensitive. Rat aliens appeared in front of him. They took a look around to get an understanding of the situation, and then their sight landed on Raphael. As an experienced war veteran, he immediately recognized the look in their eyes, but instead of being alarmed, he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Really, they were going to attack him? The answer was yes. The closest ugly, skinny, leathery rat monster immediately lunged at him with a frail-looking spear, aiming towards his skull. Given his current condition, there wasn't much he could do anyway, but Raphael did not as much as flinch as he watched the spear closing in on him with a smirk. From the initial distance of a few feet, the spear closed in on him in a flash. As it drew close, aiming somewhere towards the middle of his face, he even took the time to observe the craftsmanship of the spear. It was made of some kind of white material, and he could not tell if it was something synthetic or a kind of material he'd never seen before. It had green-colored lines running up and down its body, as if the odd material had some kind of disgusting veins sticking out of its body. Even as the spear was a few inches from his face, he did not move. Even as the squeaky battle cry of the rat monster hit him, his smirk did not disappear. The tip of the spear was but a few centimeters from his face. Then it hit him. That is, the gust of wind carried by the spear hit him, but the spear itself was held firmly in place by a vine that suddenly emerged from the ground. To be clear, the vine had wrapped itself not only around the spear, but the ugly, stinky, disgusting rat monster as well as its counterpart. For a moment everything was still, as the monsters tried to struggle within the vines, but could not. Then the vine pulled the two into the ground, the grass quickly covering up the area the vine had come from, as if nothing ever happened. Crystal Realm, Karam Forest, Lex's tent. Lex had been sitting on the ground, chatting with Mary about the inn in the Crystal Realm, when suddenly he received the loudest system notification to date. He did not need to go and check the notification because, for the first time, in a robotic yet disgruntled voice, the system directly read the notification out to him. Quest: Midnight Inn is being invaded. Ward off the invasion without allowing the guests to suffer harm. Quest time limit. Immediately. Quest reward: Gambler's coin. Quest failure punishment: reduction in authority. For a time that seemed to stretch to eternity, Lex was frozen as he suddenly panicked. This was exactly what he had been fearing. Not only was the inn under attack, he was far away and could not do anything. But Lex was not inexperienced anymore. He managed to recover from his panic and his mind went into overdrive. From the moment of the system's announcement, to him panicking, to his eventual recovery, exactly 1 second had passed. The system had given the quest before the rascals even appeared, but by the time Lex had recovered, they were already in the inn. Working faster than his mind had ever done before, he scanned the entire inn with his mind, identifying the various locations of the invaders. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, most of the invaders appeared in 3 different places. Most of them, around 300, appeared near the gate built into the boundary wall of the inn. This was a common place for new guests to appear, but as there was no attraction near it, it was fortunately empty of guests. The second place a lot of them appeared was on Main Street, near Avalon. Around 100 well-equipped rascals had just appeared, and unfortunately, it was a crowded spot. The third place they appeared in a large group was in front of Midnight Manor, a couple dozen or so of them. This place also had guests around, though not as many as Main Street. The remainder appeared in random locations throughout the inn. Once Lex understood their locations, he scanned them for their strengths. The strongest rascal's status was: name, K789465, age, 110, sex, male, cultivation details, nascent realm, middle species, rascal, midnight in prestige level, remarks: he's cannon fodder for the universe, and a boss for you. He immediately understood the division in power levels. 400 of them were at various levels in the Foundation realm, 80 of them were in the Golden Core and 20 of them were in the Nascent realm. This was an army that could decimate the inn. He didn't have any workers in those realms and the vine was only in the initial Golden Core realm. What could he do? If the husband and wife duo had managed to pass their tests by now, he could have used them, but currently they were both away, conducting their respective tests. There had to be a solution. Another second passed. He had to think of solutions fast, and he had to protect his guests and workers as well. He had over 4 million megapixels at his disposal, as well as 0.1% energy accumulated. If this wasn't enough to eradicate his enemies from the face of this universe, then as the Innkeeper he should just retire. Lex's overworking mind suddenly entered a state of flow and he began doing multiple things at once. He immediately identified the rascals that were near guests and workers, other than the ones on Main Street. There were 12 such situations, including the ones near Raphael. Of these 12 situations, most guests were faced with Foundation rascals, one guest was faced with a Golden Core rascal and the last one was Gerard and Velma, who faced a Nascent Realm rascal. Mary, control the vine and stop these rascals immediately, Lex said as he mentally sent her the image of the locations as well as the rascals that needed to be stopped. He was not aware if she would be able to multitask and control the vine in so many places at once, so he sent her images in decreasing order of urgency. The first image was of the rascal closest to harming someone, then one slightly further off and so forth. In the meantime, he spent 100,000 megapixels to create a teleportation circle on Main Street and teleported all the rascals away, directly to the front gate with the rest of the rascals. Unfortunately, this was not targeted teleportation, as he was able to do when he himself was at the inn, so anyone within was also teleported along, rascal or not. He quickly scanned the inn again, to understand what was the most pressing situation, expecting it to be Gerard and Velma, but, beyond anything he could have expected, the situation was under control. In fact, The circumstances of those two and the rascal were so peculiar Lex actually lost 0.4 second in shock, despite the state of flow. But he moved on. The situation was far from handled, as a couple of fights had already broken out. Fortunately, the two fights involved John and Fenrir. He should have been worried for Fenrir, but in the single second he had not been observing the dog, it had already killed all the rascal near it. John, on the other hand, was eating darts. Not wasting any more time, he bought a formation for the sole purpose of trapping an army for 1.5 million megapixels and then started buying smaller, targeted teleportation circles to teleport his guests out of the formation one by one. Despite being smaller, each circle cost him 10,000 megapixels, but he couldn't be picky right now. Another second passed. By now John had taken care of his rascal and Raphael had been rescued. But some guests were still being attacked. Fortunately, a couple of the guests, being warriors themselves, didn't wait for a rescue and directly retaliated as soon as they were threatened. As another second passed, the most immediate threat had been handled, but the battle had not yet even begun. Chapter 250. Welcome to the Midnight Inn. Gerard was having a very good day. He was at the peak of the Chi training realm, and his bloodline had upgraded. A bloodline evolution was ridiculously difficult, because there was no set way to make a bloodline evolve and level up. Of the people who had bloodlines, most went their entire lives without upgrading their bloodline, regardless of what their cultivation level was. Of course, Gerard didn't know that. All he was concerned about was that, with the golf cart that Xian had upgraded and his new bloodline, his rides would be a lot smoother. Furthermore, today was his day off, so he was spending time with his friend. How could he not be happy? How is Pamela doing? Has she recovered from the incident? He asked as he took a sip of hot chocolate from the finest china. She's fine, she's fine. She was over it in a couple of hours. These days though, she seems to be spending all of her free time at the gamer's den, Velma replied, a special gleam in her eyes. She loved to gossip, it gave her such a thrill. Since Helen had disappeared, she had lost her gossiping buddy, so now she rarely had an opportunity. It's good that the kids are getting along, replied Gerard, the worker who, himself, was only a few months old. Just as Velma was about to elaborate on the juicy gossip surrounding Pamela and Z, a rascal appeared in front of them. The duo had been having their chat in a picnic spot in the forest near the greenhouse, so that they could have their privacy. The appearance of a guest here, so far from all the main structures, was unusual, but not impossible. Despite being on a break, the duo prepared to greet the guest when the nascent launched a spirit attack on them. There was a devastating explosion and a smoke cloud filled the air while some of the surrounding trees fell over, now leaning against the trees that had not yet broken. The rascal had already looked past the two Chi training insects and was sweeping the area with his spirit sense, his attention attracted towards a formation he discovered in the forest. That was quite rude, said Gerard with a frown, as he dusted off his waistcoat with a frown. His right was still holding onto the cup, the hot chocolate in it without a single ripple. Behind him, Velma was disoriented and leaning against Gerard for support, her hair a mess but otherwise unharmed. The rascal was taken aback, but suddenly started sweeping the area with his spirit sense, trying to see the hidden expert that had protected the two. But, after a few seconds of searching, he found no one. The assistant innkeeper has informed me that you are from a group of invader, and that we are understaffed at the moment, so I'll have to take care of you myself, Gerard spoke, as he put the teacup on the floor, his eyes starting to shine with a silver light as he did so. Gerard, like the other workers at the inn, was the proud owner of the Regalia Bloom bloodline. This was an incredibly powerful bloodline that came along with an immense cost. The bloodline allowed the user to take control of energy within a certain zone around himself. As for what kind of energy? Any energy that the user can perceive, whether it be gravitational, kinetic, heat, electromagnetic, chaos, primordial, spiritual, etc. They could then manipulate that energy to code any item or weapon of their choosing as a medium for that energy. It sounded straightforward, but it was anything but simple. An example would be that if Gerard stood in the epicenter of an explosion, he could channel all the heat, sound and kinetic energy produced into the thrusters of his new golf cart, and then use it to propel the cart, all without suffering any harm. Of course, there were limits to how much he could transfer, as each time he used the ability, he would suffer physical exhaustion, and his bloodline would also need to recover. So it was not like he could be dropped into a nuclear explosion, and then be expected to transfer all of that energy away from himself. Even if he had a dozen hot chocolates, he would eventually be physically exhausted to the point where he could not use the ability, and then the explosion would kill him. If, however, he had the physical capabilities of Marlowe, then it could not be a problem at all for him to channel the energy from a nuclear blast. But, no great power came without price. The regalia bloom was the same. In exchange for granting him access to all the energy in the universe, the bloodline altered his body, slowly and steadily, like a cancer that could not be treated. Yes, no matter how he tried to resist, Gerard was unable to avoid the price. The regalia bloom continued to work on his body, slowly making him irresistibly attractive. Do not underestimate the seriousness of this burden. This was not the kind of delicate beauty mentioned in novels that would make the MC fairer and more beautiful. No, this was an attraction that transcended space and time. Without actually changing his appearance, Gerard would slowly become beloved by any who saw him, regardless of their preferences or tastes. He originally underestimated the effects of the bloodline when he gathered a host of old ladies who only wanted to be chauffeured by him. Now, even countless middle-aged women expressed their love to him, unable to resist the sheen of his white hair. But how could he, a gentleman, tear up their families? The burden of their endless love was one he had barely learned to tolerate. But, it was important to remember, all that was the effect and price of the regalia bloom bloodline before he upgraded it. Now though, as the silver shine in his eyes grew stronger, Gerard's body was lifted up into the air and he looked down at the rascal like a king, looking down at a peasant. "Don't you know it's against etiquette to strike a lady?" he said, his voice hitting the rascal like a shockwave, threatening to tear his eardrums. "Let me teach you some manners." Gerard's new and improved golf cart, which had been parked outside the forest, flew to him like a silver star shooting through the sky. Gerard carefully took off his blazer and put it down, just in time for the golf cart to appear, setting the blazer on the passenger seat as he himself took his place behind the wheel. Giving no time to the rascal to respond, the moving golf cart drifted through the air and smashed against the side of its body against him without so much as scratching the new paint job. The rascal was launched mercilessly through the forest, crashing through a series of trees. Even as the alien tried to stop itself using its spirit sense, the golf cart appeared again, this time smacking him in the face with one of the tires. "Oh, and welcome to the Midnight Inn."